Suncoast Media Days as Welcome to Suncoast Media Days as presented by the Palmetto Athletic and Academic Association. Today's coverage is brought to you via Tiger Vision as presented by Conley Buick GMC. I'm Brian Varnador and I'm joined today by my broadcast partners, Mr. Ken Burton Jr. and Tom Porter. COVID-19 pandemic. You know, we've been wearing our mask and we've been social distancing, trying to stay safe out there, and we're excited about high school football. But I was thinking, Ken, at this time of the season, you always have the nuances figured out and how things are going to line up, the schedules and the statistics. And I want to give you the softball question of softball questions here. Out there with the pandemic, and the things that we're seeing with the FHSAA and the delaying of the season for the schools. There's a lot of questions out there. And I'm going to turn it over to you now to provide me all the answers that everyone is out there looking for.
Well, thank you very much, Brian, for that softball question. A good way to start the year off. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Tom. Yes, there's been a lot going on, and we've all had to deal with it. Here recently, the FHSAA, who most of these schools fall under, had a 5-hour meeting and met on this very subject and voted to keep everything normal, which would have mean football would have opened up Monday with practice and season would have following along. It was very heated. They had a well representation of you got people from the Panhandle, people from South Florida. It's not apples and apples, and tough thing to solve. So they voted for that, and then they also met again. Maybe like 2 days ago they met again and reversed their decision, and they have delayed the start of practice all the way to August 24th, which is about a month from Monday, I guess, coming. So it's going to be a real different season, because you've got to go back, guys, and look at what has transpired since March. Our kids all these kids were doing off-season workouts. That abruptly came to an end. There was no spring football. There were no off-season workouts. I think they're allowed now to meet outside, but they haven't been working out together in the weight room. So, for watching the Tigers play, where we've seen this high-octane offense that we've seen scoring lots of points, I just can't see that happening, because this is where you had all this off-season to put that in and to do your succession planning with your players. It just hasn't happened. And the camaraderie, working out in the weight room over the summer, going to camps 7-on-7, it hasn't happened. So what I see this year, and we can talk about it, is if you're a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan for a long time back, and you remember when Tony Dungy came to the Buccaneers and turned them around, you remember that kind of brand of football. It was 9-7, 12-10, 7-3. I think that's what we're going to see this year, because you and I had this conversation a few days ago, Brian. Defense is always ahead of the offense. And because we're being delayed a whole month, we still don't know what kind of season we're going to see. Is it going to be a season that starts in September or October? Is it just going to be district games, or are we going to play the whole thing through and play after Christmas in the cold weather? That's still yet to be decided. But regardless, if it's a shortened season or a hybrid season, I can't see the offense ever catching up with the defense. So you may see a different brand of offense, old school. You may see the wing T. You may see the veer. They may put in a whole different offense, because it's going to be a grinded out. The only way I can see is defense, special, and where are you going to find time to put special teams in? You may see like a spring game where you don't kick the ball. Who knows? It's all up in the air. That's my take on it. I don't know if that's what you were looking for, Brian. Maybe
Yeah.
Tom has a
What do you
better
think,
answer.
Tom? What would be your take?
Well, first of all, I just want to say, those decisions have to be made at all different types of fields that we're dealing with. This athletics, obviously, half the people are going to be upset if you open it up on time, and half the people are going to be upset if you delay.
Yes.
So these people are really in a no-win situation when they make these decisions. So we got to just trust them to make good decisions and support them the best we can. I'm frustrated. I want to see football immediately. We all do. But I agree 1,000%, Kenny. As a former offensive player, we know that offense is harder than defense. I'm just going to say it. Defense is reactionary. Offense is planned out and meticulous. And timing is everything. We saw with our team, the Palmetto Tigers last year, the timing routes. I mean, the receiver turns around, the ball's right there. That doesn't just happen because you got a great quarterback and a great receiver. They have to practice those routes. They have to know right when to let go of the ball. They have to know when to make their moves. And you're definitely going to lose that. I was thinking before you even got to it, we're on the same wavelength here. Some of these teams that run the wing tee and the veer and all this, some of the more basic offenses that we see, it takes a little bit to figure them out, but then for the most part, we get it figured out in the second, third, fourth quarters, and we're good. Those guys are going to have an advantage this year versus most of these teams we're going to talk to today that are spread offenses. Put your athletes out there, running some crazy routes, patterns, and throwing the ball down the field like crazy, and then run the ball every once in a while. That's our game plan normally. So it will be interesting. We'll see which teams rise to the top as a result of that change, and I think it's going to be a pretty exciting season that way because, as you said, Tony Dungy ball. There were games this year that we had people blown out in the second quarter, and I didn't have much to talk about on the sideline because there's no stories really, and the talent that we had just overshadowed a lot of people, and a lot of these teams are in the same boat. When you get a close game, anything can happen, and we're all going to be on the edge of our seat, and I just think it's going to make for a great football season despite all this COVID stuff.
Yeah, and I really look at it, and I think we're all preaching to the choir. We're in violent agreement on the topic here. I think teams that are run heavy are going to have a tremendous advantage, and I look forward to this year with the scheduling changes and for example, the Cross River rivalry with Manatee and Palmetto is scheduled for August the 28th, and things aren't even cranking up until August the 24th. What's going to happen with those rivalries? So it's going to be a crazy year of high school football, but thank goodness we're going to have some high school football, for us, and we are excited about it. And in this coast, the Suncoast of Florida, and some of the teams and players that you'll see today represent some of the great football talent, and we're excited about this year. And it's been very awkward. Even in preparation for the Suncoast Media Days, it's been something where we're having to have filler and material to come up with because everything has changed on us on a week-to-week basis. I want to say something about the coaches. The coaches that are out there really have, dedication for these young men, these student athletes out there. And the issue that we have this year, so many of the student athletes, as they mature, develop, you might have a senior quarterback that steps in and this is his time to shine, and he's going to get a lot of tape, with the Tiger Vision and other media out there taping these games. It's very important that they get film on tape. And, my concern is going forward, the financial implications of this. We're talking about scholarships. We're talking about hundreds of through this community, the Suncoast, hundreds of thousands of dollars of opportunities for these student athletes that goes away without having that additional film. So it's a trying time, but we're ready for some football.
Brian, that's a good point you made. I was reading something on Twitter. If there was no football, that there was no spring practice, as stated earlier. But during that time, every spring, there's 100 colleges that will come and make their way through the Suncoast because this is a hotbed for football. The playing level is good. These kids get into college and they're able to compete at whatever level, at all levels really. The kids have done very well migrating to the next level, and it's because of the level of competition they are seeing. You know, we have kids from the 941 area code that are on a Super Bowl roster every year, it seems like. So the talent is there. So if there was not any football, those coaches are still going to have to figure out a way to come and see these kids. So what I read on Twitter was, well, if there's not organized football, there's going to be all these unorganized 7-on-7 weekend getaways in Orlando with the coaches coming. That they're going to figure out one way or another to see these kids play, because they missed out as well at the college level, and it's going to be, like you said, very interesting.
Going back to your point, Brian, about the finances, we know football is usually the biggest draw financially for high school sports, and not only does the gate and the concession stand help pay for football, but it helps pay for a lot of sports throughout the year. That money is split up. We have a ROTC concession stand. We have a band concession stand. So all the programs across the entire high school are going to be affected by the lack of gate. So, I mean, whether we have a full schedule or not, whether there's a limited capacity for each stadium, or if people are just nervous about what's going on and don't come out and they're tuning into Tiger Vision, that's a lack of revenue for the school, and that really does hurt parking and everything. I mean, it really does make an impact financially on the individual schools' athletic programs.
You know, we at Palmetto High School, there's several. There's the Palmetto Athletic and Academic Association, and there's also, you know, the Palmetto Boosters, and the different high schools. I encourage you all, this time has been very challenging, the opportunities for raising money at concessions. All of you with your local booster organizations, I encourage you all, this year is going to be extremely challenging to your high school. And I'm talking about all the high school. If you've got a booster program, if you've got some organizations that are helping, I would encourage you very strongly this year, you know, if you have an opportunity to invest some of that, you know, tax-deductible contributions for a support program. This is going to be a very, very challenging year. So I encourage you to get out there. If we're not able to go to the games, get into the stands. Please support your school. It's a real challenge, but I want to say thanks to all those coaches that are taking a risk at this point to support their student athletes and their community, and the impact that the coaches have. And, you know, it's been localized in the paper, you know, some of the how much that the you know, compensation these guys get, you know, for the time and energy and effort that they put into. They're very concerned about the young men and their prospective programs, and it's critical to support your programs and do the best that you can, and it's going to be a very challenging year.
Yes, we don't even know if fans are going to be allowed to watch the game, so streaming wise that's good for us, but please remember to support however that might be the mechanism to support, by paying for a subscription to watch the games, regardless of what high school. If they offer it, just please remember that that's going to help that school with their athletic budget.
Yeah, one of the great things about the program that we've been involved with, Tiger Vision, you know, we were doing a St. Pete game last year, and one of their players at some point in the game broke out on an 88-yard run, and it's important for us. And I know when you were playing high school football, people used to watch Palmetto athletes and get recruited because they were actually watching other teams' film.
Yes.
You know, back in those times, many years ago.
16 millimeter or whatever,
16
8
film,
millimeter or whatever.
Yeah, and I remember you getting recruited. Somebody's watching a punt returner because you're blasting these big. Who's the punter here at the other school? So it's not just the broad stream, you know, media that's out there. It doesn't support only your own program. It's an opportunity to get film out there for all kids, and we're really concerned, you know, about all the student athletes here in the state of Florida.
Yeah, definitely. And I just want to say real quick, we're talking about supporting your team and investing in your local high school. But I want to say something about the people who already do that. We have people who year in and year out in our community, and I know there are in other communities as well, that support the local high school. They support athletics. They advertise. They donate already, and we really do appreciate that. That helps more than you know, supporting things like golf tournaments and fundraisers throughout the year. And I know we're all thinking of people in our community right now. Those names are popping in your head. But the good thing about living in a community like ours and like many around us is when times get tough, you don't even have to tell people. They know what's going on. They get it, and they give more than they would. You see it all the time. You do. People just step up, and that's the beauty of us living in such a small town, such a small area. Is just we're invested in this community. And, just like this setup today, nobody's getting paid. This is all volunteer. We all want to be here to help. We want to give some exposure to where, the media has dropped off in that area, and they're not doing much for high school football the last 5-6 years, and we're just trying to bring that back up. So we do appreciate it, and look forward to the overwhelming support that we will receive.
We've got some programs showing up here. One of the programs that we were prepared to talk about today is Bradenton Christian. And that was first on the docket, and they're unavailable to be here for media days, but we do have some information on Bradenton Christian and Coach Williford over there. You want to talk about some beautiful facilities over there.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous field. I encourage you, if you want to see a beautiful football field, go over there and support those Falcons. And we're going to talk about them. They come off a record last year, Ken.
3 and 5.
Yep.
They play in the Suncoast Conference with St. Stephen's, and which they're not part of the FHSAA. They follow pretty much all the rules, but they have their own conference. But that's their big rival, St. Stephen's, and it's generally they're Orlando and Tampa. They're regional.
I can relate to Bradenton Christian team because in the recent years they've been overshadowed by St. Stephen's. St. Stephen's has won several championships, and they get a lot of talent over there. And Bradenton Christian has always been like the little brother. Sorry guys, to St. Stephen's, and in Palmetto we know how that feels. We've dealt with that for many years, and I think they're turning things around over there. I think new coach came in and they're starting to make some changes. It's always rough getting started. But they have community support. It's a great school, top to bottom. Athletics is great at Bradenton Christian. They have some amazing basketball teams, volleyball teams. They have a good core athletic program, and I think football's on the way.
And when you upgrade your facilities in the magnitude that they have, and they've been fortunate there, all you have to do is to get a prospective student athlete over there. And wow, and they're sold on it, and it's just a matter of working out how to get them in school. But facilities help. Still have to run the program, but it's nice having a great facility that it's going to be second to none.
Yeah, and they wear orange and blue over there, and they are one of my favorite. I know you hate that, Tom, as a Florida State guy, but they wear the orange and blue. And one of my favorite mascots is the Panthers here in Florida, on the Suncoast. And I don't know how many of you have actually seen one of those live as you're going down the state, but a very rare, unique animal. And they are, I look at Bradenton Christian, a lot of great friends of mine come from Bradenton Christian. Bill Britt is the president of the Palmetto Boosters organization, is a Bradenton Christian alumni. So that we have a lot of friends in the community, and I think we've even got Bradenton Christian orange on here today with our PAAA unis today.
I crashed a Bradenton Christian prom one time in high school, so it was a good time. I enjoyed myself. So they throw some good parties over there.
So we talked about Bradenton Christian. I think next up on the docket is going to be St. Stephen's. So we'll be next. By the way, Bradenton Christian, I look at their schedule. 2 district games. So you talking about importance of winning 2 games.
2, that's it.
And I looked at some of the schools in the conference that they have there. It is critical In other schools, you can get into, with the playoff system the way they have it, you can have 5 losses and you can still get into the playoffs. But it's a unique situation there, Ken, that it's just those 2 games are everything.
Critical. Yeah, it's like playing in a small district, and you have 7 or 8 regular season, but the only games that matter are those district games. Yeah. So you've got to plan your season, and the coaches strategically have to the week before, you want to have some momentum, but you don't want to take the risk of getting your players hurt. So it's critical where they are in their schedule. But yeah, that's their in their conference. That's what it takes. You got to win those conference games to move on.
It's very similar to baseball this season. Major League Baseball, modified season, 60 games. Yeah. They're used to playing 160 games. So everything matters that much more. You watch baseball in the past and, they lost 2 out of 3 this week. They'll be fine. They got time to make it up. Now you lose 2 out of 3 this week with 60 games versus 160, then obviously you got a problem. Same situation. There's more impact on every single game you play.
Well, as we're sitting here, we're getting word on the comms that we're going to have, I believe, Cardinal Mooney is going to be here next. I was thinking we're going to have St. Stephen's, but we will be prepared. We've done a little bit of homework and tried to figure this out, but we're anticipating, and really the exciting part of the broadcast is not listening to the talking heads here. It's going to be talking to the head coaches who know a whole heck of a lot about football than the media guys.
That's right. Very similar to our fishing tournament we did, where I know nothing about fishing. I got up there and I blabbed I think we did it for 2 hours straight.
You were very good. You did awesome.
I'm good at faking it till I make it kind of thing, so I can just talk and blab like we're doing right now just to try to fill some time. But, yeah, it's a skill, I guess.
All right, we're going to wrap it up here for this first opening segment, and soon the great part of the program. So stay with us here on Suncoast Media Days.
I'm Jared Clark from Cardinal Mooney High School. This is my first year as head coach at Cardinal Mooney. So really just this first year, I've been trying to, us focused on coming over there and starting to create a culture, just laying down expectations of what this program should be about. Also getting to know the guys, finding out what kind of holes we need to fill, who's leaving, who's coming back. And then I really wanted to get the guys in the weight room. So we were doing a good job of that from February through March. When we got shut down in March, right? We're doing a good job of getting to know the guys and getting in the weight room and getting stronger. And then obviously we got shut down like everybody else. And then from then on, I was trying to kind of get to know guys through Zoom chat and trying to meet with them as much as possible through things like that. And then over the summer, been able to get back with them and work out with them and condition with them and get to know them a little better. So also at the same time, I was focused on trying to find a new coaching staff, and I think we've done a great job with that. Really focused on trying to find guys who love kids, who want to invest their energy and their time in helping kids, and we've done a great job with that. Johnny Jones is going to be our defensive coordinator, and we got some holdovers from last year who I think are great guys. Scott Rowane, Ryan Barnhouse, Dane Gass. Linebacker coach is a guy that coached me in high school. He's my defensive coordinator in high school, Dave Rosenberg. I think we hit a home run with a couple of guys, one being Tagaria Spikes, who was really a guy that Johnny Jones recommended. Tagarius is going to coach our D-line. The guy's an amazing coach. Just one of those guys that when you're around him, everybody, your energy level raises. Another guy I actually coached in high school, Robbie Lyons, is going to come out and help with quarterbacks and running backs with us. Tim Callahan, a guy that's got a lot of college coaching experience, is going to come out and help with wideouts. So I think we've done a great job. And Travis Samuels is going to help with the D-line. A guy that used to play at Carter Mooney, All-State D lineman at Carter Mooney. So he's going to come out and help us out at D-line. And I don't know if I said Dane Gass. Dane Gass, another holdover from last year. So anyway, some of these guys know these players. A lot of us are just trying to get to know them. We went through the roster the other day, and I think there's a total of 6 guys on offense and defense combined, 6 guys coming back, or 6 starters anyway, coming back. So we got a lot of holes to fill, which I think coming into a new program is a good thing. We got an opportunity to create our own culture and set our expectations and make sure there's a standard that everybody's living up to. And one thing that's been a really pleasant surprise for us as coaches is the standard that we have set has been met very quickly by these guys. And we made sure we told them our expectations, and we only really had to tell them once. And the great thing is coaching these guys and get to knowing these guys. These guys want to work. Every single one of them want to work. And they come out there. We've been working our butts off the last 3 weeks, and there's no complaining. There's no bending. There's no whining. They show up every morning. They're ready to work, and they get through it. And they're tired. They're working hard. Some of them are puking, but they get through it, and we work hard, and we're getting a lot better, a lot closer as a team. Other than that, just trying to install some of our base stuff, offensively and defensively. Again, trying to get to know the kids. Not having spring ball, being a first-year head coach, not having spring ball was something that was difficult for us. I've never actually coached any of these kids in person. I've watched a lot of film on them, never actually coached any of them in person. So we think we know what we got in certain areas, but my experience in coaching is once you put the pads on, some of the guys that you thought were going to be guys, maybe you aren't as good as you thought, but some of the guys you didn't think were going to show up will show up and be able to help you. So right now that's where we're at, just trying to find bodies or just trying to, look at an athlete and see where we think he would fit best and start to work him there. I think there's going to be some, like I said, some changes once we put on pads, but and hopefully we get to put on pads here soon. But anyway, that's kind of where we're at. Yes, sir.
Schedule change. I don't know if it's pretty asked this question or not. As soon as schedule changes, having to modify everything this summer for the COVID-19 situation. How will that affect preparation? How will that affect the mindset of the kids over summer workouts? What's your plan to try to navigate this spring work?
Sure. So one of the things we preach to these guys every day is embracing adversity, right? All right. We all know that life is tough. We all know there's going to be times in a game where it gets difficult, right? And the more you complain about it and point fingers and whine about it, you're not getting anything done. So we kind of taken that same mindset. We want to show these guys that it's not just lip service. We do the same thing. It's been frustrating at times, but we made sure that you got to get a little creative. So sure, things have schedules have been different, and we have had to modify workout schedules, modify install stuff. What we've been doing is a lot of stations, so there's not more than 8 guys in a group, and you're wiping down stations and all that after you get through them. Most of it's outside. Some of the equipment we couldn't get outside, so we put one of our stations inside the weight room. But again, just kind of getting a little bit, trying to come up with what's best for the kids and do it that way. But the kids have complained zero. They've been laser focused. Yes, sir. What do you want? And just kind of attacking it. So it's been great. It's been great that way. So I won't start talking about years here, but I graduated from Notre Dame in '04 and came back and actually was coaching with Mike Dowling for a couple of years there, and then Smithers took over, and I coached with him, was the OC there for a couple of years. So I have coached there, but it's been 5 years, and walking back through those halls this past year, it's been it feels like home. To be honest with you, it feels like home. It feels like it's where I belong. to be honest with you, I really enjoyed coaching with Josh Smithers. So being a head coach wasn't something that I felt like I had to do. But when the opportunity came up at Carter Moody, at my alma mater, it's the only place I really would have left and gone to. So to answer your question, it's very special. It's great to be home. I'm also going to be teaching on campus, which is kind of cool. I'm going to be teaching what my high school coach taught, world history, which is kind of, I don't know. It's special. It's Mike Dowling was a major influence in my life, and I just hope that I can be half as influential in some of these kids' lives as he was. Sure, I think so. Josh and I are very close. We continue to talk 2 or 3 times a week, and truly the things that he's taught me throughout our coaching career, just being organized and the way I've watched the way he's led, and seeing how he deals with off-season programs, seeing how he deals with schedules, what made me want to follow him, and what the things that he did good for assistant coaches while I was under him. Just kind of those are the things that he's taught me. As far as since then, if I have a question, I can bounce it off him. There hasn't been a whole lot of specific things that I think that he's given me, but just if I have questions, we'll bounce it off him. I know if they open it up to 7-on-7s, he and us will probably practice against each other. And again, it's just nice to have somebody who is a mentor that I can continue to have a good relationship with and bounce any kind of question I want to off him as we go. Yes.
So, are you going to try to bring that style of football on?
Yeah. So offensively, I was 3 out of the 4 years I was there, I was the OC. So we're going to try and run that type of offense. Johnny Jones is going to bring his own style of defense and his mentality and the way he's going to coach it up. And I'm very excited about Johnny. He's doing a great job. But offensively, we'll be very similar. But listen, I think good coaches are able to adjust to their personnel. So we're going to do what we're good at, right? We're going to do what our guys are more tailored to do. Hopefully we can do all the things that we did on offense, right? You'd like to be able to be very multiple and do all the things that you want to do, but we're going to have to figure out. And again, not having spring hurts, and not being in pads yet hurts. But again, we're not going to make excuses. We're going to learn on the run. We're going to keep it simple and figure out what we're good at.
So obviously you have a good thing. So listen to the junior tournament and figure out who that is and
Sure. So some of the guys I'm really excited about. Cam Heald is kind of a tight. He plays tight end, but he's one of those H-back, sniffer type guys. You can line him up at wide out. You can line him up in the backfield. Maybe I don't know. I tend to think that those guys are special athletes. Those tight end type bodies. What's that? Yeah, so Cam Heald, we got 2 tackles that I think are big-time guys. Gabe Hahn is a left tackle. T.J. Barton, who's here today. Gabe Hahn was out of town and couldn't make this, but I wanted him to be here today, but he's out of town. He had a family thing in Jacksonville. T.J. Barton's here. He's our right tackle. I mean, both those guys go 6'5", 260, 270 pounds. I don't know if I've ever coached O-linemen in my high school career that have been that big. Biggest guy I've ever coached was probably Wyatt Nopke, who went to Boston College. But I think these guys might be bigger than him. So we're real excited about those guys that tackle. Talked about Cam Heald. L'Oreal Trotman, call him Scuda, our running back. We're really excited about what he can do. Just a smooth kid, very natural athlete, and great kid. Doesn't say anything. We've been on him about getting in shape, and he's embraced it and taken it over this summer and really taken responsibility for getting in shape. On defense, we got 2 really good DNs, Jack McKinnon and Kyle Cook. I think those guys are going to be special. I think Jack McKinnon's like 6'2", 220. Kyle Cook, I think, is like 6'4", 6'3", 220, 205, something like that. Really good athletes at DN, long and can run. Noah Averback, who was supposed to be here today, but I had some issues. I think he's going to be a special guy. He's going to play a strong safety outside linebacker type. He'll be a senior. Jaquavius Washington, speed guy. He's going to play corner for us. Started all last year as a freshman. Has gotten bigger and stronger, faster over the offseason. He's really focused on in the weight room, and proud of him. Bo Christensen is a linebacker coming back that we're really excited about. J.R. Rosenberg, I think, is going to do good things for us. So that's, I hate to not name them all because there's a lot of. Yeah, so my nephew transferred over from Rearview, Taven Clark. He's one guy we're looking at. We also got a couple of them, Thomas Matt Delzer, Johnny Antonucci is a freshman that's been working in there, Bryce Schaefer. We've got a couple of them. So our numbers aren't, we don't have 60 kids. So we got a lot of guys playing both ways. So whoever it is that wins the quarterback position, whoever doesn't win it, is going to have to probably play somewhere else, which is good because these guys are pretty good athletes. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, so Meckley, I'm glad you asked that, actually. So Paul Meckley, I actually got to coach with him 1 year at Carter Mooney. Love Coach Meckley. Stayed in touch with him. I went to coach at USF. He actually came up and visited me up there. Had a good conversation with Coach Meckley before I took the job. And getting his blessing was nice. And somebody, again, Smithers is someone I would certainly bounce a lot of things off of, but Paul Meckley is another guy that has coached at Carter Mooney for a number of years, is very familiar with the team. Obviously has forgotten more things than I know, right? Great guy, and I'll be bouncing things off of him as well. So it's great to have him. I know you say you're following him, but really I feel like he's kind of in my corner, and he's kind of still with me as far as helping me out. Yeah. Sure. So absolutely, what you just said is very true. I think that I think there's so many athletes' lives that if we don't have a football season, which I hope that's not even on the table, but if we were to miss a football season, so many athletes' lives are going to be changed because of that. As somebody who was able to get a scholarship, graduate from college with zero debt, have a degree, go into the workforce with zero debt and with a college degree, you're at such a higher level at that point. It's such an advantage for you to be able to do that. Some of these kids, that's their only avenue to get out, right? That's their only avenue to get a secondary education. And I just think it's very important. As far as the supporters, our AD is incredible. Larry Antonucci is he and I talk every day. We're hand in hand in this thing. He's helped out a lot, especially with this being my first year as a head coach. He's helped out with schedules and helped out with getting all the paperwork in and making sure all the guidelines are met for being on campus. And I would be in deep trouble without him, to be honest with you. And Ben Hopper, our principal, has been incredible. I'm so excited to be at Carter Mooney with Ben Hopper because he understands how influential sports are in young people's lives. He understands how important it is at Carter Mooney that we've put an emphasis on sports, and he's been incredible. As far as the city and the support from the surrounding city is, I think we're all on the same page. I think we all want a season, whether it's got to be moved back and you move the state series, the start of the playoffs back, whether you move it to spring. I'm not a huge proponent of that, but if that's what's got to happen, that's what's got to happen. And I think we're all on the same page as far as we need to play football this year. Coach, I don't know if you've looked at our schedule, but we play some really good teams. So just off the top of my head, CCC has always been a very well-run program. They're going to be very tough. Tampa Catholic has got incredible athletes. I think they're going to be very tough. Bishop Verot, same thing. Been a well-run program. Go watch their film. They got some big dudes, and they got some guys that can run. Same with TC, same with CCC. Berkeley Prep's a well-run program. Victory Christian is a 2A program, but it's very well-run. They played for a state championship last year. Lakeland Christian, very well-run program. So, and if I'm missing any teams, I'm not trying to slight you, but those are the ones that come to mind. Yeah, we got our hands full. We got our hands full for sure. So I don't know which one of those teams is going to be the best one this year. I know from being a Mooney grad that Verot and CCC are historical teams that have been rivals of ours. And, yeah, we're going to do our best to get everything we got. Sure.
How do you sort of get your program, besides changing the program, how do you sort of get your program to that level that you've been able to maintain or be run regional finals and
Yeah, I think what we're focused on right now is, I think, building a culture. And when I say building a culture, what I mean is that you're going to have a year-round strength and conditioning program, right? So you're going to be in the weight room year-round, during the season, off-season, in the summer, in the fall, or in the winter. Guys are continuously working out. And the other part of that is having a JV team. I know they weren't able to have a JV team last year, so I think that really hurts. I understand, the numbers weren't great, and I understand not having a JV team, but having freshmen and sophomores sit for 2 years or practice every day and not playing, it's tough to develop those guys. So I think right now having a JV program is important. And we just got to get a couple classes together that have 10, 15 guys in it that really love football and want to play and love Cardinal Mooney. And you get them in there and you be exciting. You make sure you keep it exciting, you keep the momentum going. And like I said, hiring a coaching staff that loves kids, I think helps out a lot with that. John, go ahead, sorry. Absolutely. Dowling was always somebody who wanted to make football fun for sure. But I just also know on teams that I've coached on and played on, first of all, when it's player-led, right? When it's player-led, it's a lot easier. You're probably going to be more successful. And second of all, when guys are having fun, whether it's coaching or playing, when guys are having fun, you're that kind of energy and excitement attracts other people. So, yeah, that's our plan. Is to get guys in the weight room year-round, get them bigger and stronger and faster. We got a lot of kids on campus that are good athletes. We just got to make sure that when they come in as a 5'8" freshman, 160 pounds, that they leave as a 5'10", 200-pound senior, right? And the way you do that is you get in the weight room. Good. Thank you, guys. Brian Varnador back here with Tom Porter and Ken Burton Jr. We got a
couple of players here from Cardinal Mooney. Coach Jared Clark is not going to join us, but we wanted to talk to TJ Barton, and we're also going to be talking to Camera Held over here. And we've got a big offensive tackle over here to my left, and we got a wide receiver over here. Last year's record, I think the Cardinals were 2-8.
2-8.
Year. We want to talk and have some fun with the guys here about some of the challenges. So I'm going to start out with TJ. TJ, here's a question for you. Tell me about, we were talking during the break. Tell me about your transition from last year and your growth with your size, because you're a big dude.
Yeah, it was actually it was a journey. It was going to workouts every day, not complaining, not any of that stuff. Just really just going and trying to be the best you can. A lot of eating, a lot of drinking, like protein shakes and chocolate milk, and yeah, it was. You can definitely feel the weight when you're running and stuff. You can definitely feel it. Yeah, you just kind of just keep going, really. But I'm really excited for this next year, though. I'm really ready, though.
TJ, you were telling us early about transforming. You weigh 260 now. What did you weigh at the end of last season?
End of last season, I weighed 180.
Okay, yeah, we were talking about that prior. That is quite a commitment and a lot of chocolate shakes and
Yeah.
and I would cheeseburgers and
Steaks
I would
and
not want to be paying your food bill.
No.
Definitely not.
No.
Yeah, TJ, I was thinking about the conditioning. You know, as in the with conditioning normally. You go through a very difficult conditioning program, and with that conditioning program, how in the world are you guys doing that during this COVID situation? You know, without being able to go through the normal. Are you doing a lot of things at home by yourself? Just explain to us, because we are clueless. You know,
Yeah.
haven't been exposed.
Yeah. I've been doing like 2 days. So, when everything shut down, I had a personal trainer, so I was allowed to go one-on-one with him during the shutdown and everything. So we were allowed to. I was able to keep working out, so I didn't lose anything. I was able to condition with him and everything. Of course, staying 6 feet apart and cleaning all the weights and everything after I touched them. And I mean, it has been kind of weird because you're not really allowed to like shake hands or say hi to people or anything like that. So yeah, conditioning has been a little different. Now that we're having summer workouts at school, it's even more weird because every time you touch a weight, wipe it down, all that stuff, and you have to keep 6 feet apart and all that stuff. And yeah, it's been a little difficult. It's been a change.
Well, we're going to turn it over now to your wide receiver tight end over here. Nice size, 205 pounds. What do you go about, 6'3"? 6'3" to 205.
Nice target.
Good target. I'm sure he's also a basketball player, so he's probably got good hands here. Cameron, I'll let Tom ask Cameron a question here, Tom.
Well, I was just thinking, you're looking at Tom Porter in high school. I was 6'3", 210, 215. So that was what I looked like in high school. Don't look at this
Playing
now.
center.
Really?
Don't look at this now.
Playing center.
Playing offensive line, playing center, left tackle, like this guy.
And you were probably one of the bigger guys.
I was probably in the top 2 or 3 on the team, size-wise. That just shows you how much football has changed. You know, we're 300 across the line now, so it's really crazy. But tight end, it's kind of a different position. You're with the offensive line, but you're not an offensive lineman. You're expected to be a receiver. You're expected to make moves and line up with linebackers or even safeties and sometimes defensive backs. Talk about the challenges of that in that position.
Yeah, so you really have to do everything at tight end now because people are using them differently. A lot of offensive now are obviously spread, so they want you to flex out, run routes, and at the same time they want you to come in attached and block people every other play. So obviously times are changing for tight ends, and you need to be able to do both now.
Absolutely. As far as the offense this year, how impactful is it going to be that your head coach, your brand new head coach, was a tight end? Do you think he's going to be targeting you more than a normal offense would? You think that's going to be the game plan?
I think so far. A lot of the plays that we have are they were good at Riverview when he was there, and so far we've gone over them, and they're working in practice. They're working in 7-on-7s. They're overall just working. And it's good to see that everything is kind of coming together.
Well, I'm going to flip it back to TJ here. And TJ, you're playing left tackle this year, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that generally on the defensive line, there's two positions. If you're playing center, you get the meanest, biggest guy. If you're playing offensive left tackle, you're going to have the most athletic guy on the defense that's got size
And fast.
Have that. You're going to have someone that looks, 6'3", 205. That's kind of around the edge, and the schemes that they employ. You've got your bull rush, and you've got your rip. You've got a couple different.
You got the spike in and everything.
Yeah, okay,
yeah,
so let's talk about what the DN does to beat a tackle, other than just the speed rush or the swim. Just give us some of the scenarios there, and how do you deal with that?
So sometimes you can have where the end will spike in. So he'll come to your outside, and then he'll spin inside, and you can get off balance, because then you'll overextend trying to block him out, and then he'll cut back in. Or you'll have it where he'll go in and then go out, which is also a good trick. Or you'll have it where sometimes the D end will spike all the way inside into the A gap, and then the center will come out and be like a defensive end.
Yes.
So what will happen is you'll block down on the end, and then the nose will come around and go on the outside and make the play. And of course you have the bull rush and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But that's mostly what they do. That's really mostly what the most you can really do. Or there's also like they call it the Aaron Donald, where one hand is down and they hit it down on one arm, and one arm goes up and they like rip under. Yeah. Which you can't really do anything to defend that. So.
Right. Well, let's take a 3rd and 8 situation. Here you are in a 3rd and 8. It's a pass heavy down, and as an offensive tackle, I'm sure you would like to block for a draw that was going inside. But the likelihood, do you guys employ? Do you get like in the Hannah chair? Do you know what I'm talking about there? With the it's a technique for pass blocking. Do you have a special technique on 3rd and long that you're into as a left tackle?
Not really. We have the same. It depends, because sometimes we'll do like a roll right or a roll left. There's no really special technique for 3rd down, 3rd and long, or whatever. But really, they're just focused on staying low, wide base, that type of stuff, and keeping your head out. Because what usually happens is when you do the step back, and you sometimes lunge forward, and what they'll do, they'll snatch you and they'll pull you down because you're too far over.
Right.
So really keeping your head out, they can't hit you. So if you're fully extended and your head's out, they can't touch you.
Well, that's one of the challenges. We're going to wrap it up, but without the repetition of live play, as an offensive or defensive end, offensive tackle, it's going to be very interesting this year, because you haven't had that hand-to-hand combat, during this COVID thing. So we're going to have one more.
Yeah, is there time for one more?
We got one more. Yes.
Yes. Cameron, I have a question for you. You were talking about being a tight end and splitting out wide. What in this COVID pandemic, it's very critical. We were talking about it earlier, for the quarterbacks and the wide receivers to know each other and to fine-tune those routes. We saw it last year at Palmetto, where they would run those routes and the ball's right there. Well, y'all haven't been able really to practice and be out there. What are y'all doing to to kind of offset that?
So when we were quarantined, we used to get with our quarterback, Taven Clark. We used to go, all of our receivers would go out to a field and just work on the plays that Coach Clark gave us just over and over and over again, so that when we're like back into the situation where we can throw the ball at Mooney, we're going to be ready for it.
And being a tight end, Tom was talking about, you're with the line, but you're not with the line. I remember doing that, and I would always look forward to going off and running off with the wide out so I didn't have to hit that sled. Is that still reality?
So I'm still with the skill, basically. For all the conditioning, I'm still doing all the stuff with the wideouts. It's just when they need me to block, I come in and I do what they need me to do.
Thank you very much, Cameron. And two great players here. We're excited about seeing them in next year's season. We're going to wrap it up here and bring in our next group. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is A.J. Brown, and I'm the head coach at St. Stephen's Episcopal School here in Bradenton, Florida. This is my first year as a head coach in this program and in this role. So I'm very, very excited to have this opportunity to be able to lead this program after taking over for Coach Todd Cornetti for the past 9 seasons, who hired me when I first moved back to Bradenton. The program has been amazing, and from the beginning, when we were 0-10, all the way into the championship years, people always wonder, what'd you guys do, from that point to where you guys are now. And just hard work, having hard work, having great kids, great coaches, great support from the school and the community. And year by year, we were able to grow. We went from 0-10, I believe, my first year here, and then I think it was 4-6, and then 5-5 or 5-4, and then we finally made the move, and getting into the conference championship series, which we played in 4 years in a row, 4 or 5 years in a row, I believe, and we won 2 of those championships. But for me, stepping in as a first-year head coach, it's going to be exciting with all this, COVID-19 stuff going on. And the way it starts for me is track season. I coach track, so I'll take you guys back to how this all started. Moving in from track, and everything seems like it was rolling through. And next thing you know, COVID-19 pops up, and we're all on shutdown. So there's no spring football, track ended. And I had just taken this job. So as being the head track coach and now being the head football coach, what do you do? Luckily for me, I still have Coach Cornetti still on campus. Coach Phelan, who was our defensive coordinator, is still on campus, or still with us. Core Graham, another coach that's been with us for the past couple of years. It's great to have those kind of guys to be able to continue the program, while I was still trying to finish up things with track season. But having no track season, no spring football, we did the best we could. As far as Zoom meetings, we got on Zoom meetings, and I met with the kids, weekly, and we tried to, do as much as we can through Zoom meetings as far as installs, and just kind of trying to, have some type of spring football season, without having spring football season, so to speak. And, from that point on, spring had moved on, and we came into the summertime, and, things were looking up to get back out and get started for summer workouts. And, those dates were pushed back even further. I think we started June 15th was the date that they gave us that we could start. So summer workouts, once we got started with those, they were good, and what we've been doing so far is we've been outside training just like some of the other programs have. We haven't had a chance to get in the inside yet to do anything, but the kids show up every single day with great attitudes, positive attitudes, and they're willing to, they work hard every single day, and they do the things that they're asked to do, and they go above and beyond, for their teammates and for themselves. So it's been tough. And I'm sure it has been for a lot of other programs around here, but we try to take it day by day. I tell the kids, you control what you can control, and you go on from there. So we take it day by day. We show up to our workouts. We get our workouts done, and we move on. And I know, I get asked, Coach, are we going to have a season? Yeah, I do believe we're going to have a season. I really do. And don't focus on the negatives of the situation. Continue to try to keep it football driven. Focus on what you can control and move on from there. As long as you're getting better, the team's getting better. When that time does come out for us to play football, we'll be ready to roll. It was very important. Me coaching track, like I said, it's tough, dealing with 60, 70 kids on a track team. And then that overlaps with spring football. So it was great to have those guys. They've coached plenty of, their coaching knowledge is great. So they can run the program. And Coach Cornetti was still, a part of it as well to kind of help bridge that gap until I was able to finish with track season and then kind of, get back into the swing of things with spring football. So it's mm-hmm. Okay. So taking you back from so how this whole thing, I guess, kind of got started. Like I said, Coach Cornetti hired me. Coming in from 0-10, it was tough, and just for us, just working hard. That's been the biggest thing that we were able to do. Ty was able to hire some great coaches along the way. We were able to get, some talented kids to come into the school, and a lot of what people don't really understand or know is we've developed a lot of our talent that we have. So we were able to keep those guys on, and I think he did a great job of setting a culture and getting the kids to buy into it, and from there, year after year, you can kind of see the progression, and then we get the new facilities. The weight room helped out a bunch, getting those kids to kind of really understand what, being in a football program, so to speak. And it worked out for us, and we move into, like I said, we were 0-10 to 4-6, I think 5-5, and then we finally made the breakthrough to get into the, we made that conference championship. We lost the first one, but we went back-to-back years after that. So DJ Clark is our running back. He's been with us his whole entire career since a freshman. He's definitely going to be a big impact for us this year. I think he had a 2,000-yard season a couple years ago. He's been a 1,000-yard back for us since he started, which was his sophomore year. So he's a guy that I'm really high on. Great kid, does everything that you ask him to do, and just wants to play football, loves his teammates. Another guy is Matt Conkle. He's been with us again since his freshman year. He actually played corner for me his freshman year, but then he got so big now. If you see him, he's like 6'4". So I don't think corner is going to be the position for him. So he moved down to defensive end and, took the move well. He wasn't upset about it. He embraced it. And he ended up, I believe, leading the team in sacks last year. So he's definitely going to be an impact player for us this year.
So when you guys won that title, you guys congratulated quarterback, you had the Brown twins as well. So you have three really standout players, of course you had a lot of other players that really matched up the team and kind of close a lot. Is that something that you guys have this year, or how close are you to getting back to looking at that?
So great question. Having Fred, Billy, and the twins helped out a lot. Those guys were really, really good athletes, and they're doing great now. at their respective colleges. For us this year, I don't want to change anything. I would like to keep our offense the same, and I think that's been a constant for us. We don't flip-flop every single year or try to change offense here and there. You kind of try to get the kids into the system to buy into what we do. And I think it simplifies things for us. It takes the thinking out of it for the kids, and they can just play football. So as far as I got a lot of young kids that I'm excited about that are going to be playing this year. So hopefully, you know, if we can plug them into the right positions, I think our offense will still be, you know, as explosive as it was.
For DJ, did it help if you followed a really good running back?
Yes.
Did it help kind of seeing that for him in terms of how he wanted to do things?
I do. I think he was able to take a couple of things from Chase that he kind of added to his own running back style. But I think DJ is DJ. I think he's more of a, to me, more of a straight line runner, kind of a stronger kid, power back. But I definitely feel like he has taken a little things out of Chase's book, as far as being patient, being a patient runner, kind of letting things develop, and then use your, you know, explosion and your acceleration to, you know, burst through a hole. So I think he's taken a couple of things. Yes. So we always have, I mean, I think everybody we play are pretty tough opponents. But this year we moved our conference. We've been put into another conference, and we are going to be in, you know, with some Orlando schools, which are really, really tough. And we lost our last championship to OCP, who was in that conference as well. So we'll be playing against Windermere Prep, who is another pretty good powerhouse, and Mount Dora Christian. Is a pretty good team that we'll have to, you know, strap it on and get ready to play football.
So a lot of cases, schools, you're the head coach, you're the coaching conferences and stuff. How was that? I'm not expecting you to tell me because, you know, trying to deal with like, you know, so many different things, especially with COVID.
Yeah, so I think it does play a role on some of the kids. I guess, you know, with them, they're always trying to figure out, you know, the unknown. You know, we're going into a new conference schedule. You know, we got a new head coach coming in. But I think they've handled it really, really well. And that's why I guess going back to the things that we've always done, we try to just keep things as simple as possible for our kids. So I think they've handled it really, really well. And I'll leave it at that. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Obviously, as we explained about COVID-19, we were talking earlier about how it's going to change offensive football. You just mentioned that you don't want to change anything, you just stick to what you do. Some of the spread offense teams have to make some adjustments on time practice because of the quarterback experience. For someone who doesn't know your brand of football, describe your offense to me. What is it?
So our offense is going to probably look the same as it has. We won't have the, you know, the explosive guys like the Fred Billies and the Brown twins that we've had in the past, but we'll have guys that'll fill those holes and be able to compete. But I think we will stick with our spread offense now. I think, you know, some people can say, well, you know, we don't have enough time to run the spread, so let's just go to something more traditional. If that works for them, great. But I feel like if you have a system that you've been running, I think you should still continue to run that system, and that's what we're going to do. If we have to minimize a little bit of, or take away some of the install portion of the spread, maybe not get everything in, I feel like that's a role we'll go that route as well. But I don't want to change. I don't see myself changing our offense with the little bit of time that we do have. Yeah, so our head of school, Dr. Pullen, our assistant head of school, Mr. Forrester, my athletic director, Coach Lenny Paletti, our strength and conditioning staff, you know, they meet at least once a week, you know, with all this stuff that's going on to try to, you know, make sure we're doing the things the right way and taking care of the kids and make sure they're staying safe. So that for me has been amazing. The support that they show me and they give me, it's great. a lot of schools, you know, a lot of people in schools aren't even, you know, doing any summer workouts right now, you know, and we're able to do that. So I think the support that they've shown me has been awesome. Yes, sir.
First of all, congratulations on your first year.
Thank you.
And it sounds like you're going to have a very fast team. Your track background. And how are you using some of the things you learned in track for football? And then the second question would be, what are some of the things you learned in football?
Okay. Yeah. So some of the things that I feel like I've learned in track that I can, you know, bring to the football portion of it is in our summer workouts, positioning, body position, foot strike. I don't want to get too into it, but body positioning, you know, some of the things that we do in track will help. For instance, our defensive line guys getting better stance, track stance, getting off the ball. And I think I'm able to, you know, tweak those things with my knowledge of track, you know, how to, you know, your stance should be, your foot placement should be, your shin angle should be, you know, in that whole aspect of things. And then as far as, you know, building speed, you know, teaching the guys how to run, you know, having that time during summer workouts to really teach those things, I think makes us a lot better.
Then I'm hoping you've learned a lot about coaching. What are some of the things you've learned that you can continue to use down the road as far as preparing the team?
Well, some of the things that we've learned about COVID definitely is we need to make sure we wash our hands and stay clean for that portion. But for me, I think one thing that popped out for us is the Zoom. You know, having a chance to still go through the Zoom meetings and have a chance to connect with your kids and still be able to teach football aspects, you know, and still be able to, you know, meet with your guys and see what they're doing and make sure everybody's, you know, staying together, you know. So that's one thing that COVID's taught me. You know, there's always a way to continue to build and get better, and that's one thing that I'll take forward. Moving forward, I'll use that for sure. Thank you. More questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you.
How it feels to chew 5 gum.
Clicking spree.
Stimulate your senses.
Hey, we are here live with St. Stephen's players, the Falcons, and we've got Coach A.J. Brown is not sitting in with us, but we have D.J. Clark. They're fantastic running back here. And we have Matthew Connell over here, who is a defensive end wide receiver. First thing I noticed here, Ken, I'll turn this over to you. It's the size of these guys as high school players. Pretty incredible.
Yes, Matthew here is a defensive end, 6'3", 210, and I hated blocking defensive ends, and I just can't imagine, you know, somebody who's bigger, faster, and more athletic to have to deal with that. And DJ over here, it's 185 running back and 1,600 yards sophomore year. Had a setback last year of only 1,300 yards.
That's all you got?
That's all he got. Yes. And so having to tackle somebody like that, you know, all day would not want to do that as well. But I guess DJ, my question for you: have a new coach, and I know he's been on staff, but how are y'all working through that? And do you expect? We don't know how the season is going to go, but do you expect to have to carry an additional load if the season's shortened and we may see a lot of more run-oriented? They're going to call your name probably quite a bit. What do you think? Well, what's going to happen?
I think it'll be the same, if not maybe a little different, but I think I'm able to, like, go and carry it, just like I've been doing the past 2 years.
Okay, all right. And what about Coach Brown being? I know he's been there a long time. He's been the track coach and is new coach in town. What do you think about that?
I think it's pretty cool. He was our cornerback coach, so
Yes.
it's not that much of a difference. He'll stay the same, and like the players and our team, it's just going to be the same and the same mindset.
All right, very good, very good.
All right, hey, Matthew, is Conkle, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Brian always massacres the names. It's okay. So,
It's all right.
defensive end / wide receiver. Man, you don't see that very often. That's pretty unique to be playing a defensive end position. I guess that's the old school mentality in me. The big, tough, athletic, but big and tough guy doesn't really match very well with the wide receiver position. How do you navigate going from speed rusher on the edge, trying to get around quickly on those tackles, and then jumping across the other side of the ball and having to run routes and deal with short, shifty defensive backs? That's a big transition. Tell us a little bit about how you make that.
Well, I think in many ways the positions can actually be similar because on defensive end, I'm more of a pass rusher. And so, when I'm lining up, I'm still getting in a similar stance as wide receiver. And so I figure if I can just transfer that get-off speed to the wide receiver position, and if I can catch a few balls, then I think it could work out. And I think it has. I started off playing wide receiver at the beginning of high school, freshman year, sophomore year. And then just last year I got into defensive end. And I found that was more lucrative for myself and for the team. So that's how those two positions work out.
It's more fun too, honestly.
Yes, sir.
Playing defense is just fun. You get to react and you don't have to think quite so much. It's more of a reaction type thing. When you bring up that your speed is your strength, and that's what you use at defensive end, tell me what you're doing to improve your power, your strength, maybe an inside rush. What have you done? Because I know the coaches don't want you to be one-dimensional. So you get somebody that's quick at tackle that blocks you every time you go out there. What are you doing to work on your power and your inside drive?
Well, we've just been doing a lot of strength workouts, a lot of isometric lifts, so pausing at the bottom of a push-up, for example. That really builds strength in the upper body, and I think that'll really help me, especially at defensive end, just going around and being able to push through if the tackle is quick.
I just had one question for DJ that I was thinking about when Kenny was asking you a question. So Coach Brown was the defensive backs coach, and you're the running back getting 1,600 and 1,300 yards the last couple of years. Any animosity when you were trucking over his defensive backs in practice the last couple of years?
No, because normally like in practice on Wednesdays we just like do hitting drills and not that much hitting, but yeah, it wasn't that much animosity.
I'm sure he's glad that you're on his side of the team instead of the opposing team.
I got a question for DJ. I just had, was thinking of that. I was looking at the numbers, and I talked to DJ as we were setting up here from break, and he's running 15 carries per game, 15 to 20 carries per game. We know that the offenses probably are going to be a little bit more run heavy. So if you figure that, and I don't have the statistics in front of me, but knowing from experience, that's about 8 yards a clip. So, back in many years ago, before the complicated offenses that are out there today, backs would carry the ball 30 to 40 times a game. And so if you're doing that, if you're doing 8 yards a game with 15 carries a game, and getting those 15 carries, you're getting over 100 yards a game. Would you be okay with getting the ball 30 times a game?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Yes. Because I think that puts you over 200 yards a game, and that would look pretty good, right?
Yeah. I'd probably have to go and gain a couple more pounds to take the beating, but I'd definitely be ready for it.
All right, thank you. Kenny, you got any questions?
One, we were talking to them here prior. DJ, you have a couple of offers. You obviously hope to get to the next level as well as you, Matt. You had some D3 schools, and I know you're going to want to study some engineering, and it was the aerospace. So two impressive guys here that got their they're trying to get to the next level. So my question is, how do you think how this is all going to transpire? The college coaches haven't been down here. What do you think's going to happen with all this? Any idea?
Not really. I'm just trying to take it day by day and like only controlling what I can control. And that's just like going working out hard every day.
Okay. And you're going to college to study engineering regardless of football, but football would be a nice segue to do that. What do you think's going to happen with all this?
Well, I'd say that, until we can get back to playing on the field, I know a lot of colleges have, postponed, canceled their seasons, but I know that the recruiting process now is just pretty much all virtual. And so not much, we haven't really skipped a beat in that sense, because colleges, they can't come down here, but they can have us host meetings on Zoom and other websites like that. And so I think, recruiting is just going to resume as normal, and we're just taking it day by day, seeing where things are going to go with this pandemic.
Well, I think, as always, the culture at St. Stephen's is a great culture. You guys are blessed to be a part of the culture at St. Stephen's. One thing, there is a ton of athletic talent there, but there's a great number of great human beings at St. Stephen's. That goes without saying. And the character of the program at St. Stephen's, I've been impressed with that over the years. DJ, I mean, what do you feel? As a student at St. Stephen's, what do you feel? How good is it to be a student there at St. Stephen's?
It's definitely great. They teach you like more about being an academic student too, and like learning like how to juggle that in sports, and like that'll help you later on in life. So yeah, it definitely like helps being a student there.
Thank you both, gentlemen, and God bless you. Have a great season.
Hello, I'm Joe Collis. I'm the athletic director at Southeast High School, and I'm glad to be here at Media Day. Kind of a last-minute fill-in, but very honored to be here. Appreciate being asked, appreciate being able to be a part of this, and looking forward to a couple of questions and tell you kind of where we're at with Southeast High School. I'll open it up to any questions first and foremost for anybody who's got some. I know Jason, I see you over there. You want to fire away with a couple questions? I think you got rain since nobody else is here but you. The state of our program, that's a good question. In these uncertain times, and I don't think anybody has seen anything like this ever, but I will tell you that we are in a good place if we do get to go and play, and I do think that that's going to happen at some point. When that's going to happen, I think we're all in the same boat. We hear of a date, and it keeps getting pushed back. There's just a lot of uncertainty, so with uncertainty, we need to be flexible. State of our program, all of our programs are ready to go. All of our fall programs are ready to go. I know our football team is raring to go. I know Coach Timmons will be on later. He can be more specific on the football program. We're really excited about the team that we have. Got a lot of returners. It'd be nice to see if this football schedule can play out this year, but it's not looking like it's going to go as originally planned. But looking forward, we'll make sure that, as a program and as a school, along with the other schools and with the district, that we will make sure we get some games played. It might not be when everybody wants games played, but at the end of the day, our number one job is to get our athletes on our fields, on our courts, and get them seen. Would we like to play for a championship? I don't know a coach or a school that wouldn't like to play for a championship. But if it means doing something different, backing things off, not playing in a state series, making up our own district, which I'm sure you guys have read about. At the end of the day, we've got athletes that have the opportunity to go on and play at the next level, and they need to be able to perform on their field or their court of play in order to do that. A lot of seniors. So hopefully we can make that happen. And again, that's going to take a lot of cooperation, communication, patience, and just some people with some understanding. This is a time where none of us could have predicted what's going to happen, nor did we think it was going to last this long. Change is difficult, as we were talking about just a little bit ago, Jason, and change is already a difficult thing, but sometimes you have some idea where that change is going to take you. We had no idea any of this was going to happen. So with that being said, it's almost like a hurricane that's on us, but it hasn't left. It's just stalled over us, and we just got to keep weathering the storm, if you will. And, I know at Southeast we've been doing that. I know the district's done a really good job of coming up with return to play actions just to get our kids to be able to condition and do something. And I think the district has done a good job with that, with maintaining the safety of our student athletes and our coaches. It's not just about the student athletes. It's about their families when they go home, our coaches with families when they go home, myself when I go home. So, I do like where we're at. If we get to showcase those things, we've got a great coaching staff. Everybody's coming back. We do have a new girls soccer coach. If we get to the fall, other than that, we're pretty solid. Everybody's coming back, and I think we're looking pretty good. This is entering my fourth year at Southeast, and as you know, when I came in, and it was came into an interesting situation that was a little tough, but we handled it. We got things right, and we moved on. I'd like to think that I've done a good job. Got us in the black, and we're not in the red. That's always a positive for a high school. Unfortunately, we did start a first ever. I'm really proud of the fact that we have Southeast High School actually is about to have a high school athletic Hall of Fame. I thought that was a long time coming. I think it should have happened a long time ago. I actually made that happen along with a great team of people. Coach Timmons was part of that committee, Coach Thomas, Coach Carl, and Miss Tish Jones. We made that happen, and unfortunately, COVID stopped it. So really look forward to some kind of back to normalcy, if you will, so we can finally recognize those people and have a ceremony, because it's been long overcome and long overdue at Southeast High School. So that's one of the things I'm really proud of. Brought back a golf tournament, booster golf tournament, that has grown in the last couple of years. Once again, COVID stopped that as well. But it might be able to put a little halt on some things for us at Southeast High School. But once we're given the okay and the green light, we're going to make these things happen again. We're going to continue doing great things at Southeast High School. I can promise you that. Yeah. I feel like we're on our way there, to be honest with you. And like anybody knows, these things don't just happen overnight. I do believe that when Coach Timmons took over, he took over, some really good athletes, but they had to buy into what Coach Timmons was selling and the rest of his staff, and that takes time. But I do think that this was a year where we were ready to turn that corner. We did a lot of good things last year. The record might not show for it, but we were on the way to doing some really good things. We've got some great athletes at Southeast High School, some great athletes on the football team. And as we all know, football can drive a school. It can drive a school either way. If you're having success, then it feeds the other programs. It feeds into the winter sports. It feeds into basketball. Feeds into those people, in the gymnasiums. The gym gets packed because, basketball season's good. And then it leads on into your spring sports with your softball and your baseball. And I'm not excluding any of the other sports. I'm just your main sports of the school. Football can really drive that. And I really feel like we were turning the corner. I know Coach Timmons was really excited about that. And we just need to have the opportunity to get on the field and play and show those things. But I know that our numbers were up going into this year. Looking forward to a good incoming freshman class. But, the only way we're going to be able to continue showing the good things that we're doing is to be able to play those sports and get on a field. And but we need to do it safely. And that's where I think we're all right now. Yeah, so my thoughts on the FHSA pushing things back. Be careful with my words here. It's not easy on them, just like it's not easy on anybody. And I think I would like to reiterate that I don't think there's any coach or any player out there right now in the state of Florida or in the country, for that matter, that doesn't want to play sports with their kids right now. I think that's first and foremost, but it needs to be done safely. With that being said, I'm not up at the FHSAA. I don't know everything that they're hearing. I don't know who sits on their task force committees. I know they're being thrown a lot, and I know that they've got an entire state that they have to answer to and worry about, where we're just one district, and it's a little easier for us. But as far as them finally pushing it back and having a date set of August 24th now, which happened last week, I think that's a good idea. With the numbers still being where they are, and believe what you want, it's everybody has their own opinion on this. Depending on what news media you listen to. But I think what's important is that everybody respects the opinions of those, regardless of what they think, whether they decide to take it serious, whether they don't take it serious. I've always thought that I'm going to err on the side of caution because my daughter just graduated high school. She was an athlete. She was very active in things, and I wouldn't want anybody putting my daughter's health and life in jeopardy, nor do I want mine. So I'm sure the FHSAA had a lot of things they're thinking about. You got some people saying, let's play yesterday, and you got some people saying we need to push it back. It sounds like it's a 50-50, so their hands are tied. What are you going to do? You say yes, and you make 50% of them wrong. You say no, and you're making the other ones unhappy. It's kind of like an umpire when he calls a ball or a strike. He's making half the people are upset and half the people are mad. It's just like an umpire and official with any sport. So I don't envy the positions that they're in. I do think there's a lot of really good county athletic directors out there. I think there's a lot of good athletic directors, coaches, principals, athletic trainers, doctors, smart people that have given a lot of information, and I think that stuff should be taken in consideration. And I think that they're doing that. And I think that they'll make the right decision on when we can go back and play, and it's healthy and safe for everybody. Throw the championships, throw the wins and losses. I think coaches and ADs and schools that have a history of being successful. Southeast High School is a very successful high school. Manatee High School, there's a lot of success in this county. I think we need to stop for a second and see what's most important. Student athletes. Let's get our kids in school. Let's get our kids back in school. How can we do that? Is that e-learning? Is that a hybrid? Is it brick and mortar? Whatever. We all know that the best place for a kid to be is in brick and mortar school. Yes, we understand that. But can we do it safely? And that's what's important. But let's not get away from these athletes. It's student first, athlete second. So let's get the education piece going and see how that goes, and then we can get going on athletics again, which we've already done that with our conditioning programs in the county, and I think that's went well. We have had some numbers pop up. I don't know exactly what they are. That's not my job to know, but I do like where we're at and the policies and procedures we have in place at Southeast High School in a district. I can tell you that it is going very well. Our kids are trying really hard to understand that wearing a mask is the new normal. They're trying to maintain social distancing, but guys, they're teenagers. It's not easy. They're used to giving each other high fives and hand slaps and fist bumps. And I think every coach that's going through it right now understands exactly what I'm talking about right now. Well, I'm very blessed to be able to, call Kenny a friend, but I worked for Kenny. I was the baseball coach at Palmetto High for 3 years, as you know, and then I was blessed to be able to work with him, alongside him as an athletic director. I'll just reiterate something that I saw Dustin Dahlquist have in the paper the other day. Kenny had a way of making everybody laugh. Kenny cared about all the kids. One of the things that I'll never forget as one of his coaches, and then even as an AD when I being at Southeast, he always used to say, hey bud, how you doing? Are you doing okay? You need anything? A lot of people don't do that anymore, and he meant it. It's like, you need anything, and you ask Kenny, you need something, by golly, he'd do whatever he could for. But just cared about the coaches, cared about everything. Loved Palmetto High School. Just a great man. I called him and talked to him the other day and told him congratulations, and told him I'm jealous. I got 13 more years ago. But no, what a great man, what a great coach, and just think about all the lives that he touched in his 33-year career. So, yeah, God bless him. Good for him. Yeah, that's a very good comment question by Mr. Britt. He wanted to know the financial situation and economics going forward with athletics now due to all this COVID and coronavirus. It's going to be very difficult if we can't have fans in the stands. If we can't have fans in the stand, I don't know of very many high schools, not in this state, that can survive if we can't have a football gate or whatever their sports. We're very successful in basketball at Southeast High School too, and we pack our gymnasiums and we get good gates from that too. So if we can't have fans in our stands, it's going to be very difficult for us to go on, because the bills are going to keep coming. The officials' bills are going to keep coming. We don't need to go into the official thing right now, but that can be for another time. But officials aren't cheap. Painting the fields, it's not cheap. Paint costs money. Chalk costs money. Kids need uniforms. Kid needs mouthpieces. Helmets expire. They have expiration dates. Those things aren't cheap. If we can't have fans in the stands, from Southeast High standpoint, it's going to be tough for us. It's going to be very difficult, because right now businesses are it's tough to fundraise. Let's be honest. It's just affecting a lot of people. I mean, you look at people at Tiger Vision. I mean, you need help with that too. Businesses that want to help you guys out and run those things. It's tough for everybody right now. So those businesses that are normally not afraid to stroke a check and cover this and cover that, they might be reeling a little bit right now. They might have to scale back. So now more than ever, we need, when we are able to have that booster golf tournament or what have you, please come out and support each and every school that has those things, not just Southeast High School, all the schools, and I think we all need to help each other if we can. If that means, for example, the football season gets backed up and we lose the first 4 weeks of the season, which is very, very likely to happen. As a county, we need to see how we can help each other first. As a county, in my opinion, the Manatee Southeast game, I'll say that right now, that needs to happen. That needs to happen. The Palmetto Braden River game needs to happen. The Palmetto Manatee game needs to happen. Southeast Braden River. We need to take care of our own there. We need to make sure that we're able to, if we can have stands, and maybe it's a certain capacity in the stands. I don't know what that looks like yet. We haven't got that far. Maybe it's in my stadium, in every stadium, you got to rope off every 6 foot. I don't know, but whatever we have to rope off and whatever's allowed to be sat at, we need to make sure there's people, with their tails in those seats. And I think the best way that could happen from a district standpoint locally is, when Southeast goes to Palmetto, we're going to travel pretty good, and vice versa. And I think that needs to happen. And I hope that we can figure this out come winter sports, spring sports, but this looks like it's going to be around for a bit. I'd like to see us be able to figure it out, and instead of looking at it as, I know we have to each look out for each and every one of us, but I think we need to kind of look back. How can we help this county? How can we help this district? It was a follow-up question, and the question was, colleges are having a hard time. Known colleges around the country are cutting programs out of their athletic program, and the question is how and when, I guess, do you make those decisions at the high school level? Well, that's a very difficult question because, as an athletic director, as a principal, as a district, thank God it's not just my decision because that would be a tough one. Not one that I would want to have, but we need JV programs. We need sub-varsity programs to feed our varsity programs. The last thing I want to see happen is us to have to make that decision to say, no more JV football. That just can't happen. We got to find a way to make that happen. And I think that goes back to the economic question. We need to find a way to keep fans in the stands somehow. How can we have that booster golf tournament or whatever fundraising thing we do, which fundraising is going to change the way we know it from here on out, as long as this thing's around and as long as businesses are being affected. But I don't want to see any of those programs cut loose. I don't have the exact answer on when those decisions are made. But when you do have to wear the business hat on this side of the job, I guess what you look at is which sports might cost you money and which sports don't. But I think it can all be taken care of if we can get football rocking and rolling, or the main sports in each and every school that are successful. If we can get them playing somehow, some way, then that'll help. A little bit of carryover. The only somewhat good thing that this virus has done for Southeast High School, as opposed to shutting down spring sports, which nobody wanted to see that happen, but we did save a little bit of money by not having to pay for refs for the rest of the year or what have you, transportation, et cetera. But I'd have gladly paid all that money to see our kids play, especially our seniors. Any other questions? Thank you. Well, before I answer your question, thank you for acknowledging the work that's being put in at Southeast High School. But it hasn't been just me alone. It takes a village, takes a team. I've got great coaches. I've had a lot of support from some community people, some prior coaches. Coach Meckley's been a great year, great year for me. A great guy to be able to reach out and ask questions. Kenny Ansbro, I was at, I'm not new to being an AD. Southeast wasn't my first AD job. I was at Sarasota Military Academy before then for 13 years. And, it was definitely different coming to just be an AD when I had other hats that I wore at the military academy. So thank you for recognizing what we're doing there. We do feel pretty good about what we're doing and where we're going, and we're not done yet. Talking about, the question was, how do you, as an athletic director, deal with the nightmare of pushing football back, and not just football, the other fall sports back into the winter, if you will, and what kind of chaos that's going to cause schedule-wise. Never done that before. So I think it's going to be, obviously it'll be uncharted waters, but I do feel like we have a good group of high school athletic directors here in this county. Every one of them, we can bounce stuff off one another. And I think we'll have a bunch of meetings to see what works best for our district and each school, because every school is different, like you said. It will not be easy, but if it means having to work 6 nights a week, then as an athletic director and as other administrators in a high school, then that's what we're going to have to do. Normally, you kind of get a break maybe 2 nights a week or a few nights a week every once in a while, but We all know that Friday nights under the lights, you know, you're not playing any other sports on a Friday because that's football Friday in the fall. Maybe we have to change that up a little bit. You know, maybe we do play some volleyball games when there's not a home football game going on. And then the bad part about that is, well, now you're worried about taking some fans away from your volleyball games because everybody wants to go to the football game. I don't think there's going to be any perfect solution to the scheduling. I really don't. I don't think there's going to be a perfect solution to any of this. All I know is we've just got to find a way to get through it. And I think we could get a lot of help from the FHSAA and maybe some medical professionals in the country by giving us some concrete information and sticking with it so that we can plan in going forward. Because right now we've came up with, since this all happened, I can tell you I've sat in, I can't tell you how many meetings and Zoom meetings, and that's fun, by the way. Those are interesting. Zoom meetings and team meetings. That's a new norm. But every time we come up with a plan, something else happens. It's like you're a pitcher, and you're just dealing, and you're throwing 97, 98. You know, I'm an old baseball guy, so I'm going to use that baseball reference. But you're throwing 97, 98, and you're painting the black, and there's that guy up there. And a lot of people don't like, but let's say it's Pete Rose. He just keeps fouling it away and fouling it away until he gets his. We're ready for ours. Yeah, we're ready for ours. So, you know, but I think that I don't see any quit or any give up in schools in this district. None of these coaches. I know my coach is like, Coach, whatever we got to do to get our kids to play some ball and do stuff and keep them active, I'm for it. And if that means doing this, doing that. We just want our kids to play sports again. That's what we want to see happen. Good question. Anybody else have any other questions? Well, I'd just like to finish by saying thank you very much for having me on here. I think I'm close to my 30 minutes. I'm not sure. They told me I had 30 minutes. They asked if I could do that, and I said, well, I don't know. I can talk a little bit. I'm an old baseball guy. So, you know, I will leave by saying this, the Suncoast Media Day, I think this is a great thing that you got going. I think the coaches love it. I think the athletes love it. And I think it's something we can generate some fans out. And, you know, we at Southeast High School are looking forward and are confident that we will be playing some sports this year. When that's going to happen, I think we're all ready to know when that's going to be. But when it is, you know, we'll be ready in whatever sport, court, field that we end up. All right, and thank you for having me, and as always, go Noles.
I gotta hold it because I'm not sure. Is that why? No. Yeah, like I say, Barack Atkins from Booker High School, head football coach. Also do girls weightlifting and also track there. Born and raised in Sarasota County. Went out of door academy, then on to Booker High School where I played in several varsity sports. Then to the University of Miami. Was fortunate enough to get drafted into the NFL where I started off in Seattle. Played there for 3 years and then bounced around to a couple teams where then I finally called it quits and came back home. First got into coaching over at Sarasota High School. I was the assistant D coordinator and linebacker coach behind one of my former coaches, Fred Gilmore. We did some things over, had a good time, and grew my affinity for this the sport that I love, but just now from a different aspect. So we're there for several years and then left, and we went over back to home to Booker High School, and that's where I currently reside now. First was defensive coordinator there, and now moved into the head coaching spot after my brother Dumaka decided to move on. So yeah, that's me. The state of my program, Booker is trugging along. We're strong. We have a small dedicated group of kids right now that are into the program and want to be successful in it. I was able to retain my coaches from last year and even this year, we got a couple coaching changes, but for the most part, they're still here. I joke with the kids, we on this extended spring break is what I called it, because that's when it happened for us after spring break. So yeah, we had to go through this extended spring break where we missed all of spring football and pretty much the majority of summer. But we're now back and happy to be excited out there. Like you saw, one of the other coaches said we start on June 15th. And they came ready to work, surprisingly, because I mean, I know how some of these kids sat and were trying to figure out what they're going to do and didn't know or have the right direction without having a coach in their face. Some kids need a little bit of more face-to-face interaction, and that's the kind of coach that I am. Definitely love kids that are self-motivated, and we have those as well, but they still need some motivation from their coaches as well. We were not unable to do that for the most part. COVID looming around. We had an open line of communication with them, Zoom meetings and different things like that to, just continually motivate them, try to get them to do things at home. But when we showed up on the 15th, like I said, I was surprised, pleasantly surprised that they came ready to work. And although I eased them back in, they didn't die on the first day. We were glad about that as a coaching staff. Had a few new faces show up, which is always exciting to see and to be able to work their development and to see what type of football players they can turn into. Even through this summer, we went through the phase 1 of it, then allowed phase 2 to go back into the weight room for 3 days before we were kicked out again. They were definitely displeased with that, but understanding. The administration, the AD, and everybody else in Sarasota County are all on the same page and understand for these kids come first, as well as myself. I have a 5-month-old that I just had during all of this right now, so I'm there protecting myself as much as I want to be there for them. I also want to protect me and mine at my house. So they were there for the understanding of that. They come in and every day, like we do a temperature check, keep the social distancing up, wear masks when we need to, coaches as well. So we're able to do that with, like I said, with the support of the administration. And like I say, they're there, happy and ready to work and ready to get into whatever part of the season that we're going to be able to be allowed to do. Right now, they're looking forward to Monday because we've actually been allowed to go back into the weight room. I was starting to run out of stuff to do outside. There's only so much stuff you can do. But yeah, they're excited right now. We have a good group of seniors that are coming up that have been in the program for several years. DeJuan Gordon is one of them who probably be the workhorse for us on the offense side of the ball. He's been with us, like I say, for a couple of years. We have some other young kids, a group of sophomores that are growing that are going to be thrust into action right now. And we're going to figure it out as we go. We missed the spring to get a head start on that, but we're going to use the time that we have. Good thing it got pushed back at least to the 24th. We get a little more time with them once we start getting some helmets and shoulder pads to see how they'll develop and be ready for live action. Defensively, we have a senior who's coming up, Travion Thomas. He's been with me for a while. Started off as a knucklehead, but he's understanding that I'm here for him and only want what's best for him. And he's looking to take the reins as hopefully being one of our senior leaders to take care of the defensive side of the ball. I don't know, is that enough for the state? Yes, sir. Yeah, let's start with districts first, but yeah, what he asked was, what does it take to get Booker back to what it used to be when I myself were playing, or go back to Marcus Warder, Cedric Henrys, Dumaka Atkins, Sam Shields, like you say, some of those names, Terrence Jones, he's the new offensive coordinator on my staff. So what's it going to take? It's going to take, like I say, this group of dedicated kids that we have that have been there, to bring in a few more that are dedicated to the program, that are dedicated to Booker and this community and this network that we have in North Sarasota County, and to keep our kids at home. we I'll say it, we get poached from other schools in the county, and it happens. And again, now we have school choice, so kids and parents are able to make decisions for their kids, but it ends up being the kids making decisions for their parents. When at that age, kids, I didn't know it all as a teenager, and I'll be the first to say it. I may have thought it, but my dad and my mom knew better than I did. So parents have to, like I say, look in best interest for their kids. And I give my phone number out to anybody who wants it, so you can contact me directly. So like I said, it's going to take that, us keeping kids in our district who are slotted to go to Booker, first of all, but then getting some of the kids who might want a school choice in, because my coaching staff, I think, is second to none. I might be the lowest tenured coach on the staff, but I've probably been the furthest of the coaching staff who actually played in the NFL. I have Hall of Fame coaches. I have coaches who've been doing it for 30 years. I have, like I say, Terrence Jones, who's done it on different levels from high school, college to arena, and now back giving his knowledge that he has to the game. And it's so my coaching staff, I believe, is in place. But with those parents, like I said, those kids making those decisions, we need a little bit more buy-in from our parents, and as well as the community, to support these kids in their neighborhood who are blocks away from their house. I think it would take a good deal of that, and then business support, as well as the AD was just talking about. Fundraising and financials are crucial to any program, whether or not it's football or cheerleading. It's very crucial to the success of a program. It can help, and when other schools have shiny new things, you pull some kids to that school because of shiny new things. And we fortunately were able to get some uniforms. We made a deal with Under Armour that we have going on right now. So we're able to have that, but we're still looking for more. And yeah, like I say, it's those are those things I believe that are going to help to the program. Yes, I definitely believe that the financial issue that happened, like you say, in 2007 was a factor into Booker is the state of where it is right now. Like you say, a lot of families had to displace. Northport was up and coming, so they moved down there to more affordable housing. Sarasota County is a high income county. It costs to stay in Sarasota County. Even if you go north to Manatee County, it's not as much as it is in Sarasota County. So parents were more willing and able to, move and stay in different areas. So yes, like you say, that pulled kids and families out of North Sarasota County. But let alone with that, just with how North Sarasota County is structured through districting, which needs to be revisited, Booker is not receiving, I don't believe, a fair portion. Sarasota High School, Riverview High School I believe is disproportionately in their favor for how some of these housing and things are set up. With new housing and things that go up, you have new areas, new kids, new parents, new families, that probably needs to be revisited now here in 2020. Like I said, what we're gonna have to lean on. Unfortunately, last year, can say we went through an injury. We had an injury-plagued season. I had 3 running backs that were hurt for multiple weeks in the season. I had a kid who fractured a hip. I don't know how that happened, but he fractured a hip. So he was down. I had a running back who knee was out. So that was running backs, and then I went through 5 different receivers. 5 different quarterbacks. Right now, like I say, we're looking for. We have quarterbacks, but we're developing. And like I said, we missed that in the spring, but we're developing these kids to be ready to come Friday nights. But who we're going to lean on, like I said, is probably DeJuan Gordon. He's been in the program. He's a football player. I don't know how else to say it, but he wants the ball. He wants to go, and I believe he can handle the workload along with 2 or 3 other running backs that we'll have. Like I say, we're working on developing a quarterback, so we'll probably be more of a run-heavy team, but we have capabilities to pass the ball. We have Liam O'Malley here, he's been a receiver for us for a few years now. Cameron Brewer, Paul McLeod. We got some kids that can catch the ball and run with the ball, but we have to be able to get it to them. So until we're able to do that consistently, we're going to rely on the run game and take care of it that way first. Defensively, Trey Thompson, who I want to mention, will be one of my linebackers who's been calling defense for me for 2 years now. Yeah, 2 years now. He'll be one of the ones who I lean on that side of the ball, as well as on the back end, Paul, who's been in defense now for a couple years, and some other rising sophomores and juniors, I believe, will hopefully have an impact as well. Yes, he asked about how the scheduling that Booker High School has made for themselves the past couple of years and how we'll look this year in 2020. Yes, my brother did put us through the gauntlet, per se, with some of the schools that we're going to face or did face in the past couple of years. He's a very intelligent guy. He knows the game. He knows the system. And you're right. Part of it was getting us into the playoffs. Because we know we're going to acquire some of those bonus points preseason and if we were able to win some of those games. So that was definitely, I believe, an input that he made and us as a coaching staff made as far as putting that schedule together. Didn't turn out like we had, but again, like I say, some of the numbers. When we started with 50, 60 kids in the spring, but come fall, we have now 35. That puts us in a different boat in what we were looking for and prepping for through the summer now to get to the fall to compete against those Riverviews, to compete against Clearwater Central Catholic and various schools across the state that we feel we're competitive. And that just also us, the Atkins boys, me and my brother, we're competitive. We're not going to shy away from too many in any field of play. Football, barbecue, and I barbecue as well. I bake as well. So I'll put my name on a lot of stuff and stand behind it. And like we said, that coaching staff who was still here, who were able to retain, we felt confident in their knowledge of the game and preparation that we'll be able to have to get us in the best position to be competitive and win on Friday nights.
So you went to the U, and
before you get too far, this year with the schedule in 2020, I will have to say this schedule is in flux. There are a lot of moving parts. As you all know, Manatee County is kind of making a decision on what they're going to do with their sports. Unfortunately, the FSHA didn't make a statewide decision of how this needs to go. So they put the onus on the counties, and now that separates us even more to try to figure out what we're going to do. Sarasota County has a select few schools, Manatee County has a few, and so on and so forth. And now with each county AD making their own decision, there's no continuity between teams and scheduling because we have some teams on the schedule in Manatee County. We have district teams that are in the Hillsborough and Polk County and also in Manatee County. So now we're trying to figure out what we're going to do with that. And behind that, like you say, finding some games that will be competitive within your class or your population of your school. Yes, the U, that's right. I laugh because you're saying, how do I do that with 30 kids? But yeah, he asked about how my competition days from University of Miami and just growing up, how am I able to instill that competitive nature and pretty much uncertainty of a job in your position. Yeah, like you say, I can take it back to Ringling Redskin. I didn't participate in it because I was too young for one group or I was too big for my age group. So my dad said, we'll wait, we'll see them all in high school, and it worked out for us. But I think Ringling Redskins is where these kids in North Sarasota County, or even actually the full county, because you had Ringling Redskins and the Sun Devils were the two major youth league sports. They were the ones who created the competition and the skill that I think when the numbers of D1, D2, whatever kids that were coming out of here, that's when we were at our highest. That's when we were at our best because, yeah, we're all in this pot. Who's going to work to get out of this pot to then get to the high school of their choice to then work from there? That was the competition that was had. During that time, Booker had the numbers. So that's why I was able to be more competitive. We had those kids coming. Now you have 4 and 5 different youth leagues that separate the kids because their parent wants to be a coach or their parent wants their kid to play this position and so on and so forth. So that has diluted the pool, that has diluted the competition, and that it has translated, matriculated into high school sports, I believe, not just football, across the board. And even if you go to AAU and things like that for volleyball and other sports and basketball, they have pooled and separated a lot of kids that usually are in county battling in a high school to work to become better athletes, to prep themselves for college. So yeah, I think that will help. That had an effect on it and what's happening. But like I said, when I started, it's kind of laugh because yes, it's hard to say, look, if you don't do this, you can't play. Some kids in my field, I mean not in my field, on my team, can get complacent because we don't have 3 and 4 deep. As you look at it, Riverview definitely has a higher population than us, that they can go 3 and 4 deep. They are filling out 3 entire teams. Or the numbers that we're hearing at Sarasota, that they have 60 incoming freshmen. 60 incoming freshmen is what I've heard. I don't have 60 in my entire program at the moment. So that's a different, that's a different number that you have to play with. But like I said, I had 55 to 60 kids in the spring before we started this extended summer break. I mean, this extended spring break with COVID, that were there and coming to meetings prior. But with the demographic that we have at our school and the financial state of a lot of these families, they kind of faltered and got lost in the system and just through the summer, and was fortunate enough to be able to retain half to come back right now through these summer months.
I guess the better question was, how important is it to have that competitiveness no matter what the numbers are, like you had at you, and because that spells success for the program?
It's very important to have those numbers to drive competitiveness. Me and several of my coaches, the ones that are able, I go to practice every day in cleats. I come in cleats because I'm running out there. If you think you're at the top, I'll put my name in the hat to see if I can knock you off, because I want you to continue to strive. As I told them, even my nephew Talik Keaton, who's now at Marshall, I say, nephew, we're not competing against who's here at Sarasota or at Booker when he went there. We're not competing against just who's in Sarasota County, the Tri-County area. We're competing against the state, so we're competing against everybody. You have to broaden your scope of what it is of what you're trying to attain as far as your competition level. So I put my name in there. My coaches, they want to challenge me to a ladder drill, I'll do it. You want to challenge me to a 40? Yeah, me even at 30 plus, I think I'll run some of y'all. And definitely with the lifting, I get in there and get with them with Jacquez Bristol, who left from here and is at Central Michigan from us. Oh yeah, I worked out with him because he was the strongest one in the room at the time. So I'm gonna push you. So I had to stay on my toes to make sure that he had somebody to continue to drive him. Say it again. I mean, yeah, he's a teenager, and again, like I said, I'm 30 plus. He's peaking. I probably have already peaked, but look, don't count me out now. I'll stand in the ring. I'm not with Mike Tyson or Roy Jones like they're planning on doing, but I can stand in the ring with my age group. Yes. Sheldon Cantrell, yeah. I mean, Johnny Jones, who's at Cardinal Mooney now, but he was a coach at Booker High School. Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead. Not Dorsey. Was it Dorsey? Ken Dorsey, yeah. Mm-hmm. He asked how important it is to be knowledgeable about the game and have those people on your staff. As I alluded to earlier, I think my coaching staff is second to none between myself, Terrence Jones, Sheldon Cantrell, Donald Hubbard, who was an excellent high school player, but you have to have a broad spectrum. He was an excellent high school player but didn't make it to college. And he can tell you why, and that's something he can matriculate and give his story to the kids that, hey, don't do this, and that will help. And then, like you said, the tree stemmed from Fred Gilmore in his era. He's still on my staff. Sherman Rackley, who was my defensive line coach, who got me to the position that I was in, he's on my staff. Willie Brown, who was a head coach, is on my staff, who's I think should be a Manatee Hall of Famer at some point. Coach Ron Wabi, who's a Pennsylvania Hall of Famer, who's down here and on my staff. We have the coaches with the staff, with the information, the knowledge, and the connections to continue to do what Booker has done. And like I say, that's a selling point that I make for myself. And it's hard for me to even say that to be a selling point, but that's kind of where we are now with kids. Kids are being recruited in high school by other high schools, not just college. And for whatever reason is, little old Booker, they get told on if you see me standing next to a kid. So I don't want to do that because, yes, it is against the rules, so I don't do that. So it is, I think, I position myself to be me. This is me. My resume, I hope, speaks for itself in what I've done as far as this field of play. In this world, my resume can speak for itself. But if you come, I can show you more. I don't know, I know more than just the defense side of the ball. I had to be a student of the offense, so I was able to be better on the defense side of the ball, so I can do both. I was recruited as an offensive lineman coming out as well. So myself, coming from the top down, I like I said, I'll put my name in the hat against anybody. So I believe like that's what you're saying. And as I speak with one of the other coaches here, I say other schools who have financial means and things like that bring in the shiny new things that attract kids. And that's what happens. Don't want to call names, but we know what they are. And I was messing with Zeke on Facebook, and he was talking about their new turf field they're getting, which I believe most Sarasota County schools will eventually be getting one, but they're the first to get it, which is fine. I say, yeah, kids are attracted to that. That's the shiny new thing. Little they know it's going to be hot on that turf, but they'll be attracted to it. I mean, it's something for them to aspire to. I'm still a fan of grass, but turf, lasts a little bit longer and has a little bit more longevity on it. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yes, it definitely has been a roller coaster in this year since I stepped on at this podium last year, which I want to say this is a great thing that I believe you all are doing. Haven't done something like this since college. We're having a media day. I think it's something the kids will look forward to the bigger and bigger this grows. As far as mindset of how I coach, didn't change much, and it kind of got me in trouble even at Sarasota. I think I know a lot. So I was able to speak up, and I challenged some things, and it was all in respectful. But I think just like players have competitions, coaches need to have competitions. We have a competition drill at the beginning of practices we're going to put the ball on the 3-yard line. Let's see what we're going to do. Coaches, this is our third down period. Yeah, I'm doing my best to stop you from getting your first down. because it's going to make us better to become better again on Friday nights. And that's what I did even as an assistant coach at at Sarasota behind Brian Rouse, who was the head coach, where yes, we had some heated days where we were going back and forth through the players because we couldn't line up. But that was my mindset even then. And then when I came to Booker as the defensive coordinator, I moved up the ranks a little bit, so I was able to speak up and do a little more things. My brother's at the top, so we were definitely in communication as far as how he worked as a head coach, and was able to give me a little bit more insight through him and just being there with him as he went through the process. And then I myself, as last year, like I said, it was definitely a learning curve. Now having to understand and do different logistics and knowing scheduling, knowing traveling, making sure the helmets and jerseys and washing. Yeah, I became the butler for the team, you know, making sure all these little things are done with me and my staff, I would say. Making sure that all these things, and my booster program, I would have to say it, they were tremendous in that too. But make sure that some of these things are done. So yeah, that's one of the learning curves that I think I had. And then as far as coaching and during the season wise, like I say, the injury plague season that we had on offense and defense, and just trying to scheme and find ways to make it work with the kids that you have, keeping them motivated, and which I would say that none of the kids, I don't think at any point were unmotivated or didn't come to practice. They were there and willing because they believed in us, they believed in each other, and wanted to participate. But when now, I think towards our last game, probably have kids playing, you know, it's just a different wear and tear on those kids when they have to go both ways. And like I said, we took our lumps last year. I was definitely looking forward, and we're going to make some steps moving forward this year with those 50 plus kids that I said we had in the spring, but has now kind of changed through this spring and summer. Just the level of respect and understanding with coaches. Even when I was assistant coach at Sarasota, kids would come to my house. I invited them over to my house to do those different things, to build, gave them a place outside of football to be together. Because like you say, if you know this person a little bit more than just in shoulder pads, you might work a little bit harder for them. You know this coach a little bit. They came to my house, I fed them. So now you know that's the type of thing that I did to build camaraderie with the players and with the staff. The things that I had planned, we were unfortunately unable to do because businesses were closed. We weren't able to get together. And like I said, I had a newborn who was born in February, so I was definitely keeping my distance at the time, just in that. But right now, with us being able to come together and have these numbers right now, it's just allowing them to come and have some time. At the end of the week, I usually feed them. If I'm, like I say, I barbecue, so I pull out the grill and do some stuff for them. Or I get them a pizza, or my girl will make them a pan of spaghetti. I do things like that because also with our demographic, I want to make sure these kids are eating. We don't have those businesses and different entities that are just giving to Booker High School that my cupboard is full. I'm pulling out of my own cupboards at the moment. So that's what I do, and not just be a coach, but I'm also Mr. Atkins. You know, I'm their teacher in that aspect, so they see me in that realm. They see me as Coach Rock, and then they see me as Rock on the side outside of football is what I do to strengthen that relationship between myself and them. The barbecue can be whenever. I do caterings. Myself and Compound Chef, he's a little bit more active on Facebook than I am. Compound Chef and Compound Q, we do caterings. We can be there whenever you need it. We'll follow all the CDC guidelines. We're definitely sanitary over here. That's it? We're good? All right. Well, thank you. Again, like I say, I appreciate you all giving us the opportunity, giving us a platform to be able to speak. Just like the AD said, I'm hoping we have some sports. I believe we'll have some sports at some point this year, but it's definitely needs to be safe for our kids. not only from the virus, but giving us time to prepare them to be ready to go into helmets and shoulder pads and then to be able to compete against other schools. So yeah, again, thank you. Good.
Safety wide receiver.
All right, team, we're back to the Booker Tornadoes here, and we have that was a great segment that we had with Coach Baraka Atkins talking to the team here. We have Liam O'Malley, and Liam is very talented. He's a safety back there, and we also have with us Trey Thomas, and he's a linebacker, a hard-hitting linebacker from Booker. We remember from seeing him in the past. And so we're going to have some questions for the guys here. First, before we get started, guys, I want to say this. The most exciting place, we have the opportunity to be in the press box at Booker. And that place is hard to call a game. The sound is so loud. You got the siren going. The crowd, the music is blaring. It's beautiful. But it's probably one of the most fun places to go and watch a football game here in Manatee County. And I am completely biased to the team I support, but
you can have anybody around you knows exactly what's going on. You know everybody in the stands. You have seen their face around, walking around. So it's just amazing having the whole community behind you, and they are there to support you wholeheartedly. And then, of course, when it comes to game time, it's such energy, and it's loud, it's fun, everybody's moving, so it's just an amazing experience to be able to play there.
Tell me, with the delays in the season that we have, how has it been? Have you guys had any anxious moments, or how are you feeling personally with that?
At least personally, I haven't felt very much anxiety about it. I know a couple people have. I know coaches are definitely feeling it, but personally, I'm just excited to play. I don't care when or where. I'm not feeling any anxiety about it.
Thanks very much, Liam. Now we're going to turn it over. Ken, you got any questions for Trey?
Yes, Trey, you anchor the defense. You could be a senior linebacker. What have it's been a crazy several months here. How are you preparing for this mentally, and are y'all working together somehow as a unit on the defense, social distancing, or having video meetings? What are y'all doing to, as best as you can, getting ready for the season to start?
Well, really, all we're doing is, we're just working as a team, making sure everyone comes to workouts on time, and we hold everyone accountable for their actions. So, and it really sucks that the whole Corona thing is going on, because it's stopping us from competing. And we've been working hard. We want to improve a lot from last season, because that didn't go really well. And we have some new guys coming in, so we want to set a good example for the new guys. So, yeah, that's really it.
And Liam, 6 foot, 160, jack of all trades, long snap, wide receiver, safety. Which one do you like? Safety? What kind of safety do you play, and what is of the three do you like doing the most?
And by the way, Liam, you're sitting between a long snapper and a punter, so it's going to be one of the few times that you're going to be deeply, greatly respected here.
Well, I play free safety.
Free safety.
I'm more of a coverage safety personally, because obviously I'm not the biggest guy out there. I'm not gonna go in and take somebody's head off. But I love all of them. I play other sports. I play baseball too.
Yes.
So when it comes to playing different sports and playing different positions, it's always been who I am. It's always been mixing it up, using different parts of the body, snapping, getting flexible, safety coming in, being more mental, having to read the field, receiver being physical. It's really hard to pick a favorite one. Long snapping is a specialty, so it feels good to be able to be one of the only people out there that can do it. So
Yeah.
I would have to say at the moment, that would be my favorite one to use right now.
Well, I got to jump in on that, obviously. It's any specialty. The kickers, the punters, they'll tell you, you don't get the same level of respect you do. Obviously, you play other positions, so that's great. You're in a position where, as a safety and a wide receiver, more so the safety and the long snapping, that's a lot of pressure in those positions. Your safety, just by the name of it alone, if somebody blows something, you're there. You have to be the one that covers and makes sure everything's okay. Long snapping, people don't realize, but you come in and the game's on the line and you've got to snap for that field goal. You got to snap for the punt out of your end zone. A lot of pressure. So obviously, you're in a pressure-packed position. As I look over here to Mr. Thomas, you are the prototype of what I would think a linebacker is. Now, very different from a safety, wide receiver, long snapper, linebacker. But you get to do nothing else. You're going to be the linebacker. You're the core of that defense, obviously. You wouldn't be here. Your coach wouldn't have selected you to be here if you weren't one of the leaders on the team. Talk about holding all these. You mentioned it a minute ago. You guys are both very well spoken, by the way, and you stand out among a lot of the people we've interviewed, so I want to point that out. But using that leadership, that ability to speak, the ability to talk. You talk about getting people to show up to practice. First thing you said, get them in there for your workouts. Talk about the challenge of that outside of football is just leading young men to be able to come and be responsible. Teenagers, they want to go do other things. So how are you making that happen?
Well, really, it all starts like the younger kids, if they see you doing something, then they're going to do the same thing. So if I'm doing something wrong, like in practice or outside of football, then they're going to want to do it if they already look up to me. So, I just want to set a good image for everyone. And personally, I want to have a good image too. So everyone knows, like, oh, I'm not trying to be like perfect in person, I'm not trying to be perfect talking to you guys and then go ahead and do something else. Right. So I just want to be a good leader all around and just setting a good example for everyone.
Both of you guys, obviously, you know the history of Booker High School football and the talent and hey, my daughter plays volleyball. We went to a Booker volleyball game, and I'm walking down that walkway outside the gymnasium, and you see all the stuff. They've done a great job of showcasing the athletes that have been there, and I get a little goosebumps thinking about it, but there's just so many good athletes from that school and great coaches, and you got a ton of them on your staff. You have a ton of them. I hate to keep referencing Palmetto, but Palmetto's a very tight-knit community. We're all Palmetto. We stay in Palmetto. Booker's very similar. It's even though it's Sarasota, it's a little bigger area. Booker is still a small community of people who have stuck together through the years. Talk about the leadership that you guys witness through your coaching staff and the community on a day-to-day basis, and the role that they play. Just leading you to help lead the other kids.
Well, it's easy to listen to our coaches because they've all been in our shoes before. So it's not like we're just listening to an individual that doesn't really know what they're talking about. So, they make sure that we have everything set, like we're doing good in school. That's the first thing. And like outside of school, outside of football, helping us prepare to be young men. And, they make sure we hold ourselves accountable. There shouldn't be anyone that rushes us or makes us want to go to football practice or do chores or anything. We should already want to do that, because it's already our responsibility. So, yeah.
So I had a question for you. As the linebacker position, this might be an easy one for you. You like to cover the back as he comes out of football, or would you rather just go hit somebody?
I would definitely like to hit somebody. Really, you can just ask the team that question, and they're going to say the same thing. So, yeah.
Well, same question for Liam. Liam, safety, wide receiver, you rather catch a touchdown or jar a fumble and knock somebody on their butt?
See, me personally, I've had more time at safety. I like defense more. So, and it's a more of a mental thing. So I'd rather be a leader on the defense. I'd rather go in and knock the ball out or take somebody's helmet off. Definitely.
Well, since you guys are you're obviously the core of the defense in the middle, and that's your preference. Have you had any thought, because without the off-season workouts as much and no spring, that and possibly with a shortened season, that defense is always ahead of the offense. They may never catch up. So this playing, have you thought about that? That I'm not going to see really anything that sophisticated that I've had in the past. So you can just turn loose. Have you thought about that?
Well, really, we're working both sides of the ball at all times. We want everyone on the same page. We don't really want to leave anything out. So yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, I think it's unique. We're from a small community. Ken and I were, playing sports together forever, and the friendships that happen. Your relationship when you're in a community that bonds, that loves you guys. Like you can see at it's there at Booker. I see it. It's so nice. The community ties, and I'll tell you this, guys. 10, 20 years from now, you guys will pick up the phone and talk to each other after 4 or 5 years of not even speaking, and it's going to be like you're right back to where it is. It's a sweet thing. And one of the things that is a concern for me, I especially want football to start. For the student athletes, it means so much to your personality, and it's not the time of the year. I hope it doesn't start the time of the year while people are sitting around sipping on eggnog. That's not the time of the year that I would like it. But of course, we are going to be safe. But it's really an important thing. It teaches so many lessons in life to that. If a guy's stronger or faster or bigger or you have to deal with it and do something differently. And this is life lessons. So what life lessons have you learned? I'll ask you, Trey. What life lessons have you learned from playing football?
Life lessons I've learned was you just got to be accountable for all of your actions, and through football, I set a good stage. I have younger kids looking at me, looking up to me. I've been playing football basically my whole life, and really I started playing football because I was really always the aggressive kid. So people saw that, so they were like, "Oh yeah, we got to get him. Yeah, we got to get him into football." And that because at first I didn't understand football at all. I was playing. My first position I ever played was center, and then I got moved to D-line, and then I played some fullback, and then that's when I started playing linebacker. And through linebacker, it was like everyone noticed me, like, oh yeah, he's a hitter, he's a good player and everything. So I really realized, like, oh yeah, I can actually get to people's heads playing football. They'll look up to me and see what type of person I really am. So yeah.
Tom, it's your turn to ask a very difficult question for Liam.
Very difficult question. Liam O'Malley. Is that a Russian name or no? I'm just kidding. Italian. Let me see here, Liam. We'll talk about Sarasota, Manatee. When you the area and the talent that comes out of both of those counties, who are some names that you think of in the past? If you're able to pull up some names of players that from this area that you aspire to be, maybe a safety, a wide receiver, maybe a long snapper, that you would maybe aspire to be.
That guy.
Not that it won't be me. Trust. I put it through the field goal post one time. No lie. So who are some names in this area that you think of when you think of a safety or a wide receiver?
Well, not necessarily those positions, but the first names I always think of when I think of the area is my coaching staff, obviously, and they all went as to the highest level. I know that our offensive coordinator, Coach Jones, he played in Canada, he played in college as the highest level. Our head coach, Coach Rock, he played in the NFL. He went to the highest level. So those are always people that I aspire to be. When I think of, like, personally my position, obviously there's Sam Shields came out of the area. I know that there was Coach. He was another coach of mine, and he coached my brother at Sarasota. His name is Coach Handon. Chris Handon. He played for the Ravens out of the area, so he's definitely someone that I've look up to. And then overall, again, just as leaders, people, athletes coming out of the area, there's Marlon Mack now. He plays for the Colts, running back. There's even not necessarily football, but going into other sports, like Ian Desmond came out of the area, and he's taking a big stand when it comes to baseball right now, and is even back helping the community. And again, even going closer now, there are recent players who have just graduated. You know, Talik Keaton playing at Marshall, Jaquez Bristol played for us, and he graduated a couple years ago. He plays at Central Michigan. Those are both leaders who are on the team who I personally experienced, that I like to think that I can live up to their expectations and help do my job that they did when I was the young kid when they were seniors. So those are people who I aspire to be.
Liam, I just remember a game with Talik and a game against him. How fast is he? I mean, he looked like a D1 receiver type. Would you say he's a legit 4.4?
He's one of the fastest players I've seen play.
Yeah.
And he's definitely up there. At least top out of all the teams that we've played through going into my 4th year, he's a top 5 best overall athlete that I've seen, at least. Like, there are other names that stick out. Obviously, I played with his name, we called him L, but he never got tired. I never saw him breathe heavy in his life.
Wow.
At practice, he would just run and run and run and never get tired. Obviously, around Brian Pattees, obviously extremely fast player. Palmetto is filled with athletes from all around, and I mean all around, but specifically Palmetto I know is a very athletic team. So, and again, extremely fast players from there. But Talik's definitely up there as one of the most athletic.
Trey, who's the fastest offensive player? When you're out there in scrimmage, I guess you haven't had an opportunity to do much of that this year during this crazy year. But who is the fastest guy, the guy on Booker's roster, offensive side of the ball, that you don't want to be in a foot race with? Who's the guy?
I would say you're talking about on our roster right now.
On your roster right now.
All right. I would say the fastest player is probably our QB, Todd Simmons. Yeah, he's probably the fastest player. Yeah.
Now, when Todd runs, does he have the hands behind the pocket thing, going? Because that's generally a way that we pick it up pretty quick when we're watching the game. The guys that run hands behind the pocket, like if we ever saw that, if Tom was on the 20, and let's say a guy like Malik broke out on the 0, Tom would be trying to figure out his angle to cut him off.
I wouldn't beat him to the 50.
And I'm not going to make this an algebra question, but so I could tell you, let's say Malik was running 23 miles an hour and Tom is running, I'll give him credit, 14 miles an hour. What kind of an angle? But I think you see those guys that run with the hands behind the pocket. I remember watching Chris Rainey and guys like that, Jeffrey Demps, guys that run with that style. If you ever see that, so with Simmons, does he have that look when he's running out there in space?
He does. He compares himself as Lamar Jackson all the time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You give it. So now he'll be watching this and winding it back over and over.
He's the one with all the flashy moves and everything. Okay. Yeah. He doesn't really like contact like that. So.
That's not chalkboard material right there, buddy. Yeah. He doesn't like contact.
He plays a little bit of wide receiver too, also.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, we'll be looking for him next year.
For sure.
Next year. How about the running back position this year? We're talking to players here. How are you looking there?
Well,
they have me playing a little bit of running back. Yeah. So we have, in total, I would say we have like 3 or 4 running backs. Our starting running back, he's DeJuan Gordon. He's been playing running back since, I think, he's been running back for Booker since his freshman, sophomore year, something like that. And he's like almost the same size as me, and he's faster than me too. So yeah, and he's not scared to lower the shoulder on anybody. So yeah, he's a tough runner.
You guys, college definitely after want to go to college somewhere after your senior year here.
Yeah, so I mean, I think Trey would agree with me here that college is obviously, that's the end goal, is going out there and wanting to do that. But right now it's all about this season. Like,
right, yes.
But college.
But personally,
that's
in your long-term
yes.
plan.
Yes, in the long-term plan is definitely
Good.
college. But right now I'm a tornado through and through. That's all I want to focus on.
That's all that matters.
Is this season right now.
Well, I have to say, guys, you've done a great job representing Booker, and as student athletes, that's something that is great. You guys are representing, and it's nice to see. It's been really. I think we could hang out with you guys. We had a cancellation. I think we could hang out with you guys all day, but really, I wanted to thank you both, Trey and Liam. You guys are solid, and I hope that you have, 150 tackles next year, all behind the line of scrimmage, all TFLs, tackle for loss. I hope they're all there, and I hope you make a lot of big plays and a lot of perfect snaps there, Liam. And I wish you guys the best. God bless you both, and thank you for joining us here on Suncoast Media Days.
The following advertisement is intended for Matt Jacoby only. They're free! Sunglasses! I'm giving you shades. They're free. It's free sunglasses for you, Matt. These are free sunglasses. You gotta come get them, but they're free. 2 lenses, no delivery. Come on over and get your free sunglasses. You left them here. I'm not wearing these around all day. They're for your face. Matt, come get your dang glasses. They're free sunglasses. Matt, the glasses are free. They're free sunglasses.
I'm head coach Rashad West from Lakewood Ranch High School. I'll be entering my second season here at Lakewood Ranch. We're coming off what we consider a pretty successful campaign last year, finishing 6-3. We want to build on that. You know, the biggest thing is we've continued to work with our kids and understand that if we want to replicate that success, we're going to have to work a little harder this year. I don't think we're going to sneak up on anyone, so we're definitely going to get everyone's best shot. So what we've done is we've just continued to work and do the things that led to us having that measure of success last year. We've got quite a good bit of kids returning on defense especially, which could be one of the things we're going to lean on early as we hit our strides on offense. Offensively, I think we do have some new pieces that will fit quite nicely, and it'll help us be a little bit better on that side of the ball this year. So overall, we're looking forward to the season, whenever that may be, and building off the success we had last year. Defensively, some of our key players will be, we should be pretty good at linebacker with Luke Schrader, Brody Terrio returning, as well as Luke Toole returning on defense. Some of the guys in the front seven that played a lot for us. Offensively up front, we've got most of our offensive line back, whether it's Chase Orzel and Joy Riley, Dallas Archie. And so we got those guys coming back, which will be big for us. And Aiden Delk will be back on the offensive line. And both of our quarterbacks are back. Last year we played 2 of them, and they both happen to return. So that should help us going forward this fall. Don't know. I mean, ultimately you'd like to have one guy win the job, but I thought last year both kids deserved to play. That's why we kind of played both of them. I don't think one deserved it more than the other. We'd love for one kid to win the job, but we'll see how that shakes out.
Sometimes consistency. You want the kids to go out and play like they're not looking over their shoulder, but sometimes it's inevitable. But that's just the challenge of it is, we try to play to their strengths, but ultimately, you're still playing two different guys and they have two different, strengths and weaknesses. So that makes it challenging to make sure as the coaches, we're doing what they do best when they're on the field. A lot of it was, yeah, probably the games we lost, but no, it was not their fault. But yeah, it's hard, because again, like I said, both kids deserve to play, and we kind of what we had to, we go into the game thinking of who had the better week, and then as the game played out, who had the hotter hand or who we had a better feel for that week is the kind of the kid that played the most. And it wasn't ideal, and both kids handled it great, and it's a tough situation because they both want to play. And I'd like to find one to play, but it didn't work out that way last year. No, one kid's a little more athletic than the other one. One's more of a pure passer. The other kid kind of is a jack of all trades, gives us a little bit more with his legs. So their styles definitely are different, which is what makes it difficult, and it really was dictated by how the game was going, which one gave us the best chance of having success that night. Jimmy's more of a dual threat than Cameron is. I mean, Cameron's a bigger kid, taller kid, more of a pure pocket passer type kid than Jimmy is. I mean, Jimmy throws it pretty well, but he's got a little bit more with his legs than Cameron does. Linebacker. I think we're going to be pretty good at linebacker. Those kids have done a great job. I brought a couple of them here with me today. And that's where we just have, once we have so many linebacker body type kids that we can plug in and play, and I think that'll be the strength of our defense. Yeah, it's just funny how it shook out. Like, we just have so many of those kids back this year. They're all, built the same. Obviously, they're going to play a little bit different here and there. But we felt like if we can be good there, because those guys, they're going to be in the majority of the plays and make most of the plays for us on defense, we can have a chance. So, we'd love to have a few bigger kids up front, but I think we're pretty athletic at linebacker, and we have quite a few of those kids. Right. Huge. Oh, huge. It was big for us to have success last year in terms of to have these younger kids start to believe. Because of what those seniors did, these kids believe that it can happen again at Lakewood Ranch. That senior class was awesome. We're going to miss those guys on the field, but just their leadership off the field and the way they set the tone for what we'd like to be our program going forward. They did a tremendous job. Well, somebody's going to have to catch those 60 balls that Mike caught last year, so we got to figure that out. But I think we've had some kids that have grown over the summer, a few new additions, things like that I don't want to get into. But I think we have some kids that can fill the void. Not one person's probably going to fill that void that Mike left for us. And then Isaiah was kind of jack of all trades in the backfield. But clearly Mike, catching 50 balls, 60 balls, whatever it was, that's a lot. So I don't think we've got one kid that's going to fill that void, but I think we can do it by committee. We'll be all right. Two of the kids are brought, Brody Terrio and Luke Schrader, were kids that have been a part of the program. They've done a great job. We had an addition at the break. Chris, we've got an underclassman kid like Marlo Walker who's worked his tail off, who's going to be a player for us. So I think those guys have done a great job. We're still a little bit off. We've got to get better up front if we want to compete with those teams. I think we've gotten better around the guys up front, but those teams were just better than us up front. That's just there's no way, to sugarcoat it. There's no way to lie about it. Like, they kicked our butt up front at times. And I think we're closing the gap. I think it's more inches, not feet, like it was when I got here. But it's still there, and we still got to close it a little bit more. I talk to them all the time about it. I think, I know most people don't agree, but pushing it back and continuing to do that gives me hope that we're going to have a season, because they're understanding those things. But we can't control that, and that's also the thing I talk to our kids about. We got to be, if we start Monday like it was was proposed, then we got to be ready to start Monday. We talk about things we can control, and that's not anything we can control. We just work hard daily and handle our business, and when they allow us to play, we'll be ready to go play. I hope. I hope it's starting to shift and turn a little bit. It's hard to speak on when I wasn't here. I hear the stories, and you work there, so you hear things about it. But I would say, if I had to give us an arrow, I'd hope it's pointing up, coming off last season. I would say it's probably pointing up. We're trending upward as a program, but we still have a ways to go. We're not even close to where we want to be. And just simply the question of what we'll have to do to compete with those other teams. At some point, we want people to ask those other teams what it's going to be like to compete with us. So we still got a ways to go, but that's the goal. I've been asked that, and the hardest part about answering that question is I don't know what they did. The ability to build the relationships with our kids. Like, they love us, we love them, they know us. We know each other. I'm not saying they didn't have that before, but the biggest thing I think from just talking to the kids is the relationships with the coaches are different. And I think that goes a long ways. And as you guys know, building those relationships is huge for them wanting to play for us and play for each other. So I think that's one big thing. But again, I wasn't here before, but I know that we've focused on building relationships with the kids, having the kids trust us, genuinely trust what we're saying, and obviously winning last year and having those results that they wanted goes a long ways in them trusting what we're saying. But we've just built a bond and relationships, and we try to have fun, ultimately, because it's not fun. There's no use in doing it. You spend way too much time out there, as you guys know. So I think that's been a change. But again, to say it's different, I don't know what it was before, but I know that's what we do, and that's how we operate. What's funny is we've gotten kids that want to come, and we've gotten kids that come back that belong to us. We've since I've been here, I guess it's been a little more than a calendar year or whatever it is I've gotten kids that come back to Lakewood. There were other places that opted out of coming to Lakewood in the past. Our numbers are up 20% from this time last year. Now, does that mean we're going to be better? I hope so, but it doesn't guarantee it. But our numbers have increased, and we've certainly gotten kids that come back that probably opted out of coming here initially. So that's been great. No, we're gonna throw the ball. That's not a secret. Anyone that knows me knows we're gonna throw the ball probably more than anyone else around here. We'll be an air raid team. We're gonna throw it around a little bit and try to have some fun. On defense, it's gonna be personnel dependent. Probably be a little bit more of a 4-man front than we were last year. We were a 3-man front. We just don't have 3 big kids up there like we had before. So we'll probably shift our defensive front to do some 4-man stuff, whether there's 4 hands in the ground or not. But it will be some even front principles. But offensively, we're still going to throw it around and have some fun, try to have some fun. Um, I would say probably Southeast. Western stuff, these kids don't remember yesterday. There's no way they know about that stuff at Western. But so probably the Southeast stuff, because it's a little bit more recent that they saw we had success over there. The kids kind of bought in, I hope. But again, I think this, because you got to remember those seniors last year. I was their third coach in 3 years for the seniors, so it was hard. And then these rising kids, I mean, they've had three. I'm the third coach for them, but them just understand that we're here for the long haul, and we want to be here, and we want to be at Lakewood. It's and we want to be a part of the program. I think that helped them buy in, and I would think me being local, and them being able to relate to the fact that I grew up here, I'm from here, that this guy wants to be here, probably helped them a little bit more. Right. Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. Kurt's done a great job. He's brought stability to that program, and obviously the results. You see the results. Dave's been been across the water for quite some time. He's brought stability to Palmetto, and you've seen the results as they've been there because he's going to be there. I mean, we all wish. I know we all get into this hope we can be like Paul or Meckley and be there for 100 years, but it always doesn't work out that way. But yeah, I think it does. Ultimately, me being there, me being from here, I think that was the hardest thing when you asked what the difference was earlier. Is I'm sure they saw us come in, and it's like we just, there's a new coach, got another one. And them understanding that we plan on being here, and we're trying to build it from the ground up in the right way, I think they believe in what we're doing, and they know we want to be here for the long haul. Yeah. Well, I don't know if we got to win those games, but we got to be competitive in those games. I mean, for whatever it was last year, we had a great season. We weren't competitive in some of the games we needed to be competitive in to start the change. All right? I mean, yes, we still need to win the games we should win, which I don't know if there's such a thing at Lakewood, but the games we can win. But we've got to be more competitive in those games. And that's my job. That's my staff's job, and to get the kids ready. And we weren't as competitive, I'd hoped, some of those games last year. But I think as we become more competitive, then I think the tide will start to change and things are, people's impressions, quote unquote, of Lakewood Ranch will start to change and shift. Well, the biggest thing is like trying to figure out the balance of making sure we're working and we're still staying in shape and not burning them out. Like reminding ourselves that we're not the cross country team, we're not the track team. So with not burning them out by running them into the ground 4 days a week for 6 and 7 and 8 weeks, trying to figure out when to give them a break, but make sure we're still on, we're still on pace to be in shape and ready to go whenever they give us the green light. To be honest with me personally, I'm just happy we still have an opportunity, like that they're still giving us a date and we haven't bumped it or totally said it's not going to happen. So if they keep pushing it back, like the great thing about me and this state, and not me, but our state, and is this like this every day? It's 85, 90 degrees year round, 99% of the time in the state of Florida. We can play this thing in December if we have to. As long as we get a chance, as long as we get a chance to play, I'm happy. Whether it's August 24th, we start September 24th, December 24th. As long as we get an opportunity to play and our kids get to play, I mean, the weather's going to be fine. We'll get a chance to play. That's all I'm happy about. Oh, we still, we'll still get a couple early rainouts. You know that. But it will be awesome, though. Like, I mean, what's going to be fun is playing in October and November and stuff like that. If they continue to push it back, we get to play around the holidays and all that stuff will be pretty cool and neat for our kids. But as long as we just want to play, as long as they give us a chance to play, I'm fine with them pushing it back. As long as the plan is to play, I'm all right with that. Oh, the people have been great since I got there. And obviously the success has helped. We won a few games, so obviously everyone's excited. But they've been great. Whether people on campus, people in the community, the parents, the support has been awesome. The kids, the one thing I noticed, like you go into a program like that, you're not sure what the feeling is around the program. They wanted to win, and the parents wanted something they could get behind and they could be proud of. And I think they've been, they're happy with what we're doing. They've been great. It's been the sport's been awesome. Obviously, it's never going to be back to when I was in high school and there was only 4 schools. So clearly, there was a lot of support then. There was 4 high schools. But as far as you come out, our stands are packed. Our student body does an awesome job of supporting the team on Friday nights. It's really been a great atmosphere. It's been a great place to be. I have no complaints. It's been awesome. Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, we started winning a few games and people started showing up more. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And people wanted to see what was going on. So I did notice that. But even traveling, like you go on the road, and when there's time, we'd have more people than the home team of some of the games we go on the road. Our parents do a great job of traveling. And then just like our student body, that took me back to being as a kid playing at Southeast, just seeing how the student body shows up. I've been places where it's like you would need, with the student body, you would know there was a game on Friday night. But the way the kids show up at Lakewood and they're in it, they understand what's going on. They've got their bodies painted. They've got signs. They're involved and engaged in what's going on. It was crazy. It was awesome. It was really there's times you turn around on the sideline and you just look. Man, this is pretty cool for our kids. This is a great turnout and everybody's engaged. So, and as we started winning, more people started showing and more people have interest in what we were doing. Coach K, he's awesome. Coach, he's awesome. I always say Lakewood's got a Coach K problem, meaning that Coach K is the only one who knows where everything is and how to do everything. If he leaves, we're going to have a huge Coach K problem because no one knows where anything is or how anything. So he's been great. He's been totally behind the scenes, out of the way. He helped out last spring, but he's around. He's awesome. My staff's been ever changed. I lost my defense coordinator. He got a head job over in Pinellas County, so that wasn't ideal. But fortunately, Coach Egloff was on campus. He was with us last year. A lot of people know Matt and I go back to 2008 at Western down in South Florida. It's just coincidentally he lives over here now, so we've worked together. So it's been great. And then Bart Monroe has been with me. We were together at Weber International. He and I have been together since Southeast. So having those two guys has been invaluable. And then just a piece along the way, we were able to add John Bazoons, the former head coach at Bayshore, to our staff to work with the offensive line and Coach Richards and Coach Ross. So I think we got a pretty good staff. I really feel good about our staff. Obviously, it's going to take some time to get it to the level of some of these other higher profile schools around here, but I feel good about the guys we got in the building. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Hey, back here with the Suncoast Media Days, and I'm Brian Varnador, and I'm joined here by Ken Burton. We've got a couple of players here from Lakewood Ranch. Coach Rashad West was just on here, but over to my far left is Eli Daniels over here, stage right, I guess you'd say, number 7. And then we have the Mike linebacker here, Luke Schrader, here next to me with a good old my favorite number 22. And then over here to my right we have Brody Terrio, and Brody is over there playing outside linebacker at Lakewood Ranch. Really last year I think they had a bounce back year, came up with a 6-3 schedule. Yes. Any of you from the community, if you've been to Lakewood Ranch, gorgeous facilities over there, great field, great atmosphere, great campus. And always a great place. We've always been
Mm-hmm.
treated very good when we broadcast games over there. But I want to start it out, Ken, see if you could pick up a question. And let's go this way and start out with Mr. Terrio here.
Okay, well, my question really for all of you, it's been a crazy year, and what have y'all been doing to prepare for the season? I know you haven't had spring practice, and off-season workouts have been crazy, and not being allowed to lift together, but what has been happening at Lakewood Ranch? Why don't you go first?
Well, this year we're focusing on conditioning, something that we really needed to do, and we're also working on lifting by ourselves. So like you might go to a workout like at Crunch or something and get a good workout after lifting or before lifting. Make sure you just stay in shape, and pretty much just conditioning.
All right, we'll take it. And Luke, how many years have you been playing now? I'll hand you the mic, but I was wondering, how many years have you been playing football here, and the difference between last year in playing football and this year with everything that's been going on?
I've been playing since 5th grade, and since freshman year at high school, we've had 4 different coaches, so it's been really hard to, get together as a team and have the experiences. And this is our second year with Coach West, and just getting together, they're out on the field and conditioning, it's helped us all, and we just hope to get a better year next year.
Great job. Now I'm going to turn it over to running back here, Eli Daniels. Tell me about the transition. As you're getting older, getting stronger. Ken and I were looking at you guys' heights and weight, and it's completely wrong. You guys are getting much, much bigger, much stronger. So talk about the transition as you've grown here. Now you're a senior this year, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, talk to us about that.
So basically it's all about the ethic. You have to have it in your head to keep going, to keep pushing yourself, to always strive for better, not less. Never settle for what you have now. Always go further. You always want more, because when you move up on next level, you gotta be big and strong as the other players that's already up there. So when you, like right now, you just have to focus on getting the team better, getting yourself better, communication. You feel me? And that's it.
Yeah, it's very commendable, Ken, to look at that and to see the difference from what. When we looked at the roster earlier, and then when the guys show up, it's like, these can't be the same guys. We must have the numbers wrong. The growth has been amazing here.
Yes, this young man was 125 or 145 and 125, and somebody's playing some games with us. They're definitely much bigger and stronger than that.
Tell me, we look at this as watching football for many, many years, and I'll turn it to you first, Eli, as a running back, because I think the running backs ought to be really exciting, because defenses should be a little bit ahead, and the complexity of the offenses, running backs that are getting 10 to 15 carries per game, I look for those carries to kind of go back old school like it was. Running backs going to have an opportunity to touch the ball 30, 40 times a game, 30, 35 times a game. So as a running back, when you just dial it up and we're just going to line up and we're going to play football instead of all the eye candy and the RPO and everything, how do you feel as a running back? I know the season is going to be shortened, but as a running back, it's kind of nice to know that. Do you feel that it's going to be a great boost for you this year as you get some bigger numbers?
Yes, sir. I will definitely get a lot of bigger numbers. Now that I'm also at a different school, I can finally focus on one position, and that's running back. And I've been trying to do that ever since I moved out to high school. So now that I can focus on running the ball, I can get as much yards as I want to. I can get a bigger push with the line I have, and it can put points on the board for me and my teammates.
Okay, so he was saying, and if he didn't pick it up there, he's getting focus. He's had some, played a couple different positions at a different school, and he's been able to focus on running back, focus on, the push of the offensive line and that kind of thing. So we look for a big year out of you, Eli. Now I'm going to turn it over. See if we got a question here for Luke here. Mike linebacker, tell me, at Mike linebacker, that's a position where you're going to have to face the bigger backs, the H-backs, and that in the middle of the line. How nice is it to carry a little more weight than you used to these days?
The weight and strength has really helped throughout the years, and it just helps us. Everyone does their job, and we just work as a team, and we can make it happen.
All right, now going over to outside linebacker, let's talk to Brody over here. And are you excited about this season? Tell me, do you like to play on the short side of the field or the long side of the field? Do you like to cover more space, or would you rather come up and support that short side?
Personally, I would like to have more space, and then when you work in more space, you can make more moves and force the ball in even more than it needs to be, and then force it back to Luke. So this year I'm looking forward to playing outside linebacker and hopefully having a big year.
That's great.
For you two linebackers, Brian here was telling Eli that the offense always starts out. The defense is ahead of the offense. That's just the way things work. But we don't know how this season's going to work. Is it going to be 6 games, or are we going to be, playing a guitar after in the January, playing a full season? But for there's a good chance that the offense may never catch up if it's a shorter season. So you won't be seeing all these crazy formations and you can just do your thing. Have you thought about that you can just maybe turn loose a little bit more?
It makes it a little bit more peaceful, I would say, because without all the moving and stuff, you can just focus on your job and do it right a lot easier than all this stuff going around.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead. What about from the middle linebacker's perspective? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the defense has to carry, but our offense is putting together some good stuff and trying to make it happen. And our defense just needs to work together and get it done.
And in a possibly a shorter season, a lot more can happen. You guys play in a very tough district. I know when Palmetto dropped down to 6A, I was a little relieved that even though some of those schools dropped down with us, but it's still, you play in one of the toughest districts in the state, but a shorter season could, you just never know what happens. And even just with the players, who's healthy, who's most healthiest might be the last team standing. Have y'all had any talks about strategies on winning the district this year?
Not recently yet. Recently we just been conditioning. That's all we've been getting.
Just been conditioning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been good to have our coach for a second year.
Absolutely.
And that just helps with team bonding and just trying to get a better year.
Anything to add?
All right, gentlemen, Lakewood Ranch, I thank you all for being here. Good luck next year. I think we're looking forward to the point where we're playing some doggone football.
Absolutely.
And we're praying for you all in the best, and God bless, and thank you for attending and joining us here on Suncoast Media Days. Thanks, guys.
And around 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 and around.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andy Reasoner, and I am not a football coach. In fact, the extent of my football experience in Manatee County was playing on the Walker Junior High School football team in 1967. So I may be dating myself a little bit. But I am a fifth-generation Manatee County resident, and I am here today as the treasurer of Southeast High School Sports Boosters to talk about a new entity that we're working to introduce. Let me also say I'm not a Southeast High School alumni, even though I am involved there. My son is a graduate of Southeast, which is how I got involved. In fact, before my son was a student, the first time I ever went to campus at Southeast was for the Southeast Pensacola-Escambia State Championship football game, which I can say to this day is probably the strangest football game I've ever been to, in that the Southeast Seminoles were dressed in orange and blue, and the Pensacola-Escambia Gators were dressed in garnet and gold. So it was just an altogether bizarre day, not to miss the fact that Emmett Smith for Pensacola ran up and down Southeast like they weren't even there. Something I think we're all sad about to this day, other than our, the former Gator fans. Anyhow, what I'm here to talk about is something that, despite the rivalries that exist in the county between the different high schools and the different sports, there's one thing that we have in common that we think we can work together for the benefit of everybody in the county, and that is our booster groups. Our booster groups have a lot more in common than we have apart from that. And so here, I don't know, it may have been as long as a year ago, we started kind of kicking around an idea of how could we get an entity that would allow us to bring the different booster groups together to talk about common issues, things that impact all of us, things that maybe we're doing at Southeast that could help somebody somewhere else, or something they're doing at Manatee might help someone else in their efforts to make their booster group as effective as possible. And after a bunch of sort of kicking around of ideas, we came up with, and we have started the process to found the Florida High School Boosters Association Incorporated. Now, the name implies, and the fact is that entity will be a statewide entity. The idea is that there'll be chapters of that organization, including the initial chapter, which will be in Manatee County, that different counties can get involved with and become a part of this sort of what we hope will become a statewide sharing of information for sports boosters groups to be able to function more effectively. At the state level, some issues that for the organization that we've looked at, basically obviously is to look at issues of mutual interest to high school booster groups in general, but specifically things like insurance. What kind of insurance do we need? What kind of insurance do people have? Is there some opportunity for us to collectively buy insurance, get better coverages, save everybody money? Is that a possibility? Bylaws. If you're a legal entity, you are supposed to have bylaws. I can tell you that at Southeast, the sports booster group started in 1969. It ran for a number of years. It kind of disappeared. Then it came back again, and it has run continuously since the late 70s, I think, up until now. Well, when I took over as treasurer, we couldn't find any bylaws. Without bylaws, you don't know how you're supposed to operate, what you can do, what you can't do, blah, blah, blah. So I began the process of reformulating us some bylaws, and in the process of doing that, I scoured the internet and stole as much information as I could to help us put that together, and we're pretty far along that path. But having a good set of bylaws as a high school booster group is critical so that membership knows what they can and can't do within the scope of their organization without getting themselves into trouble. Fundraising, the lifeblood of every booster group. If a fundraising idea works at Palmetto, why can't it be used at Southeast? We're not selling our fundraising necessarily to the same group of people. So what works at one school is very likely to work at another school. Sharing those fundraising ideas has helped a ton at Southeast. We have a lot more involvement with our coaches because we've been able to find fundraising mechanisms that are easy for them to administer. And you know, through this entity, we would have the opportunity to share those ideas between different schools, because just because one school's doing one thing doesn't mean another school can't do the same thing and be just as effective. Another thing is the health and safety of athletes. Obviously, in today's COVID-19 world that we're living in, that's an important issue. Honestly, of all the people weighing in on this thing at the high school level, the only people that I can tell aren't being heard from are the parents, the booster groups, the student athletes. They're not a part of apparently not a part of the process. It's all being administered other places. Other things we can get involved in is discussing ways to minimize risks and operating costs. One thing I would like to see done, hopefully we can do, is to develop what are called best management practices. It's a real common phrase in the business world today, but to provide a footprint or an idea of how that might work to a school might help somebody, another school somewhere else, benefit from that operationally. One of the things I'm most focused on at the moment is the issue of how to provide practices, steps, and processes for year-to-year transitions. You know, when I took over Sports Boosters at Southeast, we had a good treasurer. Things were running smoothly, but he had built a gigantic Excel spreadsheet to run the books. I'm better than your average bear with Microsoft Excel because of my business, but I'm not very good with other people's spreadsheets. So that wasn't going to work for me. So I got us doing our bookkeeping in Quicken, online Quicken, so that the idea is that can be passed to the next treasurer by just handing them a username and password and patting them on the back and say, here you go. But those are the kind of things that because succession in a sports booster group is a lifeblood issue. All of us know that there are certain groups of leaders involved in a booster club that get a lot of stuff done. They're very active. They're very proactive in the community, but at some point, those people are going to stop. Their kids are going to leave the school, or they're just going to burn out on it. And so what do you do? How do you make that momentum go from generation to generation as far as leadership is concerned? Different membership options, different schools do different things. You know, what kind of membership options are out there and opportunities in terms of also maybe tying membership to fundraising. I mentioned it slightly before, but providing accounting and bookkeeping assistance. You know, if somebody wants to go to QuickBooks as their accounting method, I can give you a chart of accounts. I've already figured that out. I don't have any problem with sharing that. I'm hopeful that in this organization we'll provide a forum for that to happen over hundreds of schools, hundreds of booster groups, not just a handful. Officer duties and job descriptions, again, pretty standard stuff, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, but you know, one of the things that I've considered at Southeast is, should we have a fundraising chairman who's on the board of boosters, and their responsibility is to feel out, find as many fundraising opportunities as they can, and then share that around the school so that all the teachers know about it, or all the coaches, but also, you know, clubs on campus, you know, they could benefit from that as well. Some other potential areas would be the possibility of having workshops where a bunch of people get together from different booster groups, different schools, all kind of put our heads together about stuff, developing booster club branding things. Maybe we find somebody that's particularly good at, logo development, website development, social media management, and we can provide a way to get that opportunity out to other booster groups beyond just the school that's doing it at the moment. And then the last thing I had on the sort of the statewide list was talking about and getting information out about nutrition, pregame meals. I know we all do it for football. We do it for, at Southeast, we do it for football, baseball, and basketball. But, do we know what we're doing? I'm not 100% sure we do. We're just doing what we've always done. So there's some learning opportunity there. Now, as I was saying in the beginning, this is sort of the statewide piece of this. What we're also focused on, and what will start as the first chapter of the Florida organization, is the Manatee County chapter of the FSHBA, sort of my newly acquired acronym for the Florida State High School Boosters Association. One of the things that we would hope to provide in the Manatee County chapter is to provide a voice for local sports booster groups, parents, and student athletes in Manatee County, to have a place for them to get their voice heard, and then a mechanism to get those thoughts out into the public arena, into the school board, into wherever it is they have to go to get action on things. We would hope to be able to provide a unified presence to the district, so that we all speak with one voice, rather than 100 people calling. If we're an organization that has 1,000 parents and students involved countywide, we can speak on behalf of the group as a whole, rather than as a series of individuals. We've also got an opportunity for consolidated or cooperative purchasing. We all deal with, as an example, Chick-fil-A now. I think Chick-fil-A treats us all real fairly, but is there an opportunity there if we work collectively to get that kind of support? Can we get collectively involved with Coke or Pepsi to get our drink situation sorted out? I assume some schools do. We buy everything at Sam's. I am tired of going to Sam's and buying cases and cases of beverages and schlepping them over to school in sufficient amount of time for them to get cold for consumption when a game is about to begin. I would love to have a cooperative thing there. Other issues for the county is concessions in general. I know Palmetto does it differently than we do it. We need to maybe put our heads together and find the most efficient way to do this, the most profitable way, the way we can do it with the fewest number of volunteers. I don't know how everybody else works, but for us to get volunteers in concessions is a challenge, to put it mildly. Fundraising, again, we're all doing the same thing. Is anybody not selling little food discount cards of some sort? Why aren't we all doing that together? Why aren't we doing, each school has its own, but we go collectively as a group to a vendor and say, this is what, can you help us do this more efficiently, more cost effectively, whatever. And the last thing is I mentioned a little bit earlier before, is the issue of social media and the internet. I don't know how it works everywhere else, but social media, to me, it just seems like the wild, wild west out there. There's all kinds of people representing that they speak for the school, or speak for sports boosters, or speak for a particular team. I think, again, having a unified voice, not just for booster groups countywide, but at the school level, is going to be a benefit for everybody involved. All in all, the organization is in the very final stages of development right now. The bylaws and articles of incorporation are all drafted. We're just fine-tuning them. I'm expecting that the legal entity will be created any minute. As soon as that's done, we'll apply for 501c3 status, so we're a tax-exempt organization from a donation standpoint. Financially, we're not 100% sure how we're going to operate. I think in the beginning it's going to take some private donations to get us up and running, but once we get going, I think the actual funding process going forward is at this point probably still up in the air. Not really sure I should sort of delve into that too much since it's not really fully decided. With that said, have I been 30 minutes? Probably not. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, so this is going to be a statewide thing with efforts for school district.
Yeah, the question is, it's a statewide thing, and how are the individual chapters going to be set up? As far as Manatee County is concerned, we'll do it as a county, is our thinking at the moment. But I think as a practical matter, when you're talking statewide, it may be the kind of thing where maybe 5 or 6 counties in the Panhandle would come together as a single chapter, given that most of the counties up there only have one high school. We have 7 here. Conversely, you're going to have Dayton, Broward, Palm Beach counties where there are, I don't know how many, but probably hundreds, and they may divide up into districts. We haven't really, I don't think at this point, put a sort of a handle on it. I think from or certainly from my perspective, get it off the ground, get it running, get the Manatee chapter working, start doing some stuff, having some benefits, some assets to share, so to speak, as Manatee County, and then we go from there. But the general conception would be to do it by county, so that the whatever sort of political piece of this there may be would need to be coordinated countywide. The state headquarters is in Tallahassee. Will be in Tallahassee. Yeah. And then as far as the local chapter is concerned, I'm assuming it'll be we'll have a local address and all the rest of that, but I don't know that we'll have a physical location per se countywide.
So why now? Why now? What was the driving force to do it now versus last year?
Well, it would have been, if it would have been swell if it was done last year, because then we'd already be done and it'd be working. But the real issue, I think, for this year probably has been driven more by just the inability to communicate collectively, from the standpoint of the politics of what's going on in general. But once that ball got started rolling, then all this other stuff, came up, really relating back to, we all have a lot more in common on the booster level than we really think we have, until you get into it and you start sitting down and you start talking and saying, well, I'm doing this fundraising thing, it works good for us, here's the guy's name, call this guy, see how that will work. And that has already started to happen. So it's really, I think, in light of the immediate problems with finances, having a very effective booster group is going to be critical, because there's going to be a lot of unfilled needs that people are going to look to boosters to support. And if we're not effective at fundraising, if we're not effective at cost management in terms of our operations, we're not going to be able to help the way we have been in the past.
So whose idea was it
Well, it was sort of a collective thing. I will say Bill Britt was the original voice on this. And if you know Bill at all, if you get anywhere close to him, he will suck you into some idea he's got. So we're going to blame Bill for this. But in the end, the benefit it really surprised me how much we have in common at the different high schools than we think. And honestly, the idea of Manatee and Southeast sitting in the same room to solve a common problem, I'm pretty sure that's not something that would have happened unless there was some big need on the outside. The fact that, Palmetto is going to sit down with, Braden River, I'm pretty sure that wasn't going to happen unless there was some big reason for everybody's benefit for it to happen. And right now, in large part because of the COVID thing and the financing problem and fundraising and all the collateral problems that are going to come from that, now is an opportunity for us to get together to do that. At this point, we don't envision like an executive director or anything. So it's really, at this point, some of that stuff is up in the air. I know from my own personal standpoint that it's going to be important for me to be to every meeting of the local chapter so that I don't get made something. I have learned since my children have been in high school that if you're a member of an organization and they have an organizational meeting or a meeting and you don't come to the meeting, you should expect to have become an officer by the time the meeting is over. So anyhow, at this point, we don't have anything specific. We're mostly moving through sort of the legal pieces. I want to get the corporation on the books, and I want to get the application into the IRS for the 501c3. Once we do that, then we can effectively begin to collect, donations or whatever it's going to take us to get this thing seriously off the ground. But until we're a 501c3, I don't think, other than there'll be a few individuals put some money in, I don't think we're going to be able to fund the operational things that we need. Okay? Any other questions or any answers? REASONER. With the Booster Club, please contact us through the phone number or okay, leave a message, give us your email address and et cetera, and we'll be in touch as this thing unfolds. And we'll be through the various high schools that are going to be involved, especially in the Manatee chapter. We'll be reaching out to those booster groups directly to let them know what we're doing, solicit their involvement. I think almost everybody already knows that this is in the works at some level. The local high schools do. We have not approached anybody outside, as far as I know, anybody outside of Manatee County, however. Okay, thank you.
So tell me, what was actually the name of the award? It was you were the #1 stream in the streaming awards. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
I'm with Port Charles High School. Obviously it's been an interesting few months, but thankful to be conditioning period. And I was very impressed with the conditioning level of our players when they showed back up from the COVID-19 break. So we had the opportunity in Charlotte County to get going pretty early on June 15th, which is a little bit before a lot of the folks in our Southwest Florida had the opportunity to get going. And we're approaching week 6 now of summer conditioning, and it's been tremendous. The participation rate's been outstanding. The kids have done a really good job without a clear plan of when we get to play. Obviously, there's been a tremendous amount of indecision on when we actually get to lace it up and who we get to lace it up against and how that's going to look. But our kids have done a great job of staying focused and being ready for when we do get to lace it up. So really thankful to have the opportunity to work with our kids again and looking forward to this upcoming season and hope it comes soon.
Yeah, George, the last season you guys had tremendous success. You guys all that applied to the break. That was in the place in the finals, and we got to the state game. So what do you guys have coming back from last year, and how do you sort of build up those games that close to this year when hopefully we have a season?
Well, there's a lot to learn from last year. There was some tremendous leadership we had. We're a blue-collar football team. That's a very tough football team. We play in a large district where we play a lot of teams that depth-wise have a lot more players. We're a smaller team in our district, so we kind of thrive on our conditioning level. And our seniors last year really did a nice job of making sure we were in great shape every single day we conditioned. They took a lot of pride in it. And, one thing that I hope our underclassmen learned from last year's group was each week they got better. And that's hard to do at the high school level. I think a lot of coaches would agree that it's hard to keep a team focused and make strides forward every single week. And I think that's why our game in the playoffs was so much more competitive than when we played week 4. And, so I hope our underclassmen that are returning, took that note from our senior class last year and realized how dedicated that group was and how special that group was. And they carry on that same toughness and that same dedication that we had last year.
When you got there,
Yes, sir.
so when you got there 9 years ago, was this kind of where you envisioned the program to be, where you instilled that when you looked around, you realized, okay, we might not have the depth of some of the other programs that we might compete against. The best way to do that is to have that, you said, that blue-collar mindset and the conditioning, but also the discipline of the team, because you guys don't shoot yourself in the foot too often in pro games. Very rarely do you guys have lost penalties in the game and return the ball over time. Is that something that you really want to instill at early point and have it become the identity of pro basketball?
Absolutely. I knew right off the bat that I'd cross in high school football. I made a decision that we weren't going to recruit and do all that kind of deal. So I knew we'd play with kids we'd play up against teams sometimes that were loaded athletically, and we knew we'd have to be disciplined and we'd have to be tough and we'd have to be hard-nosed. So we've kind of built that model around that, where our off-season is extremely challenging, and the kids that play for us are tough kids. And, that model came from my head coach in college. He was a U.S. Marine. I played for a lot of guys who were alumni where I played, and the staff I played for in college cared a lot. So we've copied that model, and a lot of our staff is alumni. So I get to work with a great group of coaches that really care, and I'd like to think that our kids understand that we put a lot of time in and that we care a lot, not just about the X's and O's. This program's our ministry, so we have a lot of opportunities to help kids grow off the field and use this game to try to do that. So it's never where you want it to be. I think we're on a good trajectory. We finished second in the district 7 times in the last 9 years. So we're looking forward to getting over that hump. So I'm thankful for where we're at, but there's definitely things we got to do better. I mean, we played Palmetto tough last year, but we didn't beat them. So this game isn't horseshoes and hand grenades. There's a winner and there's a loser. And we're very clear on winning is very important. And we've got to get better in order to overcome some of the extremely talented football teams that we will see just inside our district alone.
Coming up short like that, is that just like the trip that you need to try to motivate kids, like, especially when they're first time that kind of career life?
Absolutely. When you get that close, you can look at what I tell our guys. There's usually about 5 plays that decide a football game between 2 good football teams, and you can pull 5 plays out of that game that you say, if that went this way, that went that way, how's that one play out? So, we take that stuff, we compartmentalize and we learn from it, and we move on. But it's definitely something that we tried to grasp everything that we could have done better in this off season, make sure that we made that a point of emphasis.
There were some of the kids that have been back, that
Well, absolutely. We got a quarterback that's tough. He's tough as nails. Every year we try to rebuild our offense around what we have coming back. Last year we had a physical power back who ran for over 1,000 yards named Janarian Washington. he's a high character kid. He was a grinder. He's a tough kid, and we knew we could rely on him and build around him, and that's what we did. This year, our quarterback's going to be a 3-year starter, and he's the same mold. He's starting point guard on the basketball team, and we've designed it around him. He's a tough kid. He's a competitor. He's dedicated. He's the first one, and the first guy's there every single day, one of the last guys to leave. So we've got a great piece in Bear coming back that we're excited about. That and then our Luthers, Virgil's fullback, and Solomon's a running back and wide receiver, and those are some great pieces. And then we've got 3 offensive linemen that are returning. That'll be 3-year starters: Abel Marquez and Ladarius Bowie and Christopher Topher. So Ferentino, Topher's his nickname, but Ferentino, and so we got a good nucleus coming back. But at the end of the day, if our group doesn't maintain the accountability that last year's group did, we won't take a step forward, because we're going to play against some loaded football teams in our district again, and we're going to have to every single week get better. No, sir. No, we've been to the 3rd round. Yes, sir. Well, our kids deserve a tremendous amount of credit in that aspect, because you have to be unselfish. I think when you turn tape on and you see what they're doing away from the ball, I think that's, not necessarily the scheme. I think every scheme's good as long as you execute it. But when you see kids blocking downfield, for other kids and not loafing, when you see offensive linemen hustling downfield, trying to get that 3rd block, I think that's what our kids last year did real well. I don't necessarily think it was us as coaches that did anything that gave anybody fits. I think our kids' toughness last year, the relentlessness, a couple things that just kind of stick out to my mind. We made a couple big plays in a couple district games just off pure effort, where a receiver downfield made a key block that might have sprung Solomon, or I know Bear made a big run down our sidelines in one of our district games, and it was just a pure effort block. So I think last year's group, I think their effort's what gave some teams fits, and I think they're just their discipline, their ability to be mentally tough and buy into our conditioning, and I think that's what made last year's group tough and gave some people some fits. I thought it was very impressive. I don't know if there's another. I think I was talking to Mr. Hummy where he made the comment that Palmetto had to beat a district team all the way to the state semifinals, and I think that spoke volumes of our district and its strength. And I think it made us all better. I do. I think I know every week there was no weeks off. There was no time where we could lace it up and we said this one's in the bag. No, every week was a grind to try to get better, whether it was a district game or getting ready for another district game in 2 weeks. I thought the district was impressive, as deep as arguably any district in our state, and I thought the playoffs proved that. So we were appreciative to be a part of it, and very impressed with some of the athletes that we saw in our district. We were impressed with the coaches that we saw in our district. Every team that we played was very well coached and very well prepared, and it really pushed us as a staff, and it pushed our kids every week. We played 7 games last year where they were 1-score games. So, it was a great district, and, I think this year it's going to be even tougher than it was last year, believe it or not. We did our preliminary scouting reports, and we've looked at who's coming back, and, you look around the district and you say, oh, that kid's got to graduate, and you see Sage coming back from Palmetto, you're like, holy mackerel, and the young man at Braden River and the Charlotte High quarterback. I mean, there's some really good players coming back in our district. So I think, once again, it's going to be a doozy, and which is fun. I mean, I know as a coach, it's not nearly as rewarding when you walk off the field after a monster win, but you played maybe an opponent that wasn't considered an elite. And we know every time we lace up in our district, we're playing a historic program, whether it's a Southeast that's got the tradition that it does, or a Braden River and a Palmetto that's experienced the success they've had, or a Charlotte High that's got the tradition that they do. So it's fun to play in our district. That's a great question. So we focused on the incremental things that were difference makers. If we would have had a little bit better answer in some certain situations, if we would have been a little bit sharper in a couple of situational calls, things like that as a staff we focused on, and we've tried to evolve every year schematically to continue to put our players in a better position. So we've studied. We've got some great resources at the college level that have helped us continue to push the needle forward, as you say, from a schematic standpoint, and from a strength and conditioning standpoint, continuing to try to push the needle, because it's a game of inches. Like I've told our guys, that onside kick late in the fourth, in that second round of the playoffs, if we get that, if that kick is just 1 foot inside, how does that ball game end? So we've looked at places where we failed our guys as a staff, and we're hoping that our off-season preparation through our staff meetings and all that kind of stuff, in addition to our kids' continued dedication, helps push that needle even farther forward. Appreciate y'all. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to the conference area. I'm here with Ken Burton Jr., and I've got some players here from the dangerous Port Charlotte Pirates, and I want to say that is a sweet-looking helmet as we came in here, and love the colors of this group. And we're sitting here, and we've got Virgil Luther over here. He's a cover corner, and we have quarterback Logan Rogers here, number 2, and then Virgil's brother Solomon's over here on our left-hand side. So we're going to start it off, Ken. Let's ask some questions to the fellas.
Okay.
And see if they're ready to represent that school.
Okay. Logan, as I've shared earlier, I thought you graduated. I wish you had graduated, but welcome back for another year. We're going to have to face him. But have you had any thought? Y'all are a run-oriented team, and which in a shortened season, with the defense being ahead of the offense, generally could play into your advantage. How have y'all coped or have been able to work with your backs and your receivers here since we've been under this COVID epidemic to getting ready for the season? Does that sound like a good question?
Yeah, let's give it to Logan.
For the most part, I think we've handled it well. I'm very close with the whole team, for the most part, pretty close. So from last year to this year, I think we've all kind of, the time off really didn't affect most of us. So like I said, Solomon I played with last year. We got a few other guys I've known since I was a little kid. So I don't think the time apart really has done much. Obviously, we haven't got to practice as much, but going off last year, I think it's not changing much for us.
And we got a chance to broadcast the game, and Logan, I can tell you, is a dual threat quarterback. He can throw the ball, he can run, and terror out there, just a player. And now let's turn it over to the defense for a question. We've talked about defenses being up, and Solomon, ahead with what's been going on at this point of the season. So as a safety out there, you might be coming up to tackle a lot of running backs instead of being out there in pass coverage. But how are you looking forward to this year upcoming season?
I'm looking forward to really actually work with the defense, make more plays with the team, work with them, see how they really is and how the outcome gonna be with them, and help them out with the calls.
Now we hear that you're a track guy. You've got some great speed. Always nice to have that. Is that something you've been able to now? Have you, in the last year or so, are you watching your times get faster and your speed get faster, or you just always been fast?
That's a good. I've been watching during like my freshman year. I've been slow, and as I increase up into my senior year, my time has got a lot faster. Got speed on me, so I'm just working to get the time even lower, but as I go on.
Yeah, and so the
ahead.
game that we had, Ken.
Yes.
We had 5 talented receivers on our school, and I remember a lot of little points in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And you were playing that game, and so somebody was locking down a lot of talent in that game, because I can tell you it was an impressive, playoff game. The defense really showed up to play, so it was you guys. So that against a lot of impressive receivers.
A question for you two brothers: do y'all work out together, and has that helped? Do y'all push each other? You're both track guys, both skilled athletes. I'll let you answer that first. But having a brother, same grade, another skilled does that help push or make you better?
Yeah, it really does, because like when we was younger, we used to like always go to our back in the backyard and like race and see who's like the fastest. So like when we got to track in high school, it was like, okay, I'm gonna beat you this time, and then he was like, okay, I'm gonna beat you this time, and then like it was crazy because I always sometimes lose, and then he beats me, and then I'll be like, dang, I'm gonna get you next time. Watch tomorrow. And then he was like, okay, we see. And then tomorrow I get him, and then it just keeps going. That's how the whole track season goes. Yeah.
And do y'all match up in practice? One of y'all running the little receiver? Yes. So have you had to cover him, and how's that gone? Who's been the better? Nobody's on the spot here.
No comment is an available answer here.
It always come on whoever get to the ball, whoever fights for the ball. We both be aggressive towards the ball, and usually I'll come out on top.
Oh, okay. You want to respond?
Yeah, well, we have brothers and families and played sports together, so we get it.
Yes.
So that's a great question. It's really nice though to be in a community like we've gone down there and experienced. It's a really family oriented stadium there. Everybody was so good to us as we set up down there. People were super nice, and you're very fortunate to be in a community that supports the school. And then to go 10-2 last year, an amazing season, and I was very impressed. And then from one part of the season to the end, the improvement was incredible. And so if you're building on that going forward, very close. And I just hope that we get some schedules, get some games underneath there, and everybody can see how great you guys are, because I think the team was very impressive last year, Ken.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do we know where do we have to? Are they coming to see us? Hopefully.
Well, looking at the schedule.
Ken, they have to come see us.
Yeah, so there's your schedule.
We got a home game there. Yes.
Yeah, but I can tell you, the last time at Harley Stadium there.
It
What an
was-
impressive display.
Yes.
By this group, and we love the colors there. You know, the red and black is awesome. I think you guys have a great coach. They obviously like you. You know, we've had a chance to play, you know, sports for different styles of coaches out there, and I think you're very fortunate to be part of a great a coach that thinks a lot about you guys. And it really, at this time, you know, that's the reason these coaches are out there during the pandemic doing everything, because why is it? You know, we're all worried about exposure, but because you're worth it. That's why. And the potential that you have for college in the future, you guys are absolutely worth it. And we thank you for being here today. You know, and so any other who would get the difficult question, Ken? Was it
the one about Spumoni?
No, that's not the question.
Okay.
No, that's not the one.
Or the one about rice?
No, not and not the examination, coronavirus exam. No, not that one either. So we're checking those
The
off.
girlfriend question.
We're going to skip that one.
Definitely skip that one.
Okay, so yeah, we definitely want to skip that girlfriend question there, guys. Just look forward to a great season there, and wish you all the best. God bless you all. And thank you for joining us here.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming.
Very nice group. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Brett Timmons, head football coach at Southeast High School, coming off a 4-5 season last year. Really looking forward to the opportunity, if we get a chance to play, bring back at least 27 to 28 seniors. We took our lumps my first couple of years, and really feel like this year is the year that we can turn the corner and get some return on the investment. Let it rock.
So, who are some of the key pieces? I mean, 27 is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So, who are some of the key guys that
All of them. Just being honest. I mean, there are some kids who are on the forefront. Malik Huggins, Jalen Washington, Demarion Murray, Calvin Clark, and a host of others. However, it's that whole class. Everyone has value and can add value. So even though those names may be the names that people remember the most, it's that group. It's that group that decided to buy in fully to what we've been trying to do for the last couple of years. It's that group that we've challenged to say, at what point is enough enough? At what point do we go back and claim what's rightfully ours? So this is the group. I kind of liken it to us when to University of Miami. So I've been showing the U Part 2 to our guys, and how that group of Clinton Portis, that group of Ed Reed, how they all basically said enough's enough, that they were going to be the standard, that they were going to be the ones to not necessarily be like the teams of old, but recreate the University of Miami. So that's the challenge that we put on our guys, to say, not to be the teams of the 80s and the 90s, but how can you recreate that same nostalgia, but on your own terms? And hopefully, if they let us play, we'll get a chance to see.
Is that part of like last year you were talking about how you wanted to bring that swagger back to Southeast?
Yes.
Part of this? I mean, showing them to you, I mean, that's the epitome of swagger.
It is, and I think sometimes you have to remind people that, you know, those numbers on that board just didn't happen. That it was a lot of work, it was a lot of pride, and that I think sometimes our kids don't really understand the history and don't know where they come from or what that feels like. But the one thing that, like, I heard a lot of other coaches talk about finances and different other things, but I think the one thing that maybe one other school in our county, Manatee, may have the same thing, but we have tradition, a rich history, and I think that's something that we don't necessarily tap into all the time. If you look at it, you know, Coach Marino Palmetto cut his teeth where? Southeast. Lakewood Ranch head coach cut his teeth where? Southeast. Who started the Braden River program? A player from Southeast. So again, it's all stem from and it's come from that area. If you look at some of the players at Manatee, some of the players that are at Lakewood Ranch, where do they all come from? East Bradenton, which fed where? Southeast. So again, it's understanding that this is the spot that everyone is keeping an eye on and wondering what's going to happen, because and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful to anybody or whatever, but it's us. I mean, we are our biggest opponent. If you look at the games that we lost last year, we were down at halftime and stormed back against Braden River. Had Charlotte on the ropes, had Port Charlotte on the ropes. I think we were the only team to shut Palmetto out in the second half last year defensively. I think Lincoln kind of took what we were going to do offensively and used it and ended up beating Palmetto the following week. It's us. When you go back and look at the tape, it's mistakes here, mistakes there that has cost us from being in a playoff team last year. So it's just really that thing between our ears. It has nothing to do with any physical ability. It's just us understanding and believing that we can do this.
How do you feel like the league has taken the next step in his development as a leader of the program and quarterback there? He was, you know, he's obviously he's got a very good school for offense.
Right.
But he was scrambling a lot last year.
Right.
So, he got short up the offensive line expected. I mean, where does he really take the next step?
You know, I think, like I say, going back and taking this time that we've had, this extended time, has really given myself and our staff an opportunity to really kind of go back and like, okay, where did we fail? And where can we get better? As in a total program, strength and conditioning, fundraising, how we communicate, how we're teaching the concepts, how are we motivating and stringently getting our kids to perform at the level that we want them to perform. So I think what's helped Malik is the recruiting process. I think getting that honest feedback, not that we weren't giving him honest feedback, but getting that feedback from college coaches about his game, about things that you need to do, be considered a quarterback at this level. So understanding that if that is where I want to go, then I need to do these things for me to be able to obtain, you know, my ultimate dream.
Go ahead. In reference to the seniors and non-seniors, group friendly contacts with Southeast right out here. I heard on the way to see the softball.
Correct.
That stuff doesn't happen by accident. We know that. Palmetto last year's success was very much instrumental. It was his state.
Correct.
Very confident reasonable to himself.
Correct.
So what is it about your staff and your program that got these kids to stay through some tough years and now maybe reap the benefits of that camaraderie, staying together and building that program like you have?
So I think, and I don't know what everyone does in their different deals, but when I got there, one of the main things that I wanted to do was foster relationships. So we do a lot of different things. We have a program at our school with the supper program. So to get that food to be able to be delivered to our guys, so because they have study hall and things of that nature, so they can't necessarily get there all the time. So we find ways to feed them. We have, each coach is responsible for a segment of kids. We also have buddy programs where we have our seniors buddy up with incoming freshmen to teach them the ways, as well as my first day of practice, I don't practice. It's really just an introduction of who we are, what we're going to be, the history of Southeast, and getting them to understand what it is to be a Knoll. So one of the first things when I got there, I heard that the kids they didn't know the fight song. And I'm like, you got to know the fight song. And so on command, I walked the hallway and I'm like, sing the fight song. You have to know the fight song. You have to know what it means to put the jersey on. So there's a lot of different things at Southeast High School that if you walk outside of our field house, there's a stone that says Southeast 21, Manatee 7, 1985. So that was the first time Southeast beat Manatee. The kids walk past that every day and don't even realize it. And I'm like, dude, you know what that is. You understand what that gravestone is down at the end of the end zone. You know, that's the Seminole graveyard. That is when we go on the road and we have a big win that we bring back a piece of that sod and we plant it there. And if you look at the list, if you look at all the pictures that are in the field house, those are guys who came before you, who laid the groundwork that when people think of Southeast, they hold it in such regard. And there's a sign that I'm putting up in our weight room that says the pride and tradition of Southeast will not be entrusted for the timid and the weak. And that says it all right there, that we have to be mentally strong as well as physically strong to be able to carry the banner forward. And so to your question, how do we get those kids to stay? It's just that. It's challenging them, but also loving them and letting them know that at the end of the day, I don't care about what you can do for me on the field. What I am trying to do is help you realize your dream, because you're going to be a husband, you're going to be a father, you're going to be so many other things, and that this sport does not define who you are. That I want you to become the best man that you can be, and by any means necessary, that's what we're going to do.
Is that part of that whole identity of being a Christian culture and history and stuff? Is that partly because of how it was for you when you went there, and that you and your friend all want to stick together and make something of Southeast and make them a champion? Because, you know, back when they got so close,
Right.
there was plenty of good teams in the 80s and before you guys got there, but you guys were the ones that back there.
Correct.
Where you went on college, but
Right.
you know, is that part of it though? Like, 'cause you
Some,
decided to stick together and then you wanted to go back and you were players now.
something like that. You could say that. I think reflecting back and just who I am, my personality, I'm a builder. I'm not a person that likes to do what everyone is doing, per se. That if everyone's going left, I'm gonna go right, just because. I don't want to be like you. I'm going to be different. So sitting in those stands, watching my older brother play, watching Southeast lose, and hearing the comments and things of that nature, or this school's better, that school's better. Some people like to be, and I remember a college coach told me this in recruiting, and it stuck with me. It's one of the reasons why I went to Tulane, because I was big Florida State. It's like, do you want to be a part of just a wheel that just continuously churns in and out? Or do you want to be part of the process that helps build the wheel? And that always stuck with me, because I want to be the first. I want to be, and that's what I think drove us, is that we kept seeing everybody get close, but we want to be the first. And so what I tell my kids is, if I was you guys and I was your age, I would get tired of hearing about something that happened 20 years ago when I wasn't even born. I would get tired of that. So at what point in time are you going to create and write your own legacy so you can be remembered? My 2 state championship rings sit in my closet in my safe. I barely wear them. However, I do cherish the memories of the time spent in the locker room and on the field. And that's, I think, what we're trying to get them to understand, is that when we were playing, we had a common, I don't want to say a common enemy, but it was a chip on our shoulders. We were the kids who we felt we didn't get what the guys across the street got. We didn't feel the love that they got. And so, being from where we're from, if you're not going to give it to us, we're going to take it. And whether win, lose, or draw, you're going to respect us on the field. And I think we're getting to that. We're getting back to the point where it's, we're here too. Well, you know what? Pete. Pete was a special guy. And Pete did some Pete things. But you gotta understand, and he and I have talked over the past couple of months on some different things. But it was iron sharpened iron. Like, our toughest opponent was each other in practice. So when we stepped on the field on Friday, you weren't going to do anything that Peter Ward I didn't see him on a Monday through Thursday. You know what I mean? So I didn't fear you, because, and same thing with Pete. Like, he faced the best defense he faced every day. So whenever we lined up, it was all right. It wasn't if we were going to beat you. It was how many points we were going to put up and how long are we going to be in the game. Yes. Yep.
Former teammates and quarterback on that position,
At IMG. Yep.
What does that really bring to their program, or is it very
Sean's the man. I mean, if Sean wanted to go into political office and become the mayor of St. Peter, Tampa, he could do it. I remember our conversations as seniors in high school, and I remember telling Coach John Baxter, who recruited both of us, that if he got Sean King to commit to Tulane, that I'll commit with him. I'll commit right behind him. And he's like, all right, bet, deal. And I want to say maybe 5 days later, I get a phone call, and he's like, I'm in. And I was like, well, I guess I got to be a man of my word. I'm in too. But Sean brings a wealth of experience coaching at USF, most recently as a running back coach, quarterback coach, Coach Quentin Flowers, Coach Marlon Mack, Coach Dearness Johnson. I just think his whole, and he truly cares about kids. I'm not saying that the other guys didn't, but Sean's main deal is for the development of kids, and he's extended IMG to myself if I need anything, if I need to come over there and learn and pick their brain. So that's just another thing that we have that can help us. Yeah, when I was at USF, I was in recruiting when he was coaching quarterbacks and then running backs. Just relatable. I'm not saying that those guys there, I don't really know those guys, but I just know that Sean's a relatable guy. That's one thing that in his room, those quarterbacks and those running backs, still to this day, talk to him. He truly cares. It's not what that individual can do for him. It's more so like, what can I do for them to help them, and then just get back to the game that has helped him. Yes, sir. What have I? No doubt. Yes, sir. I'll tell you this. Those young men that we're just talking out there, they're actually buying into what we've been saying. So they are, after we work out, they're going to eat breakfast together. They are having individual sessions where they're on Zoom calls with themselves, installing different plays. They have group chats. They have sleepovers. They're spending more time with each other than they have in the past 2 years. And it's something about knowing that the guy next to me is putting in the same amount of sweat equity as I am, that when I step out on the field, I can trust you. and it goes back to what I said before, as it being mental. It's that knowing that you are doing as much, if not more, than me, and so I am beholding to you. I can't let you down, and that's kind of what I had a senior meeting, and I just asked them. I asked them a question. I'm like, "What's the one thing that you guys have in common?" And the one thing that came out is that, Coach, we all want to go to college. And I'm like, okay, but can you get there by yourself? No. Can you get there by yourself? No. Can you? No. We all need each other. We all need each other to realize our dreams. And I think they're starting to buy into that. And so to say that, I just feel like we've been battle tested. I think we know the lay of the land. We've been close with a lot of teams. A stop here, a touchdown there, a field goal there, and we're in the playoffs. So it's there. So if they let us play, and then if they let us play district games, if they let us play county games, Southeast High School will be a force to be reckoned with. We good? All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Brian Varnador back at Suncoast Media Days, and I had to sit here, kid. I sat down here at 6'4" and whatever I am, not a small guy, and I feel like a Smurf. It's incredible, incredible how the size of these young men here. So it's I've been very excited about Brett Timmons. And what he's going to bring to the program over there, the culture change that is going on at Southeast. You can see it already.
Yes,
and,
he's already stepped in just a short time, and they were young last year. I remember talking to him when we played him that looking over that roster, he was going to, if he could keep them all in here and have them back, that good things were going to happen.
And we have three players here from Southeast. First, we've got number 8 over here, Jalen Washington. He's a wide receiver. And number 54 sitting here is Damarian Murray, D-tackle. And number 52 over here, Jordan Taylor. So, Ken, let's start with some players' questions here. And really, first of all, I'll start over here with Jalen Washington.
Okay.
I'll bet you, these guys are big. We're all kind of big up here. I bet you can outrun every one of us. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I'll beat him in a foot race. They might keep it a little close, but I think I'll beat him in a foot race.
He seems pretty confident, Brian.
Yeah, do you run with your hand behind your pocket a little bit?
I think he does.
Nah.
I think he does.
Then we've got no chance.
No chance. I just try and get it over with fast as I can.
Okay, well, it's been really fun here today, and we've seen different size schools. And, here we've got some big fellas here. Let's talk about, Ken and I have been talking all day. We believe the defenses are going to have an advantage, a tremendous advantage with what's going on, with the offenses not able to practice and do what they do. So as a defensive tackle, how excited are you about that, Damarian?
I mean, so they won't have time to, scheme every week, and, they can't change up stuff as much as they want to. So I'm going to have an advantage with they can't pull as much, so it'll be easier to film, and then I could just react in the game.
I'm extremely excited to play. The offenses, it really doesn't matter what they do, but they won't be able to scheme in anything like that, so we should have the advantage overall.
Now, number 8 over there is special to me because his mom has worked for me for many years, and we tried to get her to do some things, and but they've held true. But Jalen, how's it been working out during this COVID situation, as far as working out personally, and then for a wide receiver? It's all about timing with your quarterback. What have y'all been able to do as far as because you haven't had spring practice and you've had limited workouts? What are y'all doing to compensate for that?
So usually we'll go to conditioning. That starts about 7 and it'll end around 8:30. So usually we have most of the team there already, and then we'll get with the quarterback, the running back, and most of our receivers, and we'll go to Lincoln Park, just to open park, just to work on timing and routes, just to get everything down, so that when we do come back and we start spring practices, hopefully it doesn't start in the spring, but when we start team practices, our timing isn't that off, and then we can just fine-tune everything when it comes to time.
All right, very good, very good.
That's something I noticed on a drive-by. I saw some guys on their own, high school students out there running routes, crisp routes, and I was thinking, who are those guys? And it was the Palmetto guys. It's like, okay, I think that's Josh Siplin over there. So it's pretty amazing that you guys have the discipline to go that, and the the running of the routes at the right depths, whether it's a dig route or if you've got a go route or if you've got a deep out, or back shoulder fade, those kind of things. It takes a little bit of discipline, not just to goof off when you're out there and it's just guys, right?
Yes, sir. So our quarterback, he makes sure we keep sharp and everything, make sure we run the right routes, the right depths. And sometimes we don't have the lines on the field, like it'd be game day or practice. So we'll put a little cone there just to make sure we run the right route so that it doesn't throw off his timing. So hopefully when it comes back to the season, everything is crisp.
And then the defensive guys, the skilled athletes have 7-on-7. They can go run their routes. What are you guys doing? I mean, you can work out and lift weights, I guess, but do you do anything possibly together as a unit?
Okay, so like most of us, like we're real close. We're a real close knit team. So as they're working out, like we'll go with them and we'll practice on the field, like just do our pass rush moves, a lot of hand work. So we still getting work, but we can't like do the same stuff. We can't work with the bags. We can't, but we getting our work in.
Yeah, as you said, we're very close. So we have probably about 20 of us who go out there at Lincoln Park after practice and just work on individual sections and stuff. Have pregame rotations and stuff. So yeah.
Now, do y'all use Zoom and? Yeah, you want to talk how's Zoom working out?
So when we weren't practicing at the school, we'd have Zoom meetings it was at 10 o'clock in the morning. So we'd all be in there, about 40, 50 of us in there, just going through workouts made by Coach Timmons. So yeah.
Anything else about Zoom?
Yeah, so Zoom was very convenient, but at the same time, you couldn't get the same feel for stuff. So once everything opened back up, we started going to team workouts, we could still do Zoom. But as a team, just players, we play the game and stuff, so we can still communicate. We'll set stuff up just to go work out, and it's easy. So that's a good thing with the technology nowadays. I don't know how it would have happened if it was back when y'all didn't have all the access we have now.
Yes. So from a wide receiver's perspective, is Zoom been helpful?
Yeah,
it was learning the offense, or?
Well, most of us, we know the offense because we've been running it for so long since our sophomore year as a group. So it's just necessary of if they put in new plays, how it would work and against different defenses. So Zoom was helpful, but it was still not the same thing as learning it, drawing it up on the board in the coach's office. So.
And with everybody in pads and. But it's good. Yeah, I'm glad to see y'all took advantage of the technology there to at least have some kind of practice or learning or that time with the coaches.
Yeah, Jalen Washington over here. I got I've got the comms on here from the truck here, and they're correcting my pronunciations, which they often do. Washington, like Washington Post. I think I did it right.
Yeah,
but I wanted
yeah.
to say these guys here that certainly pass the eye test, right? One thing that we do, we get to the games, and I'm a long time go to college football games. We can get there an hour early and look at all the players. And when you look at you three guys, and we look at football, it's like sitting there and saying, okay, that's a D tackle, that's a D tackle, that's a wide receiver. Check, check, check. And we hope that the product that you put that on the field. We got to see some last year, but the product that you guys put on the field, if you play as good as you look as football players, you should be really good. And I know that you come from a long Manatee County, the 941, and we're looking for that. There's two really zip codes that we deal with here. We talk about a lot, 941 and the 305, and we want you guys to represent that 941. Us Palmetto and Bradenton guys for years. We always have said there's really good football here in Manatee County, and you guys are going to keep that, and you've got our backs, and it looks like you'll do that. So proud of you guys, and proud of Coach Timmons, what he's going to do. And I think I'll check with the truck. You guys let me know how much time we have here. I can continue on. I know Ken has a question.
Yeah, I'll ask him. Okay, good. Talking to Coach Timmons earlier before he was on just one-on-one, he said they've been able to do a little bit of recruiting for you guys with Twitter and making contacts. Is that your desire to play at the next level, if that's possible, and you have a good season and we can get some film on you guys?
Yes, most definitely. I'd love to play at the next level. I look forward to it. Exposure is a big thing right now, just because the coronavirus and stuff. We can't get in there and get our film out and stuff like that. So from the past years, we've been from the past games from last year, they put together some film and sent them out to colleges for us to get recruited.
So yeah, it is definitely big for us to get exposure, especially during this time. So most coaches, they'll come watch us during the spring game, but due to COVID, we didn't have a spring game. So most coaches are looking at us to find our own work. So when they see that, they see our work ethic, they know that they have something that they like. Even if we don't have anything to put on tape for the spring, it's still big for us to keep grinding and make sure that they see that. So with Coach Timmons networking for us, sending it out to schools, our time is definitely going to come.
Very good. Very good.
So like he said, with the Twitter and all that, like if we putting out our own work and they see that, they going to get the work ethic. So my only thing is just with all the college camps canceled and stuff, and the visits canceled, you can't go on none of that. So social media is really our only outlet, and then our coach is great with the scouting. So I'm so thankful for him, and I know I'm going to be able to play at the next level just because of him. So thank you, Coach Timmons.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time here, guys. How does the field – have you guys had a chance to look at the actual field during this time? I was wondering, have you looked at the actual field at Southeast? Have you ever been able to take a peek at it over the last 30, 40 days?
Yeah, we were on the field Thursday. It's beautiful, yeah. So the field, it feels real plush, no patches and stuff. But I think we tore it up a little bit with the sled. But other than that, it should be great.
Yeah, that's something I don't know that anybody has done anything on the field at Palmetto High School now, so it's probably in very good condition. One of the benefits of this, I try to look at the positive, guys. I know y'all just want to ball. You want to play ball.
Yes, sir.
And you want to be playing ball last week, right? But the positive, let's look at the positives. During this time of the year, we usually get those storm games that are crazy, where it's raining so hard and lightning delays, and it's those games that are canceled, or it's those games that it's so sloppy out there. The field condition pretty much dictates how the game's going to be played. If this thing does get backed up a few weeks, we get out of those those storm things. So that's going to be something. Let's talk about some positives, because I know you guys are dying to get out there and play. So that's a real positive that we'll get out of this. The other thing that's going to be a positive, you're going to be playing on some field conditions, should be very nice. After those playing on those rain games that happen, it gets really, the fields get jacked up pretty bad. And so it's going to be nice to have good, solid fields, especially in your case when you're out there, you know, trying to put that move on the DB out there, and you need to have that good footing to do what you do. And it's a D tackle with your get off, you know, you want to be able to have good footwork. So we're going to look at some positive here, guys. But hang in here, have faith. You know, there's going to be a time, a season, and I would say this, that, you know, yeah, there's going to be some exposure, but y'all are worth it. Y'all are worth it.
Yes, and you're fortunate you play in a football hotbed area. So when you get your film, that these coaches that recruit this area heavily know you're playing up against some of the best talent in the state. So that only makes it better. We've seen a lot of kids come out of here, step right into college programs at all levels, and they're successful. So you're in a good spot there. It's just a matter of having a little patience here, and also, Brian, the delaying of it. Those big rivalry games. Talking to Coach Timmons, he was hoping, well, maybe we can play just Manatee County teams, and those are heavily attended. They're good financially, which is good for, as we talked earlier, pregame, good for the athletic budgets and funding other sports, so that they can do what they need to do and not worry about the funds. But that was an idea. He and I talked a little bit, or I was just listening to him, that playing them in October with the field position, and it's going to be a better game, and it's going to be heavily attended.
Yeah, and that's always, you know, how when you're out there performing on a field or a court, you know, it's always nice to have the loud crowd, you know, that's there watching. And we remember the crowds at Southeast, you know, everybody backed up, as Coach Timmons has told you all about. But when you experience that culture, and with Coach Timmons there, you will experience that culture, and it's coming. And so have faith. Don't be discouraged. And I've been very impressed with, like you guys talking about, you're out there doing your thing, you know, on your own. That's impressive. Conditioning. I wanted to talk to you about conditioning a little bit, Demarion, as a D tackle. All right?
Yes, sir.
I'd look at this thing. Okay, they like me big. They like me, you know, and now, you know, they can't really focus the attention and energy on me as much, you know. And so what challenges do you have in conditioning this year than you did before?
Conditioning has been one thing that I worked on. So that was like a bad part of my game last year. I could make 2-3 plays, and then I'll need like 4 or 5 to get back to myself. So I've been working on it by myself. So I'll go run the bridge, and I'll go work with my guys at Lincoln Park. So we'll go run the hill out there. So I think I shouldn't have to worry about conditioning this year. So I should have a complete game.
Are you running the Manatee Bridge?
Yeah, the Green Bridge.
Green Bridge.
Yes,
I've seen you. I've seen you out there. I was thinking about who is that big? Okay,
You're running that thing.
Yeah, so I try to run up, and then I get a good break on the way down, and then I'll start running again.
Yeah, what time do you run?
I usually run around 6 o'clock.
Yeah, because I've been registering some tremors about 6 in the morning on the earthquake meter, man. So that's a good thing as a D tackle. No, it's actually this is a we had to play offensive line as smaller guys. I never had to go across a human being as big as these guys.
No,
thank the Lord. But impressive. And so
Jordan, to answer that question too.
Yeah, let's have another D tackle answer that question.
It's good having the D tackles talk today.
Yeah.
As far as conditioning goes, that's something we've all focused on as bigger guys, because we get tired more quick. But it's just continuous stress over on the O line and D line. Just every play, just going at it, rather than some skill positions you don't have to do as much. But yeah, we've been focusing on that a lot over the past few weeks.
All right, I think we're going to wrap that up. Unless you guys have any comment or you want to do a shout out to any close friends, relatives, we'll wrap it up here. Thank you very much for being here. God bless y'all, and we'll catch up with you soon.
We'll see you soon.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, thank you so much.
Where is it? Is it at Southeast this year? We have to come into plays at Southeast.
Yes, sir.
It should be.
Oh, boy.
That's right.
Oh, boy.
All right. Thank you
It's gonna
very
be a
much.
battle. Thank you, gentlemen.
How's it going? Kurt Bradley, head coach, Braden River High School. Supposed to give a state of the program. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot going on as far as what we're able to do right now. Which, I give our young men a ton of credit, because to have them continually show up for a 6-week period without the promise of throwing a football or doing really anything football related, we've had incredible attendance, which speaks to a lot of the leadership we have in this program. We return, I think, 17, 18 starters. Our offense, we returned 10 of 11. Graduated Robbie Gerker, who was a heck of a wide receiver for us last year. But we bring back, you think about that, bringing 10 guys back on offense for a high school team is pretty unique. I don't think a whole lot of teams in the state can say that. So to bring back all the linemen and obviously a quarterback and skill guys, we're going to be putting a lot on our offense this year, and putting it on the shoulders of Shawkey Itresh, our quarterback, second-year starter. 4th year in the program, just committed to Rice University, which was kind of crazy in its own self as far as having to commit to a place that you haven't been able to take a visit on really in those things. And that just kind of speaks to the changing of the times. But up front, we're led by Will Ferguson, who's going to be a 3-year player for us at center. And we also have some other young men that will be plugging in as well, returning from the offensive line. It was young. I mean, like I said, when you return 18 starters, that's good for the following year. But obviously, we went through some bumps and bruises last year, going 4-7. But what we didn't, really have to show for it in the win column at times, I think we really got the character and the kind of the structure in our program back to where we want it. We got considerably better from the first game to the last, and played some of the best teams in the state last year. Obviously, Palmetto and Clearwater Academy and Manatee, Riverview obviously played some really good teams last year. So, hopefully you get the chance to play that same 10-game schedule. We've playing Auburndale week 11 this year instead of Clearwater Academy, but the schedule itself remains the same outside of that. Have an incredibly tough district again. Port Charlotte, I know they bring back their quarterback and they bring back some really good players. Palmetto, obviously, the reigning district champions, Charlotte and Southeast. So a lot of local talent, obviously looking forward to that challenge. And we're, obviously bringing back 18 starters you expect to compete for a district championship. So that's, some other leaders on offense. Obviously talked about Shawkey. We've got Joshua Thomas, who's getting some Division II offers at wide receiver. Bring back Carson Goda, who's a two-way athlete for Braden River High School, a really good baseball player, really good big-bodied slot receiver that I think is going to have looking for a big breakout year from Joshua Keene, who's going to be a junior offensive lineman for us. Also a wrestler. He's got a lot of ability, and we're looking for a lot of things, as well as some senior leadership from Anthony Sturgill and Marcus Gonzalez. Alex Colas is going to be the other offensive lineman, and we have some other younger guys that will be kind of in a position to contribute on both sides of the football. Defensively, we bring back 7 or 8, depending on what defense we were kind of running out there that week. So we got some leadership in the secondary with Jordan Carter. At the linebacker position, Shane Moran, Kai Fredericks, Justin Schofter, our 3 returning linebackers. And then on the defensive line, Anthony Toro, Albert Dowling. We got some gentlemen there that will be filling in that role for us, depending on, like I said, personnel-wise and those things. But, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not going to shy away from expectations. We expect to go out there and compete to win, every single week. But when you play a schedule like we played, you got to play well. You can't just go out there and just roll the balls out on a Friday night and win football games. When you play in tough schedules, especially in our district, you have to go out there and play well every Friday night. And I think that's the challenge that we're going to have, and I think that's what the challenge everybody faces, outside of challenges that we can't control. obviously. So, is that a good state of the program? I don't know. Is any other coaching-wise? I think our coaching staff, for the most part, is going to remain the same. Coach Eric Sanders, we're going on. We kind of came in together. I think this is our 9th year. So he's obviously the assistant head coach, runs the offense. But yeah, for the most part, we have one coach I think is going to take a step back a little bit with, he's got a granddaughter on the way, or grandson, I'm sorry, on the way, and trying to make sure that, we keep him safe and protected with a newborn that's going to be coming into the world. And so I think he's going to take a step back. So if you want to talk about impact on a coaching staff, and my mother had pneumonia a few years ago, so talking about, possibly, I don't know if that's immunocompromised or not. So, that's just kind of things you got to think about. So, wearing masks and trying to be safe and trying to take all those things into consideration. But our kids have done an awesome job. I think sometimes we underestimate how resilient young men can be. I think we underestimate how accommodating coaches can be, as far as just give us the rules, tell us what we can do, and we'll find a way to make it work. I just think the most difficult thing for a lot of people, and it's hard as a head coach to be asked questions by the young men in your program and to respond with, I don't know. Because as coaches, I think as anybody in a position of leadership, is to have to answer with an I don't know. That's not a real good answer, but sometimes that's the only answer that we have based off of everything that's going on. And so that's one thing that we're looking for answers, and hopefully in the course of the next few weeks, come August 10th through the 17th, I think the next meeting is through the FHSAA. And also what's school going to look like when we go back. I know we've got trying to balance the schedules of who's hybrid learning, who's e-learning, and who's going to be on-campus learning. So trying to juggle all those things, and now you have additional struggles as a coach to kind of keep tabs on some of the young men if they're only going to be on campus twice a week, as far as those things. And so, there's going to be challenges, but I think that the profession of teachers, educators, and coaches is oftentimes not take it for granted, but just kind of overlooked, as far as just tell us what we need to do and we'll figure it out. And so I think that's something that we're looking forward to, despite all the challenges, is we'll figure it out. We'll get it done. Yeah, we've had a pretty good lineage of quarterbacks, and obviously, Coach Eric Sanders gets a lot of credit for his ability to kind of work with those young men, and they've all kind of been different as far as how they play the game. But when you have an offensive mind like Coach Sanders, that can kind of put them in position to be successful. But as far as shot goes, I mean, he is. I talked to every coach. Every coach has called about him. He's only played 11 games. Like, he's going to get so much better. I mean, as somebody mentioned it earlier, how much bigger he looks. I mean, he's going to be really, really special. As far as from a mentality standpoint, he's not all over Twitter. He's not out there looking to, beat his chest in front of the world. He just puts his head down and goes to work. He's one of, I think, pound for pound, he's in the 6th or 7th strongest guys on the team as far as those things go. He's a worker. But yeah, having experience, I mean, and against really good teams. I mean, to play at Palmetto twice last year, at Manatee, Clearwater Academy, at Lakewood St. Pete. I mean, that's some of the best teams in the state that he played against last year, and now have that same experience and add another year and some time with his receivers. We're expecting a lot out of our offense from that perspective, as far as leadership, and the game's going to slow down even more for him this year. Yeah, I'm a big. I truly believe that you learn most from your mistakes, and you learn most from failures. You know, it's hard to. Felt like we played toe to toe, may have outplayed them at times last year in that game, and weren't able to finish it off. I thought this team got considerably better. I thought we grew a lot, and you know, I think that we got to be able to carry that on now with the same young men that weren't able to win those close games. That, you know, Clearwater Academy came down the last fourth quarter, Palmetto came down in the fourth quarter, a lot of games came down to the fourth quarter. I think the difference in a year and experience, I think now we got to put ourselves in a position where we finish those things off in the fourth quarter. Yeah, to be honest with you, we haven't spent enough time with them to even have a mantra. It's just so good to see them, and that's the hardest part. Is now you're getting to see them all, you know, 5 days a week, and you know, you can still tell they're smiling even if they're wearing a mask. All those things, you know, that's those things that are important to everybody. You know, our kids need that, our coaches need that. You know, I think I truly believe that the impact that football, or team sports in general, not just football, because I think football gets talked about a lot, but the impact this has on the lives of these young men, I just really hope we get a chance to have a season and, you know, and experience that with those guys. Yeah.
So how tough is it to kind of go through those life lessons and whatnot that you were through and you really can't?
Yeah, you know, I'll be honest, it's been hard for adults, let alone, you know, adolescent young men. You know, it's hard. Like, e-learning from as a teacher is difficult. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the reason why we go into the hallways of those schools is to impact young men, you know, young women, as far as those things go. It's not, you know. So as far as those things go, I truly believe that we'll find a way in some way, shape, or form to do this season. I think, you know, that the last meeting on Thursday kind of bought them some time, you know, in Gainesville to kind of come up with some answers that I think will, at some point, get available to everyone in the state, even if that means pushing it back to wherever it may be. But yeah, we want to play a football season, no doubt about it. I think, but we want to be safe about it too. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's football or nothing. That's not the case. We got to be safe because, it doesn't affect, you know, you can say the coronavirus doesn't affect, you know, 14, 15, 16-year-old. Well, they all have a parent that they go home with, or a grandparent that they live with, or those things, or, you know, so we do have to be aware of that. So.
So, obviously, you know, offensively, you want to call quarterback, you're not necessarily have a lot of field, you would have that. But also, it always comes down to what's the line. So, what your offensive line is going to do?
Yeah, like I said, we bring back 5 on the offensive line. We had 2 starters coming back on the defensive line. You know, so obviously on the offensive line, we're a year older, a year stronger, you know, a year more experienced. So we are expecting a lot from those guys. I think we're in a situation where we don't have you know, we're not the 6'5", 350-pound, you know, light as a bear, you know, D tackles and those things. We got some guys that are, you know, 6'2", 6'3", and can move, and, you know, what we want and what we like, and we're expecting some good things out of them. On the defensive line, we'll be big in some certain areas at the nose, at the strong end position. We'll have some good size there with Albert Dowling, Anthony Toro, you know, and we'll kind of have some other guys kind of stepping in to fill some roles at some other positions there for us. But we've got a lot of confidence in both those sections of the team, and you know, like you said, it doesn't matter what level of football you're at, you win games to the line of scrimmage, and you know, that's what we're hoping to do.
You ever have conversations there, like, come down and play with a little bit of how complex it can be?
Well, to be honest, I give our young men a lot of credit, because it's as a coach, it doesn't matter what we know or what we can put on a whiteboard, or it's what can our kids, what are they capable of learning, and not just knowing what to do, but how to do it. And so I think, as far as toning the playbook down or those things, the more experience you have, the more you can do. And so I think, in my opinion, I think we'll maybe have a little more in the playbook this year when we bring back 10 starters than in previous years.
So, because you guys have a lot of chances to be around do you have a grasp of what you're
As far as having a grasp of what the identity of the team is going to be, I think this is going to be, dating back to 2015, I think this is going to be the closest group of young men we've had. A lot of this is the first time we've had a team in a long time where kids grew up together, played Little League together, have played 3 years at Braden River together. There's so many transient players in the state of Florida that team chemistry is sometimes difficult when you got guys coming and going and those things. And for a majority of the nucleus of this team, these guys have been in the program for 3 years. They know what this program's about, and so I think that's the identity of what this team is.
What is the challenge so many other teams? It probably is one of, I don't know how it's fair to yourself or but probably one of the toughest
Yeah, I mean, you look at between Braden River and Palmetto and, the last, what's it been, 6 years, we've been in probably one of the toughest districts in the state. I mean, whether it be this district we were in last year or the 2 previous years that we were in the other district. You sit there and you look and you can say that, a lot of the state championships run through South Florida. I mean, a lot of the regional championships have come from this area, whether it be 6A or 7A or 8A. There's a lot of really good talent in this area that I don't think everybody quite knows about. Obviously you know about Dade and Broward, you know about Orlando's and those things, but there's a lot of really good teams, and obviously our district is full of them. I think one of the teams that gets overlooked sometimes is Port Charlotte. I think that what they do down there with their culture, and that Coach Ingman does an awesome job. They know who they are, and man, they execute extremely well. They don't beat themselves, and they're another team that they can do some things. And shoot, we played close games with every team in our district last year, plain and simple. There's no, can't point to anybody on the district and just kind of overlook that game. Yeah, I mean, I think it speaks for itself a lot of ways. I mean, there's Charlotte, Port Charlotte, Southeast, Braden River, Palmetto. There's a lot of good teams. A lot of teams won a lot of football games in the last few years, and we're all clumped together in the same district. And I think 3 of us made the playoffs last year. Four made the playoffs last year. So if you got whatever that is, a quarter of the region comes from one district, I think that speaks for itself. Yeah. Yep. So I know, as far as the region goes, Lake Gibson's going to be a good team, and there's some other good teams in the region. But yeah, if you're looking for a regional championship, you better make sure you take care of the district first. That's for certain. Yeah, that question was asked about the calendar starting August 24th, the first day of practice. I guess my question is, when they had that, does that mean that the season itself is pushed back that many weeks, or they are negating the Kickoff Classic week 1, week 2, week 3? I guess that's my question, because yeah, so I yes. Yeah, I think to be honest, I think this is going to. I think regardless of how this season plays out, I think there's going to be a lot of changes moving forward. But as from a head coaching perspective, I think it's difficult if you're saying after. I would like to see 3 weeks, 3 weeks of practice. Because you think about the first week you can't do anything really physical as far as other than you're basically doing everything you do in the summer, except the offensive linemen are hitting bags and the receivers have a helmet on. You know, most of the other stuff you can do in the summer, running routes and those things. So if you take that out, that's the first week. So you're saying after 1 week of hitting, you need to start preparing for a full contact game. After the kids know spring, the last time they did this was November. I think we would need 3 weeks unless you say, hey, we're going to push the whole thing back, and then you can use that kickoff classic if that's what they're going to do. But if all of a sudden you're saying, hey, we got 2 weeks of practice and it's week 4, you guys got Charlotte in a district game, that's tough sledding. You know what I'm saying? That's something we got to think about. I don't know. Baseball can be played in the summers. Softball can be played in the summer. Track can run in the summer. I don't think spring's a bad time to play football because, in my opinion, if they push it back to August 24th, I still don't know that Dade and Broward, I don't know that's an option for them. And when you got 7 of the last 8 state champions from last year in that county, that could pose some issues, and so. I would say 3 weeks, and then a game week. So 3 weeks of practice. So and then so 4 total weeks. Because to be honest, if player safety, and I believe player safety is of the utmost importance. So we now have obviously the acclimation week. We now have the wet bulb thermometer that can basically stop a practice at any point in time. You have all these other things. So in Florida, if you say, hey, you got 4 weeks, 2 of those, 3 or 4 of those days may be obsolete because of lightning or whatever the case may be, but you have to condition your players to have contact. And I don't think you can do that in 2 weeks. I truly don't believe you can do that in 2 weeks. You start talking about player safety, you have to be able to be physical in practice. And I'm not saying you run Oklahoma drill for 2 hours a day, but I don't think if you have 6 days of no contact to then say you get 1 week of contact and then you're playing a game week. I don't think that is something that we can realistically do if we're talking about player safety. Right on time, Dennis. Goodness, right on time. Just get ready to. You got any questions? All right. Yeah, and I look, these kids are playing something. They're doing something. The kids kids are doing 7-on-7s and those things, and it's not that they forget how to play football, but there's a different. You can run all day in the summer. You can run every day all day in the summer, but as soon as you put those pads on and you go through a couple blocking drills or a couple tackling drills, you're gassed and winded. It's just football's different. The only way you can get in football shape is to play football. No different than, like all those guys in the NBA right now. They're trying to get in game shape because they've been doing there's just different. It's a different way of getting in shape, and you can't simulate that until you actually do it. And so, to do that in a 2-week period, we've pushed everything back. Why rush to a game? I guess my question would be, let's get these young men in a situation where they can be safe, be protected, and let's get ready to play a football season the right way. Yeah. like I said, we bring back a lot. We've got the most of our experience is going to come at the linebacker position. So we've traditionally been a 3-down front. So, to have, 4 or 5 linebackers on the field at times, with bringing back a lot of guys with that type of experience, I think that kind of plays well into, what we want to do from a schematic standpoint. And there's some guys that you're always looking for on defense. It can kind of be at times be a secondary player, at times be a linebacker, or at times be a linebacker and at times be a rush end. And so I think the more guys you have with the more experience, they start to understand and you can kind of communicate and make some adjustments. I blame myself late in the game against Palmetto. We were trying to make an adjustment and I wasn't able to get that done, and cost us 7 points late in the game, where I think we'll be able to get that done this year. I'll be able to communicate that better to guys that we've had coming back. I think the more guys you have with more experience, the more that they start to think like you and the more that you can kind of understand what they're seeing. And so from a defensive standpoint, I think we'll be in a situation where we can kind of make better adjustments, on the fly. What I would say is this. What is the state series? I understand that, but I guess my point is the state series going to be without Dade, Broward, and the 7 or 8 other counties in the coalition? If that's what they choose to do, then I guess my question would be, the state champion was going to come from one of those 9 or 10 counties anyways. I don't know. I would be very hard-pressed to say that if there is an FHSA state championship without Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach having an opportunity to play for it, I think that let's be honest, they won 7 of 8 last year. I think that so what I've told people the whole time is I want as many games as possible for our young men with the opportunity at the end of the year to compete for something. I don't want the last game of the season, unless we drop the ball as a coaching staff and have no playoff, don't qualify for the playoffs or don't qualify for the whatever it is. Now, in a perfect world, will we push this thing back to where everybody can start and everybody play for a state championship? Yes. That is my number one priority if given the choice. But if you start seeing this area and that area all opt out, and you see those counties that have a chance to play in that, there's some good football in those counties. And if you want a regional championship out of that, would that be better than playing? I don't have that answer. But if Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach opt out, and then that coalition opts out, the remaining counties are who that have in the past competed in the state for a state championship, I guess is my point. But in a perfect world, we play 10 games and have a chance to compete for a state championship, if that's what you're asking. Kind of a long answer, but. Thank y'all.
Welcome back to Suncoast Media Days. I'm sitting here with a couple representatives here of Braden River. We have Eric Sanders here, who's the offensive coordinator, and Shaqui Atrish. Let me get that right. It's Atrish and Shaqui? Shaqui Atrish. I'll be calling his name again in the future. I've seen some of his handiwork out there. The handiwork of both of these gentlemen. Braden River, if you haven't had the chance, I'd recommend very highly you go and watch them on live stream. But it is incredible, the offensive system that they have over there with these two. And as I adjust my microphone, and it's a fun program to watch, a local program, great with the community, a great coaching staff. So, Ken, I'm going to let you fire in some questions.
Okay,
here.
yes. They have been giving Palmetto fits for years, and the person behind that is Coach Sanders here, the offensive coordinator. He and Kurt Bradley are college buddies who hooked up and made the move from northern Iowa here and have done a great job at Braden River. But Coach, you got to be happy because y'all gave both games gave Palmetto fits and could have went the other way with one play either way multiple times, but you only lose one player this year, so you have to be happy with, especially with COVID and not having spring practice, and that you have a lot of kids coming back. So offensive wise, you might be in a better situation than most of the other teams in the area. So
we are
speak
fortunate.
to us.
We are very fortunate to bring back so many guys from last year. We should not be too rusty whenever we do get to come back. Should be able to pick up things pretty quickly and go from there. Just really excited about the upcoming season. Obviously, we got him coming back, entire offensive line, 6 of our top 7 weapons from last year. So expectations are very high. These guys have worked their tails off. So just super excited about it.
And how have you been able to communicate with your offensive players using technology like Zoom and 7-on-7s here of late? Or
well, we haven't been able to use a football since before spring break, before all this stuff happened. But we've been able to have them on campus for workouts where we've just been able to run, socially distance and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But we got a lot of smart kids on our offense. It's not going to take very long to pick things right back up where we left off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's fun to watch, and you got a great quarterback here, Shockey, and I see you're coming into your senior year. I think you're going to be attending Rice, or you're going to go up and play football at Rice out in Texas, which is exciting. You got the look of a quarterback. You certainly passed the eye test. What are some of the what are the exciting things that you're looking at from some of the positions around you?
Yeah, so like Coach Sanders said, we're bringing back a lot of our weapons, and the good thing is that we've been playing together since we were young. So we have a lot of good weapons on the field. A lot of fast receivers. JT, Josh Thomas, probably our fastest receiver we've ever had. Connor Lasada, Carson Goda. We have a good group of guys coming back, so we're excited to head towards the season and use those guys.
My question for you: we saw the progression when we played you the first time versus the second time. It was like a whole. I mean, you were a good quarterback the first time, but second time much better. So you're feeling confident going into the season this year,
yes, sir.
Knowing the offense and the players.
And I think my situation, I wouldn't say it's unique, but last year was my first year starting, and a lot of these quarterbacks, they'll come in from different schools, start since their freshman year. So it was kind of new to me, change of speed, everything like that. But with another year of experience, I think we'll be fine, and we're just looking forward towards the season.
Some of the kids we've interviewed, this is their third or fourth coach in that many years, so benefiting that y'all have been together.
Yeah, definitely.
It definitely helps, doesn't
since
it?
day one, I mean, Coach Sanders took me under his wing, and he's coached me up really well. So I felt like I can play out of school if I wanted to. If I wanted to transfer, I feel like I could have started. But I'm definitely glad, I stayed.
And you're the leader of the offense. Have you? What do you do to lead by example? With you got a lot of players coming back, which is good, and they may not need a lot of help. But what do you do as the leader of the team?
Yeah, so I think just playing with all my players since we were young. I mean, 5 years old. I think it helps me a lot. So they kind of follow me anyways. We're always hanging out outside of the football field. So that's a really good thing. That's important to us. And they kind of we're all kind of linked together, tight, close knitted group. So it's kind of easy. I mean, I obviously have to have that leadership as a quarterback, but all the guys do what they're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, Coach, I want to talk to you, about I won't get into play design and those kind of things, but I love watching your offense and the schemes that you run and the counters. And let's talk a little bit about we heard a little bit about the receivers. Let's talk about the offensive line. How are you going to hold up here?
Last year it was kind of fluctuating throughout the year, and then about mid-year through probably after week 7, kind of settled in on 3 juniors and 2 sophomores who finished out the season and made a lot of good strides, started building chemistry. So we're going to hang our hat a lot on them this year as far as protection in the run game. We got all 5 of them coming back that finished out the year and went through the playoff game. So they got a lot of tough games of experience.
Yeah.
Going to be a very mature group, led by Will Ferguson, our center, who will be a 3-year starter. 2 tackles that'll be seniors, and then 2 guards that started last year virtually every game as sophomores will be juniors. Much bigger, much stronger, and I think the biggest thing will be their confidence will be so much higher going on into battles against some of the top teams across the state that we'll play again this year. So I just think the overall chemistry and confidence is going to be so much higher than it was last year.
Now, Ferguson, he's number 50, right, from
Yes,
the
sir.
center,
Mhm.
and he plays with low leverage. He's a tough player.
He's a pit bull.
I've been
He's a pit bull.
very impressed
Mhm.
with him over the years. A guy that you'd want on any program.
He's been outstanding. He's he's got 23 games under his belt now, so he's got a ton of experience. He's been through, seen every situation, so he's going to be the rock in the middle. It's always good to have a center with that much experience as well. Best friends with our quarterback, so that's great. So, he's going to lead the way up front. He's going to be our anchor up front, and got a great group of guys around him that have good chemistry, and they'll be ready to go.
The district showed last year that it was probably one of the toughest, if not the toughest, in the state.
Absolutely.
Do you think that we'll see more of the same this year?
Absolutely. Top to bottom, yeah, there's no easy out. Obviously, Palmetto, Port Charlotte all bring back key guys, bring back a lot of talent when they were very good teams last year. Southeast has talent, obviously. So top to bottom, the district's extremely tough. You're not going to have an easy game. And it proved in the playoffs just how tough our district was. So it's going to be a tough one.
It sounds like it's going to be a dogfight. If we get this thing in, and if hopefully some semblance of a playoff, it sounds to me like it's going to be a dogfight.
Makes it funner that way.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and the program, I've spent my time on the broadcast team at Tiger Vision as presented by Conley Buick GMC. I've spent my time there for 8 years on that. I think our time has been congruent since you and Coach Bradley went in, right? You kind of came in at the same time.
Came into our first year was 2012, so this will be our 9th season. We've gone through 8, so.
It's been a lot of fun to watch. It's a
appreciate
lot of
that.
fun. It's a privilege. It's obviously you're always well prepared, and something the players conditioning, things like that. I've been very impressed over the years in the
Appreciate
performance. And we don't talk enough about the defense. Because I enjoy your offense so much. I'm going to be one of those talking heads. Defense this year should be a little bit ahead with a lack of preparation. So tell me a little bit about the defense.
We lose some key linebackers from last year, but we bring back some really good players that, again, got a lot of experience. Our D-line should be as good as defensive line as we had in a number of years, which that all starts up front. We got a couple linebackers that played in the playoffs last year with Shane Moran, Kai, and Justin Schofter, all seniors, going to be interior linebackers that'll kind of be the nucleus of that defense as well. And then some secondary. We got 2 kids that started last year coming back, Jordan Carter and Greg Cotton. And then we have a couple other guys that have kind of been waiting in the wings that'll be ready for their turn this year when it's called upon them. So 10 starters on offense, 7 or 8 on defense, however you want to look at it. So we've got a lot of guys coming back.
Yes.
A lot of experience. And the senior class has been tremendous. I think we have 25, 26 seniors, and they've been playing together since their freshman year, and 17 or 18 of them are significant starters.
How about special teams? I think we've had Colna, the kicker. He's a pooch kick spot. I think he finally graduated. He's been kicking for you guys.
Toma.
Yep. Toma has been with you guys, and he's very interesting to watch because he seems to find those holes with the pooch kicks and very creative style. Are you going to have a different approach to the kickoffs this year?
He kicked on our JV team last year. His name's Colin Boyd, but he's been working his tail off kicking, and he's got a great leg. He really does. I think he's going to surprise some people. he's going to be very dependable. We're not worried about that one bit. He works his butt off. He's going to be fully prepared, and he'll be ready to go. So.
Great. And Kenny is here as a punter, so
Trent Hedgepeth is our punter. He punted
yeah.
for us last year, so he'll punt for us again this year. And it's always good to have an experienced punter coming back as well.
Yes, I think Braden River is going to be definitely in the watch if they stay healthy. They're at least on paper.
You got to check
check
the boxes. You got a system. The coaching system's been in place for a while. You got a quarterback that's seasoned. You got returning players on both sides of the offense. Special teams sounds like it's okay. Long snapping, who knows at this time?
We graduated our long snapper. We got a couple guys that can do it though. We got 3 off on the top of my head. That's stuff we haven't done in a while, obviously, because we haven't been able to have football. But hopefully we can get back things to normal in some sort of fashion pretty soon and work some kinks out in that category and get going from there.
Either one of you guys, obviously we're going to be a month behind. How you would like to see an adjusted schedule, district games or Manatee County games? What do you think, guys, both of you?
As long as these kids get a chance to play and play for something, play for a state title or some sort of title in itself, that's the most important thing. These seniors have worked their tail off, and these guys deserve a chance to play. Obviously, we got to do it in a safe fashion, but these guys deserve a chance to play, and hopefully we can get there at some point.
What would you like to see? Another shot at Palmetto High.
So I think the situation's unfortunate, but like Coach Sanders said, we want to play for something, and the scholarships. It's not they're important to most of the players, but it's not the most important thing. I think state championship. I mean, it would be great if we could play for one, but obviously there's other kids that rely on football to pay for school. So, I mean, we'll see how it plays out, but we're really hoping for something like that to happen.
Yeah, I think, we've got a little extra time here, so I think that is something for us. You guys with your program, the coaches think enough of the team. You have a live stream that is out there. Very easy to pick film, from a live stream, but you guys, the coaches, feel enough of importance for the players that, doggone it, we want exposure. Yeah. And we feel the same way over the, the stream that we support. And it's great to see you guys out there. And I've enjoyed over the years, I'll go to your guys' games, not even, teams that I'm familiar with, and I'll watch you guys play from a year or two ago, just from the appreciation of the style that we get. And it's very fun to be in a county where we've got what appears to be a college type system, and it kind of relates to, as you'll, how Mummy's tunnel screen offenses, or you've got the Texas Tech, and you've got run and shoots and RPOs and all this stuff. Well, you guys, I think it's a tremendous advantage for you, Shucky, that you've got the terminology and people know. When you go to college, you're not going to have to learn this stuff. Yeah, you've been exposed to that. The terminology it's not going to be unusual for you, and that's a real blessing for you. To now you don't have to, do another. It'll simplify what you have to do when you get to college. So that's it, and it's a lot of fun to watch. Over the years, and so. I think, with the team I support, you guys were certainly a competition, probably the number one, rival, or it's very high up on the priority list. But, like I do with I have a college team that I support. Our number one rival is probably the most respected rival, because of the respect of they've got a good program, and man, they do good stuff, and they support their student athletes. And so I just want to say it's really cool, and that doggone it, we got a coronavirus thing, and yes, there's some exposures, but your coaches and they think enough of you. There's risk out there for all of us, but you're worth it.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's something that's clear. Evident to us, and what these coaches do for, it's not about the money, and it's not about, they're concerned about the lives of you young men, and it's evident here in our community, and you're very fortunate to be part of that.
Yes, sir. They
with your
sacrificed a lot to make us happy, so that's the main thing.
You're very blessed that's the way, if you've played for coaches, there's guys out there that could care less about the student athletes out there, and that's something that you're not that you're not going to see at your program.
Yes, sir.
So that's something that you're very fortunate for that. So we're going to wrap it up, but we want to thank the coach here, offensive coordinator here, Eric Sanders. Does such a great job, and we're looking forward to seeing you again next year, Shockey, Trish, and going to have another school come here. But thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you for having us.
Give these kids the recognition that they so richly deserve for all the hard work that they put in. They started this process back in January. Unfortunately, we were shut down due to the COVID in March, and then have resumed workouts on June 15th. So, again, these kids, they work hard. They have pretty much two goals, and that's to win championships and compete for scholarships. And so, we're just hoping and praying right now that the FHSA leadership and the leadership at our district level give these kids the opportunity to do what they've worked so hard for, and hopefully that doesn't get taken from them. So, with that being said, I'd like to talk a little bit about our kids in particular. Obviously last year was a great year, a historic year. Palmetto's had 4 regional champions in the entire history of the school. We had one in 2011 and then again last year. So, and to do that in our region, in the district that we had, was a major accomplishment for our kids. It's really difficult in the game of football to beat a team twice, and we were able to do that in the first round of the playoffs with Port Charlotte, and then Braden River, and then Charlotte for the regional championship. So, hats off to those kids. But that's the past. But the good news is about the future of this coming season. We have a lot of those kids back, and we're excited about how hard they've worked since January and where we are now with that experience. We have our big top captain, defensive lineman Floyd Dozier. We have Jordan Renard, and we have Miles Ormsby on the defensive line. So we have 3 returning starters at defensive line. We have 3 returning starters at offensive line, and left tackle Kaiwan Smith, Juliana Shatilla, and big Quentin Zanders. Outstanding athlete, great footwork, and all 3 of those guys are really good offensive linemen. So when you have 6 in the trenches coming back, that's really where it counts. Games are won and lost in the trenches. So like I said, when you have a strong offensive line, defensive line coming back, you have a chance. We're very excited about having both our tailbacks back, and Robert Gavin and Sajal Hickson, our top tailback. We have Zorian Geathers at wide receiver back on offense. We have a couple of other guys on the offensive line that we feel can fill in quite admirably, and have done a good job when they got in games last year. So we feel like our offensive line is going to be better than a part-time starter. But our top returning starter was Lee Matthews, and he missed half the season, more than half the season, with a foot injury. So, again, to accomplish what we did last year, and then to have those guys back, those 3 guys back, we're in better shape going into this season than we were last year in the trenches. And then same thing defensively. We had Floyd returning as a starter, but the other guys were all new, and so now having 3 on the defensive line, I think that's going to bode well for us in terms of our success this year. Defensively in the backfield, we have Jaquez Hughes starting free safety. He'll be back. L.J. Hewitt starting corner. He'll be back. Linebacker, we're going to be a little bit behind in terms of development there, because Matty Wyatt was one of our best defensive players. A lot of experience, and so we're going to have to fill that linebacker spot. But we feel like Jalen Wester did a great job when he got in there last year, and we feel he's going to be fine, and we think he's going to play at a high level. Ruben Stamp. We got several other guys, that we feel can come in and play and fill those voids for us as well. We got Tariq Wagner, an up-and-coming corner, got some good reps last year. We feel like he can step up. We got some young guys that we really like, Jaden Dunbar at corner, Nate Dawes at safety. So we feel like we have some kids that are going to compete. Defensive end, we feel like we got 3 kids that are going to fight for that one defensive line spot. Danny Rivera, Gabe McDuffie, Riley Jackson's another kid that got a lot of reps on the D-line last year. Coach Walls, our defensive line coach, does a great job, rotating guys every year and getting them in the mix and getting them that valued experience so that there's never really a major drop-offs. That, as guys graduate, there's guys that are ready to plug and play. And that's part of building the program, and that's what we've always believed in. So, those are our returning starters. We feel really good about Josh Siplin, our quarterback. If football is a quarterback-driven position, we're very excited about him. What he showed last year when he got into games, measurables, he's bigger than Xavier, and Xavier did an outstanding job for us, obviously being only losing the one game and then losing the Central in that championship game. But we feel like Josh is bigger. He's 6'4", he's 200-pound kid. He's athletic. He's got a great arm. His development, understanding defenses throughout last season was progressing every week. So we feel he's cerebral enough. We feel he's athletic enough. So, we feel really good about the quarterback position, which is, again, another void that we're going to have to, find out if he lives up to the potential and the capabilities we feel he has. So, kicking game, we lost our kicker last year in Rafael Gonzalez, but we have a couple prospects from our soccer program. We have Jose Castillo, who was on our JV squad last year. We feel like, Robbie Stevenson does an outstanding job with our kickers. So we feel like Robbie will do a good job developing our kicking game. Our long snappers are in great shape. We have 2 long snappers that do an outstanding job. So, that's a major part of it. So if you get the snap back, that's one part, and then obviously you got to get the kickoff, the protection. But, if you have a good long snapper, that's crucial. And so we feel good about the 2 long snappers that we have. God forbid if there's an injury, that we won't miss a beat there as well. That's pretty much it. I mean, obviously, as I mentioned last year, our district is as good as it gets. When you talk about Charlotte and Port Charlotte and Braden River and Southeast, top, well-respected, tradition-rich programs. And like I said, we're looking forward to the challenge, and we just hope that the FHSA and our local districts, allow these kids the opportunity to go compete for championships this year and give them the platform to perform and showcase their abilities for the next level. So that's our overview of this year's team and the season we have ahead of us. And willing to take questions now. Go ahead, Jason. Well, Sagel's worked extremely hard, and that's been a conversation that we had going into the off season, was that be prepared to carry more of the load, him and Robert Gavin as well, but especially Sagel. Last year and every year we always want to have 3 running backs, that A, for injury purposes, or B, that when you get into the fourth quarter that they have fresh legs and can finish games for you and win. And so, with that being said, when you have a special back like Sagel, you want to be able to get the ball in his hands as much as possible. So he understood that, and he's really attacked this off-season program and has worked extremely hard. And he's prepared physically. He's prepared to handle the extra load that we're gonna ask of him. So. Yeah, we have obviously Zorian Geathers coming back, due to Kobe's injury in preseason. Zorian got a lot of quality reps and quality starts and made some plays for us, big plays for us in the Manatee game. And so, obviously we have him that we could build around. And then we have some young guys that we feel good about. Ray Terrell Crawford, younger brother of Raekwon Crawford, who was our starting corner last year. He's very elusive, very similar to a LeJontay Shifty kind of kid. We have Cleve Benson, who's a lot like Bub, Adravian Butler, but a little thicker. We feel he could be as good as Bub, if not better. He's got great explosive capability, very elusive as well. So we feel like those two guys in the slots, and then we have, we have some other guys that are going to compete. And, and like every year, a good coach is going to put his kids in position to win. And that means you have to adapt. You can't recruit, you can't draft for what you need to fit your system. So, we've relied upon a lot last year, the 4 wide receiver sets on the field. We'll go to more of a, we're going to incorporate a little bit more split back so that we have Robert and Sagel in the field, on the field at the same time with those 3 receivers. If we feel like, whether it's Ray Terrell or, we also have another kid that was, that was with us, moved away, moved to Tampa, and then has moved back now into Palmetto, Quay Smith. So we feel like if we have to go 4 wide receiver sets, we have some young guys that can do that. We can also, we have the versatility of having Sagel and Robert on the field as much as possible with the 3 receiver set.
So what did you learn from, say, the football season where, you're semifinal appearance and that kind of a letdown year, ultimately, at the end of the year. So how do you sort of, what did you learn from that where you take this to going that this year, but you don't have a hangover effect from getting to a semifinal appearance with so many senior leaders left that you haven't actually, so how do you sort of do that?
Right, and I don't want to, I don't want to diminish your opinion, but we won the Spring Classic, we won the Fall Classic, and then we ended up 9-3. So 11-3. If that's a letdown year, if that's a hangover year, we'll take that. Most coaches will take that any day of the week. Right, when you go undefeated, that's a tough, it's a tough standard to keep. But in regards to your question, these kids, been there, done that. They were there. That pain of that central loss is there, and that's what's motivated them. So, but like every other year, football starts back from the beginning. We don't just get to fast forward and then get to go play in a regional championship or a state semifinal game. You have to go and earn it. And just like that team earned it in the spring, earned it in the Fall Classic, and earned it throughout that season to end up, like I said, 9-3, 11-3 if you count those 2 other games. So we feel like with the senior leadership we have, the kids that have been there, done that suffered that disappointment, they're hungry. They're more hungry than they've ever been, and that we feel like that's going to motivate them to not overlook anyone. They want to make a statement. They want to make a statement for themselves, as I mentioned. Every kid, you ask 10 kids, all 10 kids are going to say the same thing. They want to win a championship, and they want to get a scholarship. And so, that's what these kids are seeing one year to the next. You have to have those guys fill in. So I don't know if it's a hangover. We just hope Cleve Benson, and we hope Ray Terrell Crawford, and we hope all these kids that we've been developing within our program are ready to step up and help us, finish and get that state title. Yeah. But again, when you talk about the 3 games they lost, Manatee, I think, had their best team I've ever seen. And I've been in Manatee County for 30 years, so that was one of the losses. Southeast, was a loss. And again, that was, you're talking about Brian Poole, and you're talking about people that are playing on Sundays. So, again, I don't know if those 3 losses are indicative of a hangover or just, they just were better. Maybe they had a little bit better talent and they just played a little bit better on that particular night. But, yeah, and it's right. We feel this year we have a little bit better nucleus than that 2012 team, I guess, to answer your question. Yeah. So, we feel with that hunger, just like the 2012 team, they were hungry. And when you get that close, you want to get back there again. we just didn't have as many returning starters for that 2012 team. And that's the thing when you talk about rankings. Preseason rankings are based on what the previous year's team did. Well, if the previous team is not intact, if you lose a lot of kids, then of course you're not that same team, and that preseason ranking will play out. And you see it every year in college, or the prognosticators pick NFL Super Bowl contenders and who's going to be in the Super Bowl, and it never works out that way.
We're about a month away, I guess,
We hope. Yeah, I mean, right.
But as it stands now, it's pretty unlikely that Broward or Katy, the counties that have won a lot of state championships coming out of the last year, probably won't be, if their numbers probably won't be decreasing as to where they would be included to be able to go back, right? So how do you sort of feel about having a, I don't know, championship series or something like that without the entire state present? You have certain counties, especially in South Florida, where a lot of the state titles are coming.
Yeah, no, absolutely, great point. And that's why you saw at that, if you watched it, the FHSA's meeting the other night on Thursday night, that's why you're seeing some people start to dangle that idea of maybe having a season start in January. And that was the biggest shock to me, that coming off a 3-month lockdown when all of us had nothing to do but think, in that first FHSA meeting, somebody posed a question. I think it maybe came from a chat room or side question about that, moving spring sports to fall and fall to winter and winter to spring, and just basically adjusting the FHSA calendar. And, the response was they hadn't thought about that. And that was sort of puzzling to me, that, how could you not have thought about that? But at least now when that question was posed to them, now they are thinking about it, and that was brought up. That was brought up at Thursday's meeting. So the next FHSA meeting will be August 17th, and it'll be interesting to see if they take that approach that, we want to include everyone. But to get back to your question, if it doesn't work out, it's unfortunate, because it's great competition. You want to compete against the best. Every kid, every coach wants to compete against the best, because you don't want anything, you don't want an asterisk by anything you accomplish in life. You want it to be, hard fought or hard earned and worthy. And so, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, it's there's just so many things that are being proposed right now that you really just can't wrap your arms around anything. I just, I'm the proponent of, I've been preaching to whoever will listen. I feel like whenever it's deemed safe, whether it's September 21st, as our district AD feels like September 21st is a good return date, that's what he's shooting for. But he also proposed an alliance schedule. I didn't understand that. I just figured we would just pick up the schedule that's already in place. Why reinvent the wheel? Just pick up the schedule that we have. Even if the FHSAA says on the 17th, you know what, it would be a diluted or an asterisk season anyway, with a state champion being crowned. So we're not going to have a state tournament series. You're just free to schedule games. Again, I don't know why we wouldn't just pick up our schedule that week, which would be the 25th Friday night, September 21st. If that week's deemed safe for fall sports to resume, our game would be that 25th. We have a game on the 25th. Play that game, play the entire rest of the schedule, and then, the FHSA is given the flexibility to extend the season. So, or even if you didn't make the playoffs, you could play extra games to get your kids more exposure and the opportunity that, the other goal they have of getting scholarships, give them that chance to perform. You just pick up your season in that regard. So week 1 game would now be week 12, and week 2 game would be week 13. So you'd pick up right there, and then it's just an easy transfer of your already existing schedule. See, a lot of people don't realize, a lot of times people are making these decisions. A lot of work goes into creating your schedule. As head coaches, when you have to call and text and email, and so-and-so's in class, and you got to call back, and then they already scheduled a game, you thought you were going to get them, and then they call you back and they say, hey, coach, we were going to play you, but, now we're not going to play you, and then we have to call, and it's a lot of tedious, time-consuming effort and energy that goes into creating a schedule. So I'm hoping that somebody listens and takes my proposal that we just pick up wherever it is deemed safe by the experts, the medical personnel. If it's the 21st, if it's the 28th, if it's the, October, again, you pick up right where that point is, and then you just tack on at the end. Everybody's, because it's universal now, everybody's just moving the same, it's just the same people. So if you're opening us up to a wide open calendar, then we just move the front end games to the back end. It seems seamless to me. It makes the most sense. So. Yeah, we'll make that decision. You'll know. After the game, when you go for your post-game interview, obviously I won't be there, so you will know who. I'll let you know who will be designated. We haven't made that decision yet. No. Yeah, well, if you're in a leadership position, you always better have plans B, C, D, and E, in my opinion, ready to go. And so every year, I'm always meeting. We're a close-knit group of guys, and so I know what my coach's goals, dreams, and aspirations are. And so this year in particular, after the season, Coach Pat Cucci, our defensive coordinator, had an opportunity to go out into the private sector and make a heck of a lot, more money. And so, absolutely, he's like a little brother to me, and I gave him 100% blessing. I said, if you don't take it, you're an idiot. So, he moved on, and now we have a great staff of defensive guys. So we promoted from within. So Matt Brazelton will be our new defensive coordinator. Just as last week, my offensive line coach, Steve Cucci, he played for me. He's been with me since day one when I took over the program. I was Coach Woody's offensive line coach, so I knew when I became head coach I needed to fill that spot first and foremost. It's a very valuable position on your staff, and so I just had already been working on that. I knew he had goals and dreams and aspirations of moving into the administrative side of education. I thought he was going to be here for this season, but again, if I would be remiss in my responsibilities if I had just banked on that and not had already been pursuing other options. So breaking news, I had already been in conversations since March, actually. Dumika Atkins, former head coach at Booker High School, is going to be our offensive line coach. So he's going to be a great addition. I've known Dumika since he was a player, and that's something, with my experience in being in Manatee County and Sarasota County for 30 years, I've had the chance to really see these kids up close and personal and watch them develop throughout their playing careers and then, through their coaching careers. And so he's going to be a great addition. So Steve's done an outstanding job. Like I said, he's like a little brother to me. We're going to miss him. But again, it's about the program, and it's my responsibility to make sure that if Coach Marino, God forbid, dies tomorrow, this program will be fine. And so the new additions to our coaching staff are going to be outstanding assets and positives for our kids. So. Again, I've always been a glass half full kind of guy. You always have to, again, in leadership, you have to prepare for the worst. You have to be, you have to expect bad things are going to happen, adversity is going to come, and you got to be prepared to handle it and move forward through it. But we don't want to focus on it. We don't want to, let that drag us down. But ironically, as I was out there with my players, a few of our senior leaders, they're hearing it, and a couple of them said, Coach, what will the games be like? I said, they're going to be intense. I said, football is a special game. It's played by people that are fighting for respect. It's really, when you get to look that guy in the eye, because it's a physical battle. Football is a game of will as much as it is skill. And so when you have that type of attitude around a particular sport like football, the intensity level is always going to be there. If you ask a guy, what are your goals? They want to win a championship and they want to, and they want to get scholarship. But really, when you break it down, what's their daily motivation? They want to beat the guy that they go against. That's it. Whether it's in the shoots of offensive, defensive line, whether it's DBs and receivers and one-on-one drills, they want to win, and they want to win every individual battle. That's the gladiator, warrior mentality that football players have. So they're going to still go out there and they're going to compete. They're going to try to dominate their friends and have bragging rights. So I think you're still going to see outstanding football, highly intense, knockdown, drag out, prideful games. So yeah, I think it's, it would be disappointing for them, but I think they'll use it as anger, as motivation to just go out and still win. And if you win every game, is it a state title? We're going to get them whatever, hoodies or, whatever championship gear or whatever they would get, banners or whatever. This team will be remembered, whether they're going to be remembered as district champs or whatever the accomplishment is. They'll be rewarded. Thank you.
The following advertisement is intended for Matt Jacoby only. They're free! Sunglasses! I'm giving you shades. They're free. It's free sunglasses for you, Matt. These are free sunglasses. You gotta come get them, but they're free. 2 lenses, no delivery. Come on over and get your free sunglasses. You left them here. I'm not wearing these around all day. They're for your face. Matt, come get your damn glasses. They're free sunglasses. Matt, the glasses are free. They're free sunglasses.
And around 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 and around. And around and around and around.
This is Brian Varner, and welcome back to Suncoast Media Days. I'm here with the Palmetto Tigers, and we've got some players here that everyone's familiar with, and I know we are certainly. Ken, why don't you introduce the players to us, Ken?
Well, I might need some help. Why don't we let them introduce themselves?
I'm LJ Hewitt.
LJ Hewitt, okay. This guy had a different number. They're throwing curveballs at us already, Brian.
I'm Sajal Hickson.
Floyd Dozier.
So we got them all. Yeah, number changes from 50 or 52? From 50 to 5, and Sajal's going from number 4 to number 2, and number 3.
29 to 3.
But I can tell you about all of these guys. We had a chance to watch them quite a lot, burn a lot of film on these gentlemen and great athletes here, and we're always excited about being with the home team on the broadcast. Tiger Vision is presented by Conley Buick GMC here on Suncoast Media Days. First, I want to talk to Floyd. We'll start it off with you. Tell me about the challenges that you've had with the conditioning now. I know we've had the big news that you recently received about college and what your opportunity is.
Well, new challenges about conditioning going on right now. It's mostly about the 6 feet distance. We can't do a lot of drills. Most of our drills, we do the same thing, 100 yards, gassers. Can't do all conditioning, can't do everything, so that's the new thing. And more recent news about college that I recently committed about a month ago to the University of Buffalo.
All right. And congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Sajal, question for you. And we talked a little bit about it before we were on the air here, but defense, how the season turns out, offense is going to be way behind the defenses. And what have you done to prepare for your senior season? And are you prepared for a heavy workload of 3 yards in a cloud of dust and maybe a simplified offense, run heavy this year? What do you think?
Coach Les, my running back coach, he's prepared me very well to be able to
handle how many carries I'm going to be having this year. Other than that, I'm ready.
Sejal, I'm looking at the math on this. I got excited during the coronavirus thing. I was thinking about it. Okay, Sejal's going for he's going from 15 carries a game. I think we talk about 3 yards in a cloud of dust. With you, it's always 8 yards in a cloud of dust. When we do that, you get over 100 yards a game with very little carries, which is cool. So, if you took some of those games that you're getting 15 carries and 125 yards, you take 30 carries, that puts 250 on the board. That would be kind of exciting for you. Are you capable of doing that? Absolutely. I look at you as one of the low here in Manatee County, one of the low mileage backs going into your senior year. Is it your senior year finally?
Yes, sir.
And it seems like you've been playing so long, but I am super excited about this year. Okay. So I'll turn it back over to you, Ken.
Okay, LJ. Defense. Your secondary corner. Okay. Your role will probably pick up dramatically this year because we lost some of them to graduation. How have you been preparing for this upcoming season, and what do we have to look forward to?
I've been working very hard this year. I got a lot to prove. I got a lot of space to fill in the shoes, But like Day and Rick Ron, they're great people. They guided me a lot, and I'm ready to step up this year. I'm ready.
And obviously they were successful. Both are moving on to college next year. What you said they were like mentors for you. What did you learn from them?
They taught me to be a little more confident. Basically, that's it. Just more confident.
So you're ready for the season? All right.
LJ, I've seen you out there. I kept thinking that Hewitt dude's pretty fast. So are you a track guy?
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little about that.
I got a little faster during the season. I definitely got faster now. I increased my 40, and I've been really working really hard, running up hills at Lincoln and in Sarasota.
Yeah, it's obvious on the close when you're closing some of those. I think you played a little strong safety last year, right? And I could see the gap, how quickly you were closing that gap is kind of you don't always see that on Friday. Look more like a Saturday thing that I was watching there. So that's going to be that'll bode you well as you get into the season. I like that you got Day-Day's old number 3. And we're used to seeing a lot of plays being made out of that old number 3. So we're going to keep that tradition going forward.
And how tall are you and how much you weigh?
6'3".
Okay. 6'3" is a little unique for a corner. So how does that play? How do you use what is that being 6'3"? Most of them are 5'9", 5'10". So how is this going to help you think, with your height?
I'm more rangy. I have more length, and I can run. So people don't really try me on deep balls. So it's just really a lot of short game, and I got better than that. So.
LJ, so the thing about that is you get taller. They say, well, he doesn't have the hips. You got the hips to make the turns. That's beautiful, and that's always a good thing with so many of these guys coming out. A lot of the receivers that destroy a high school corner. It's that 6'3", 6'4", 6'5" guy, that comes out there, and it's going to be awesome to have a cover corner out there with some length. That's good. That's great.
That's special. You don't see that very often.
All right, I'm gonna go back to Sejal here because I think he's pretty.
He's ready for a question.
Sejal, some of the things you do naturally, as you do your pirouette move, when you run to the sideline, you switch the ball over to the other hand. Just a natural running back you are. But tell me about your hand. How's the hand come around?
It's a lot better. Had a lot of time to heal it. I dislocated it. It was my pinky. Well,
I remember.
That didn't stop me from playing though. But
no, you played on.
Played
through.
It's nothing major. So.
Yeah.
But let's clarify that. You hurt that early in the season, if I'm not mistaken, against Charlotte.
Braden
River.
Yes,
so he had an exceptional season, obviously, and was a key player in our long-term run through the playoffs with the running game, and you played with a bad hand essentially.
Yes,
so probably made you more cognizant of holding on to the ball.
Yes, sir.
Made you think about it just a little bit. So because you rarely fumbled. So glad that you're healthy to start the season out.
Thank you.
Couple runs, the run in the Largo game down the left sideline, caught up in the middle, bounced it outside. Amazing. Just a lot of fun. And a lot for us guys like to watch film and like to watch good football. It's nice to see. And your attitude around the team, on the field, off the field. I've seen you before, out away from the field, and just a good human being too. Not just a football player, and you've always done a good job representing Palmetto High School.
And Floyd, anchoring our defensive line for the third year, a lot of exposure, and the recruiters obviously have found you. For the defensive players, you have to be salivating and getting back out there, because the offense, you're not going to see a lot of elaborate offenses. They're going to be behind, catching up from spring and summer, so you're not going to see a lot of looks, and they're not going to have time to really throw things at our defense. So you have to be salivating at the opportunity where you can just relax and play, not worry about the recruiting. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, most definitely. Recruiting, most definitely. That's off of my shoulders now since being committed, and then I can focus more on just getting back how it used to be with defense and all that stuff, getting back to being that dude on the line who had to hold it down. Because this is my third year, my senior year, so I'm ready to go. So I'm have to be the leader on the defense and all that other stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be some different type of getting used to it, and I can see everything coming back on, because everybody's getting caught back up, as you said. So yeah, it's most definitely gonna be a little more edging for us, but then again, it's gonna be kind of better for us.
And you just made a good point. You're the guy on the defense right there in the middle, anchoring it. Obviously, we got to keep you healthy during the year, but as the leader of the defense, what are you doing to motivate? Got a few holes to fill on defense. We lost some key players. We got a lot of players coming back with yourself. What are you doing?
So that's a good thing. So I'm basically just showing them by doing everything we got to do, workouts, just telling them what's right, all that, and they're following. So that's good. So coming to the season, if they know what to do when it comes to like big situations, going on long runs for playoffs and all that stuff, it'll make it better for me as being the captain, because now they're following me.
I was thinking, Floyd, as you had an interception last year, I was wondering if you were going to teach LJ some things about, how to pick the ball off and do what you do.
Nah, LJ taught me.
All right. Yeah, that was a fun play.
Who are the other captains of the team?
Right now,
do we know?
Probably, I think it's Sage with me. I don't know the other two right now.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I want to ask that question of Sagel. You're like maybe perhaps the lead guy coming back on offense with a big season, running the ball. What are you doing as a leader on the offense to help? We've got some shoes to fill, but definitely the players are there. But what are you doing to try to help do that in this pandemic?
Making sure everyone's staying in touch with each other. We made a group chat, so every day after practice, we're not allowed to throw at practice with each other. So we go work out separately with each other, a group at Blackstone, and we run routes, run plays, make sure everybody's ready.
Okay.
Sure.
Very good. Yeah, I saw that group out there. I was doing some business one day, and I was like, those guys look familiar out there. Just young men out there all on their own, doing your thing. No coaches involved. Nice routes. Everybody was serious about it. It was cool. I watched it for about 5 or 10 minutes over there from a distance, and pretty cool. Pretty cool to see the dedication of players, because, what do you do when nobody's looking describes your character, right?
Yes, sir.
When everybody's looking, that's one thing. But what do you do when no one's looking? And that kind of showed me about the character you guys. Well, we're going to cover y'all a lot this year. I'll check with the truck here. I don't know how much time we have for the next group coming in. Maybe I'll get a signal there, but I could talk to you guys, and we'll talk to you guys all year. Okay, so we've got time here. Oh, one of the things that we do, we do a coaches show. And it's Sejal, you've been on the coaches show. Both of you guys have been on the coaches show. We get you guys. You guys are the impact staff, placing players of the games or make the play of the game, and it's exciting for us. And what do you think about the exposure that you guys are getting as players here at Palmetto? Has that been good?
It's been great. Obviously, you can see he's committed to Buffalo. I have a lot of coaches texting me right now, getting in touch with me. So does LJ. I believe we have a lot of exposure at Palmetto right now.
That's great.
Yeah, LJ at 6'3", playing cover corner. I'm sure you're getting just passing the eyeball test, so you're getting some looks too. Yes. How's that going?
It's going great. A lot of schools haven't pulled the trigger yet, but when they see me play this year, I feel like they're going to pull the trigger. I need a few games. I don't even need a whole season.
Okay. This one's confident over here. I love it.
I'd be confident too. If I was a 6'4" corner,
yes,
I kind of like that.
Yeah, and I can move, and I got the loose hips because I don't. Yeah. I would be very confident. Yes.
So looking at the complexity of is the offense pretty complex? That you guys, it seems like with the RPO, and I'm talking to Sejal here on this one, with the RPO and the things that we do and the bubbles and the tunnel screens and is it a complex offense? Does it take a little while? Here's what I'm concerned with: you're good. You've been there for a while. You've been exposed. What about these up and comers that are coming in this situation? Is it going to be difficult for the new guys?
I believe it's not going to be difficult. The plays are really simple. You just got to pay attention in the meetings. If you pay attention in meetings, you'll understand everything. I mean, they're young, so it'll take them a little minute in practice. They won't be able to get it in the heat, but once they learn the plays, they'll get used to it and they'll be able to be ready.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to watch. Sometimes it's like watching NASA out there, and you get the right looks. I think of one game, Miami Central, there was a cover corner that got hurt. The next play we run, Zay will is running to the left, slippy out of the backfield. You got a new corner out there, really excited, out of position, boop, down the sideline.
Yes.
So the play, it's a lot of fun. For us, we got to call the game. I'd like to sit back and watch the game. But it's a lot of fun to see the sequential play calling too. This jet sweep look this time is going to counter and open up something. Mm-hmm. It's a really fun offense to run, watch, and you're a big part of that.
Yes, sir.
It's cool.
Got to give the credit to Coach Ty on that.
Yeah, Coach Ty dials them up.
Yes, sir.
And Ken, you and I, Coach Ty Stolt, we've had the opportunity. One of those games we're at the Largo or somewhere. We're on a tent in the visitor stands because we couldn't get into that. Coach Ty is like 8 feet from us. So we're listening to, we have the noise canceling, but I'm listening to him call the plays during the broadcast. And that was probably one of the most fun.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
To sit there and actually get the real game because, the talking heads like us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's media, talking heads guys, but the real game, and I don't want to put a patent on this, but I'd like to have the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator on a live broadcast or it could be take away and see how the game within the game really goes.
Yes, sir.
Because that's
where it's really happening.
That's where the games are won. And you guys are blessed too. And both offensively and defensively, you guys have a great staff behind you, coaching staff, and then the family chemistry that you have. Please don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the family chemistry y'all have is good.
Yeah, very good.
We're proud that y'all are Palmetto Tigers. We're very proud of y'all as young men too.
Thank you.
It's really something we enjoy, and we're going to get to the next group. But thank you, and since we're here on a Tiger Vision broadcast, I'll take a break from Suncoast Media Days, and I'll say, "Go Tigers!"
Go Tigers! Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. I'm Yusef Shakir from Manatee High School, head football coach, entering into my 4th year, really my 3rd. That first year was, just came middle of the summer. So going into our 4th year, really our 3rd year, really with having an off-season program and really being able to develop. This past year, of course, we were district champs. I made it to the 3rd round, first district championship in a couple years at Manatee. So we're very excited about what we did last season and continue to build on that and just continue to grow. Offensively, we lost one starter, a guard, that's it. We have several, very excited about our young linemen that we have in our program. We have well over 30 offensive and defensive linemen, very different from when I first arrived at Manatee. But a lot like how it used to be, Manatee was always known for having great linemen, big linemen, physical linemen. So we're getting back to that. Weight room games were phenomenal this off season that we were really able to develop. And before we had the interruption with the COVID pandemic, we were really on track to set and break new records inside the weight room. I'm a firm believer that's when championship teams are built, inside of the weight room. So we're very excited about that. Offensively, we of course we get back Tyreek Allen on defense. We have a lot of kids coming back on defense. We only lost one defensive lineman. That was Ryan Ives. Went to Air Force, and we lost 2 linebackers. So really, inside of our front 7 on offense and defense, we really only lost 3 players with that, and we have some very, very talented young players stepping into those positions, and we're excited about them coming in and taking their place and developing a new team. Of course, we get Kyrie Jones back on offense. We lost him before the beginning of the year last year. He, of course, rushed for like 800 or 900 yards as a freshman. We lost him before the season. And beginning of the year, actually, we were down our top 3 tailbacks for the first 3 weeks. Craziest thing I'd ever seen in my career. There's been some interesting things happened since I've been in Manatee, so that was something very interesting. And really, at the beginning of the year, we were playing with a sophomore quarterback who had never played a varsity game and a freshman tailback who had never played in a varsity game. So it was very interesting to begin the year last year. But specialty-wise, we lose our punter and kicker. Both are very talented young men, great young men. But we have a very good, very, very talented young 2 kickers that are very talented. That I think actually have the potential to be better than both of those guys, especially with our sophomore and our upcoming senior that we have. Those guys are very, very talented. We had a new kid come out that was going to come out this spring, and he can really boom in. I was like, whoa, he started, that thing was flying off his foot when he was just out there just kicking. So we're very excited about our kicking game, our long snappers. He's back, of course, so that's always great. This is actually the first year since I've been at Manatee that I have more than 15 seniors. So we're very excited about that. We have 27 seniors coming back into our program. And not only is that going to bode well for us this year as far as leadership is concerned, it bodes well for us in years to come, definitely with our young kids, because we had this group now that are seniors were very talented when they're young, but we just didn't have a lot of older players to really guide them and to mold them. Now we have that inside of our program. It's one thing to coach great young men, but it's another thing to have players guide them and lead them throughout the way. Because as a coach, a lot of times kids look at you as just a coach, but then they look at those other players as extension of the coach. And so when you have those older players that really can critique and focus and reinforce with the young kids what they really need to do, you separate that coach-player relationship, and you have that mentor relationship really start to develop, and that's when your program really starts to take off and go to another elite level. Defensively, like we have a lot of kids, like I mentioned, Tyreek Allen earlier, I think he led the area in interceptions. I think he had like ended up with 9 after the playoffs as a sophomore. So he comes back leader. Of course, we have all-purpose guy Nyrone Jackson, offense, defense. Been playing a long time for us. I don't want to see him leave. He's been there ever since I've been there, so I want to keep him as long as possible. But we have some very talented guys. We have Nate Hyman, who led us. He had over 20 tackles for loss from his linebacker spot last year as a junior. He brings a lot of talent to us. Of course, we have a very young, talented linebacker in Samu Vabe, who has really the physical size and potential to be a top recruit in the country. And really, it's just last year was his first year playing a whole football season ever. So he's very talented young man. And we have several defensive linemen returning. We have Ron Harley, who's been great for us, Devon Stewart. We're very deep on the defensive front seven. Our offensive line for us would be very strong. And we have, of course, Charles Armstrong, probably the most popular guy. He's committed to Arizona State right now. Sports Illustrated just did a feature on him, one of the top seniors in the country. Then, of course, we have Derek Maurice. Both of them have been starting for 4-year starters. Derek is right there next with Charles as far as being athletically gifted and very strong, very explosive. Of course, we have Quinn Rome, who's been starting on the offense and defensive line throughout his 4 years at Manatee. So he's great for us on both sides of the ball and just does a phenomenal job for us. So we have a lot of talent coming back. Like I said, we have Kyrie Jones returning. We have one of our other running backs returning from injury. That we feel like we have 2 200-pound tailbacks. So we're very excited about that. Then we have, of course, Markel Jackson, who's an all-purpose back for us. Does a lot of different things. Of course, we have Jaden Corbett, he scored, I think, like 13, 14 touchdowns last year, receiver. He comes back, and then we have a couple additions at the wide receiver spot. So we have, of course, our quarterback coming back, who's just going to be a junior, who's really just learning as we went in every aspect of everything we did. So we're going to be very talented. And we have very good depth, every position possible. As of right now, we have close to 120 kids inside of our program. When I first got there, I don't know if it was 40 or 41 kids when I first came. So for us, really building our program with the right young men that want to work hard, that want to compete, that want to be physical, and that want to be disciplined and want to be coached and want to be pushed to the utmost ability every single day. We have something in our program we just call about, we want to be great every day. Good is the enemy of great. I've probably read that book by Jim Collins, but that's really our motto, good is the enemy of great. And we talk about focusing on being the very best we can be every single day. We have great assistant coaches, offense and defensively. Of course, Jaquez Green has been my offensive coordinator in the past. The 2 other places I've been was finally able to join me here at Manatee. And he really didn't have a spring last year, so really he just got to know the kids in 2 days. So once you saw us really, one, our kids early in the year get some experience, and then 2, get comfortable with everything, and we were able to become very explosive inside of what we wanted to do. And we want to continue that path moving forward. This is the first year where we've had basically able to return the whole entire staff as coaching staff, and just building that continuity back up. Of course, when I came there, of course, we had it was very few coaches when I got there. So I was building the team, building the coaching staff, really kind of building everything. And so the great success we've had in my first couple of years is really goes back to the community of Manatee High School, the great support that I have from our Booster Club and our community and the kids, just their commitment to buying in. And now we're really at a place to where we can really take off and really succeed and really be at a level of where we think that we have all the building blocks in place to really be able to take off to another level. So we're excited about that, and we're excited Of course, that always our kids have opportunity to go to the next level. We've signed a lot of kids my first couple years there. Really didn't have a lot of numbers, so now we have a lot of numbers. So we're looking to get more kids in college and more kids at the next level. That's first and foremost for me as a head coach, is try to make sure first and foremost that every kid graduates high school, and then secondly has the opportunity to go to the next level if he wants to play at the next level. But if he doesn't, make sure that he has a plan for life moving forward and is able to execute that plan, whatever he may choose to do. We have a say in our program, you have to have a choice. You got to do something. Either you going to school, you getting a trade, you going to military, but you have to be doing something progressive when you leave here, because I think that's what says the most about your program is what kids do after they leave. I think coaches are really measured 5, 10, 15, or 20 years after their players leave, because the most important thing is the players. The most important aspect is who they become as a person more than anything else. So that's the state of our program.
So with Kyrie being back,
Mm-hmm.
how much is the offense changing with him now coming back after injured having him back, and how much of that is now done to the team eventually get what it is?
Well, his freshman year, I had a rule, and when we got inside the 10, he was getting the ball. So we're really having him and having Jabbar Dunbar, like I say, both of them are 200-pound backs. So you can have that in college, let alone you can have that in high school. It really changes the aspect of things. And up front, we have a massive offensive line up front. I think the smallest guy up there is like 270. So those guys are really strong, really explosive. So we'll see. We definitely gonna run the ball. So and we'll just go from there. When Manatee had those great championship teams, of course, a lot of time they were based out of the eye, and they were based out of option attack. And so, and really what RPOs really are now is just the pass. People call it run pass option, but really all it is just having 2 and 3 reads, which is just the option game. That's all it is. So, and having Jace back another year, I think gives us a dual opponent. And out wide, we have 2 6'3" receivers, so we have a shot. And, we'll throw our own somewhere. Tailback, receiver. We just kind of be somewhere everywhere. Oh yeah. I have a conversation with all our skill guys on offense beforehand. I like, hey, now a lot of y'all real good now, so I don't need nobody getting their feelings if one guy doesn't get the ball as much in one game as compared to the others. But they're all great kids, and they all say the same thing. They're like, Coach, whoever get it, they got to do something with it, Coach.
So obviously you guys did a big stretch of you went to that full season.
Mm-hmm.
How much is it going to help the Athletics having an actual full season under his belt now, and his development?
Well, first and foremost, as a coach, to be a successful coach, you got to understand what your players can and can't do, and you can't do that if you don't know them. And not only that physically, but you got to know what they can and can't do mentally. So I think that's going to be a huge aspect, and that's been a huge difference, really, with me being there, really knowing and understanding who the kids are, what they can and can't do. So I know it's going to be phenomenal for us as far as offense is concerned, with Jaquez knowing these kids inside and out.
So now that we're with the practice dates, potential start dates, and now that it's said after the month, but how much do you want to be everybody? Because Broward and Dave is one, so now we last year. With the way their pace is going there, I don't know if they'll be back or not. Pretty uncertain. Probably unlikely. They'll be able to start on time for everyone else. So how much do you want it to be everybody in the same team? And in a perfect world, is that what it looks like to you?
Well, definitely, because the thing about the state of Florida, you have great talent at all areas of the state of Florida. You know how you have great championship programs in North Florida, in Central Florida, and in South Florida. So you want all of them to be involved. And basically, and kind of how our deal is set up, it's really a north-south anyway. So you want the South to be involved, and we're in the South region, so you want those guys and those guys from Southeast Florida to really be involved, and it just be like the same thing. I don't think a lot of people kind of remember. You had Hurricane Andrew years ago. They had a shortened season, and they were still able to get those things going and get into the playoffs. So we've seen these type of events that have kind of curtailed the season a little bit at the beginning before. So hopefully everything can eventually kind of ease out. But oh. Well, I think the first for him, he has experience, especially as a quarterback, and the speed of the game. Last year our kickoff classic got canceled, so his first ever game was against Lakeland, and the defending state champion. So, it's very different from last year for him, just the speed of the game and knowing what to expect and knowing the expectations of not only being the starting quarterback at Manatee High School, and what type of expectations come with that. So I think him, first and foremost, that's the biggest thing. And he's added about 20 pounds muscle in the off season, so I think that's going to help him too, especially extend through a long season, playing multiple games. So I think that's going to help him too through that aspect. And really also the people around him are going to help him also, because now everybody has experience. Really, you look at last year going into the season, Iron Jackson was the only guy, because we had those injuries. Of course, Napoleon was out early, Tyson Phelps was out early, and Kyrie was out. So with them three out, we had two offensive linemen, and ironically, we only had three players that had ever played in the varsity game before. So they just didn't know. So I think the people around him have a better understanding, and that's going to make him better. And I think that's the biggest thing, to have a successful quarterback. All successful quarterbacks do one thing: they trust in the people around them.
Where do you have the program now? You're talking about physicality and the fact that you guys have some you seem to really wear down the different competitions, the way that you realize this, which is physicality. Do you feel like you have a program on the strength where you want it to be, where you guys can keep rotation with them? Because that is the standard of
Mm-hmm. 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 Yes, definitely. So I think that was the biggest thing that I was that was a little interesting to me when I first got there, was the lack of strength in the program, and so I think we are definitely at that place where we really can compete physically and that's the biggest thing, to make it through 15-game schedule. That's the biggest thing. You have to be physically ready to play and explosive and powerful, and really in those the front seven on both sides of the ball. Huh? In the weight room, you first got to, and I think flexibility. I think those are the two main things you have to have. You have to get those kids flexible in their ankles and their Achilles, because first and foremost, the feet are the first thing that hit the ground. So if they don't have strong, explosive feet, they're not going to have strong, explosive hips or knee flexibility inside of their Achilles and their MCL and PCL. So you have to have those strength components first, and you have to build them in the weight room. Those kids have to become strong, because you can have talent, but if you don't have strength and if you don't have good pad level, you have to play lower and more physical than those guys on the other side of the ball. And I think those guys have to have an aggressive, mean streak. One thing I've been doing for years is my young offensive linemen, I always make them play defensive line on freshmen and JV, so get them coming off, firing off the ball to be explosive. And I have them kind of cross-train a little bit of both. So I think that helps them a lot. Oh, definitely. Especially when you have some guys who have a little rough streak inside of them. You know, those guys really are very they're very competitive because of the fact they have to compete every play up front. Offensive linemen and defensive linemen really don't have a choice to avoid contact. Well, they do, but they really don't have really a choice. And so those are going to be your most competitive guys. So you want to make sure that those guys up front have the most competitive streaks and understand winning and losing every play. Yeah, we have. Yes. No, we'll rather not. Yeah. It's fine.
So, what is it about the district you guys are in that it usually comes down to you guys and the match, right? So, what is it about them and what they bring at the program that kind of find it different on the team?
Well, against them, they run the ball, so and that's their primary force that they want to do. Defensively, they try to keep everything in front of them, and so they try to make you drive the ball. And so usually have very good kickers, so they're very precise in what they do. A lot of times they don't really beat themselves too much, so that's what makes them successful. And of course, we have Sarasota, who has a new head coach this year, so I think they'll continue. He's been there in the program, so it's not like they have a new person. So I think they'll continue to improve it better. And they have some very good talent too, and of course we have Lakewood Ranch. They're getting some talented kids inside of their program, and I think Coach West is going to do a good job. So we really have to, and people have to understand, whenever you have a district that is basically locally based, you have another aspect of the kids knowing each other and really want to beat each other. That's a little bit different from playing against people who may not be from your area or your kids don't really have a connection with. I think the game becomes more intense when you have local kids who know each other and play against each other. Yes. He was my quarterback coach, yes.
So now you got a new job.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, what is it about your coaching style that
Well, first and foremost, he's a teacher. He knows. He did a phenomenal job with our quarterbacks when we were at Gibbs, and then he has great experience. Sean played NFC Championship game. So he was an undefeated quarterback in college. So anything those kids are going to see, he's going to be able to prepare them for. And then on top of that, really he's just a great individual. He really knows how to connect with those young men, and he's such a stickler on fundamentals. I think anytime you have a very successful coach over a long period of time, that's the one thing you have consistent fundamentals. Because anybody can really be a decent coach when they got a lot of talent. What are you when your talent isn't very much? That's really kind of a coach you can really see how the kids really develop and really try to improve themselves, because talent is the ultimate equalizer. Talent solves a lot of issues and creates a lot of mismatches for you. But when you don't have those mismatches, how do you create those matches, and how do you make sure that your kid can be functional in that moment? And I think he does a phenomenal job of that wherever he's been. And you can see, especially when he's been a quarterback coach, you've seen his kids really be highly successful. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely. And I think a lot of coaches that they have over there, throughout the years, me and Coach Logan, who's the defensive line coach over there, he recruited a couple of my kids from my last school. He was at Jacksonville. He was an NFL guy, but he's really he actually 3 of my kids played for him in Jacksonville, and just the fundamentals that they work on and that they talk about, and they have really a chance to over there. They have a chance to put a lot of time in mentally, and that's the thing about them that's very different from everywhere else, is that they have that opportunities to get really detailed and really structured coaching as far as really filming is concerned, and evaluation, self-evaluation on top of those things.
How exciting is the season going to be for you, for the program that you guys finally get the season going? A month or 2 months.
Yeah.
Does it feel like this is the year? You always want to have that optimism.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I think, I really do think that we have a chance to be very special. But of course, it's the thing about winning state championships, and a lot of people talk about it, but until you've actually done it, you really don't know the difference. And the main difference in winning state championships is your players' level of commitment to how special they really want to be. Because you can be a great coach all day, but if your players really don't buy into that, want to be special, want to be different, and one anything else, the best way to put it is they want to be held accountable, and they do not want to let that next guy down next to them. Those are the 2 most important things that state championship teams show, that the players show. And those are the 2 things that separate you from everybody else. Your desire to be special as a player and be accountable as a player and not let that man next to you down. Those are 2 different things. Because the 2 state championship teams I've been fortunate enough to coach, neither one of them were my most talented teams. They're just the players. They had another level of accountability to each other. Now don't get me wrong. I coached 2 state runner-ups. Those guys were, they wanted it. They wanted, but it was just a deeper level for each other that they had, and I think that's what this team is really showing. And these kids have really been committed to each other in the process of doing it the right way and of building it, and not really wanting to take shortcuts or want anything given to them in any kind of way. Thank you.
Welcome back, and we got a little group here, and we're going to talk about some of the exciting things that have happened today. Before I do that, though, I wanted to talk about, for those Palmetto Tiger fans out here and the facility that we have, I was thinking about it today. We're here at the Heritage Harbor, the old Stony Brook Golf and Eatery here, east of the interstate here in Bradenton. And what a beautiful golf facility, and I'm excited about next week, August 1st, the Palmetto Tigers, the PAAA, which is the Palmetto Athletic and Academic Association, is putting on a golf tournament here, and it's going to be great. Proceeds are going to benefit the Palmetto High. So the sign up is on Palmetto Tigers arrow.com/golf. So here's the way to get there. Can somebody help me out?
It's PalmettoTigers.com/golf.
I gotta be careful. I feel like I'm doing this from.
Do you have your glasses on, Brian? I'm just wondering.
No, I can read that. It's Palmetto Tigers. What is that thing? Arrow?
Well, that means a dot. Even Steve McQueen would know that.
Yeah, Steve McQueen would know that. So
maybe Batman.
If you look at it here, I don't know if you can get this on the shot. There it is. There's the website link right here. But you can find this on PalmettoTigers.com. golfcoaching.com, and you can go and check out some great golf for a great group here. I've got a panel here. We're going to talk about some of the things that happen in the room there with the coaches today, some of the reoccurring themes. Tom Porter here. Ken and I have been in this room talking to players all day. Bill Britt and Troy Bellamy have been in there doing interviews and talking with the coaches today. So they're going to fill us in on some of the details, some of the recurring themes that we've seen here today, and some of the things to look forward to in this 2020 season.
Well, I guess I'll start. Before we went on air, we were discussing the themes in today's event, and I think there's three things that everybody wants to know. The COVID situation obviously is impacting everybody. The coaches are all in agreement. They want to play football and compete. Of course, they want safety first for their players. They're all also in agreement that they have to have enough time to prepare properly. They don't want to put a bad product out on the field. So hopefully the FHSAA will come up with a plan that is workable for most of the schools in the state so that we can get past this unknown time frame. And I think after last week they got the message that people are not happy with their lack of planning. And if they get the act together, we will see football. Also, it's been clear to us in the room that we're going to be facing some very experienced and talented football teams this year, maybe more so than last year if that's possible. Almost every team in that room has got a large nucleus of players coming back, and as well as Palmetto, thankfully. But we're talking about serious competition on the gridiron this year, which is always great. But those were a couple of the things that we picked up in the room. And Tom, you had some really great questions to some of the guys.
One thing I noticed, the coaches, like you said, they're talking about the COVID. Everybody's talking about COVID, of course. But the number one thing they said was player safety. They said, we want to play, but we don't want to rush back into anything. We want the players to be safe and the staff to be safe. We don't want to do anything crazy. So, they're doing this with a common sense approach. They're not getting, too far ahead of themselves, and obviously it's not their decision. So we're all waiting for the powers that be to make these decisions to get us on board and all that. But I tell you, sitting in the room and throwing some questions out there and hearing the responses, I've needed this, honestly, because we have had nothing to talk about football-wise. I mean, come on, guys. We all love to talk football, and we've had nothing. I mean, speculation. Now, these are real football coaches with real football players out here talking about things. Man, the memories that have been blowing through my mind today, just hearing these coaches talk, hearing these kids give their interviews, man, this has been therapy for me, because we've all been locked up in the house, and we've all been hurting and ready for something to do and bored to death. And this has really been awesome to get that little piece of reality back for us.
The prospect of football is something that's very exciting, and the talent pool here is so deep. Huge. And so when these coaches began to talk about the state of their programs and the state of what they're doing, Manatee County football, Sarasota County football is going to be in really good shape. We're talking about in terms of putting kids in college, getting them opportunities to play at the next level. And those are big things. That's what we're known for on the Suncoast, is giving these kids these opportunities. But like you said, I was just going to say the same thing. It has just been wonderful to just be able to talk football, talk sports, talk about the great kids and the great coaches, obviously, that we have in the area. And like you said, player safety is the biggest thing, and not just from the standpoint of COVID and all the other things to mitigate the spread of the virus, but in terms of safety from practicing and being able to tackle and being physical. You can't throw a kid into playing big-time high school football and they've only had 4 days of tackling. Yep. So it's something that they're going to definitely look at and examine, and we hope that they make the right decisions to get us back to some sense of normalcy. And if we can do that, like I said, this area is so talented, it's awesome.
I'll tell you another thing I noticed, Bill, is football fans, sports fans in general, have short memories. So, we had a great season last year. We had a great season. I literally was depressed. I'm not kidding. I went home and what am I going to do now? This was our year. Are you kidding? I was so and so you come back today. Every coach and every player, they just have that fire in their eyes, like this is our year. This is the year we're going to do it. And it's not that they're just giving lip service; they believe it.
No.
And that's the great thing about sports is it just gives you something to root for, something to strive that we're going to be great this year, and just to see the optimism on everybody's faces, and every one of those coaches talking about their team and this team, man, you won't believe the talent we have. You won't believe the kids are coming back and the attitude, and they're working together, and man, this is just phenomenal. And it's just a life lesson, just being positive, and it's just so encouraging to be around it.
And to pick up on that theme, Tom, as we said before we went back on the air, we were thinking, hey, I thought that kid graduated off that team. Hey, I thought this
I wish that kid graduated.
I will tell you, as great as our competition was last year with teams with senior leadership, that means for the fans, it's going to be outstanding. We're going to have some, really tense moments
for sure.
Because Palmetto, obviously, after the success we had last year, everybody's going to try to knock us off. And in our district, come on, I would challenge any place in the state, including South Florida, show me a district from top to bottom that has the competition level that we have. There are great teams, but there's usually some bottom feeders. We've got a district, anybody could win this thing.
We had four teams from our district made the playoffs.
And Southeast barely missed it.
Yeah. Exactly.
And we played, I guarantee you this is a record. I've said this before, but what team has ever had to get to the semifinals by playing every single playoff game against your district opponent? Nobody's ever. Everybody twice. And, we got their best shot the second time around too, right?
You got to think that FHSAA was probably going, oops, maybe we overloaded that one a little bit.
Yeah. And I guess we'll find out when are they redistricted? It's another year before they do that, right? Next year. Okay, but at least for 2020, whenever, or 2021 if they decide, whenever football starts, the fans are going to be really treated to some great high school football in our area.
To your point, Bill, about the district lineup and how tough it is, our district lineup prior to the reshuffle was tough. And all that tells you is that, your district has teams that are around you. So that just shows you the talent and the ability that we have everywhere. And no one wants to lose to a crosstown rival. We're in there talking to Manatee. I'm going to tell you what, Manatee sounds like they are stacked this year. Of course, you got to show me on the field, but boy, from what Coach Shakir was saying, man, they look really good. Southeast has got a fire in their belly. They're returning 27, 28 seniors this year. Right. That's going to be a handful to deal with. Lakewood Ranch turned it around last year, 6-3. Hey, they were bottom dwellers for several years, so now we got to worry about that. I mean, all these local teams are really just coming on. You like to think we could just ride this high at Palmetto. We're all Palmetto fans here, but ride this high at Palmetto and keep it going. But I'm going to tell you, this is going to be something we're going to have to fight for again this year. Not only getting deep into the playoffs, but getting to the playoffs. It's not it's not some pushovers.
And I think that's why we had such a great season. We never overlooked any of our opponents. And like I said, they all gave us their I think they were shocked by our talent the first time around. When you play a team twice, it's tough to beat them. And they were much more well prepared at that point. And then you talk about the championship game against Central. Central hadn't played anybody that tough all year. Yeah. We had the lead going into the fourth quarter. We had the lead deep in the fourth quarter, and we had the ball with a chance to further the lead and a chance to win the game before we ended up fumbling our opportunity.
Us, Troy.
I don't want to remind,
Appreciate
but
that.
I wanted to say that so that we can remain optimistic.
You got to remember.
I think that Central is. I talked to several friends who had children on Central, and the people that came down for the game, and they were like, we never played another team this tough. Yeah. And the state championship game, I think they scored 60 points.
Yeah. I was just going to say, both of you have referenced that game as the championship game, because that's how we all feel. Right. Just like back in 2011 when that was the game, and it was a hard-fought game, and then the next week, 2 weeks later, that team that wins goes on and just blows out their competition in the state. Yeah, so Yeah, it's tough, but you have to remember those games. You got to remember the fact that we had a mental breakdown, not a physical breakdown. We lined up with those kids, and we punched them in the mouth, and they punched us in the mouth. And man, what a classic game that was. But at the end of the day, we had to make a play, and we just had some breakdowns and got into quicksand. We've all been there before. Everything just starts going wrong, one thing after another, and then it just goes south.
And the question has to be asked after a great season: will we be a victim of our success? I know the guys say we're hungry because of that last game, but the competition is ratcheted up this year with our district. So we're going to find out, if our kids are really, really backing up what they're saying, that, we have unfinished business, because they're going to be challenged.
Okay, as we get prepared here, Venice is going to be coming over here momentarily. We're going to talk to them. I want to say this to you guys here. I have missed you guys, the Tiger Vision crew. I miss, and we have fun with it, but we really love each other. We've worked together so long. I miss seeing Tom's easy to find on the sideline with that big cranium of his. Ken, you and I work together. Bill, with Palmetto Boosters over there, and Troy, is a huge part of the broadcast, does such a great job. And I am so excited and happy to be with you guys today. It's just been an uplift to everything that's been going on. And we're gonna talk about a couple more things here before we go, and because we've got a little bit of extra time here. And one of the things I wanted to talk about is not Bobby Boucher, which would be the linebacker there for the Mudcats, the Mud Dogs, right? Or is it Mudcats?
Mud Dogs.
You're not going to talk about the Simpsons, are you?
No, not going to talk about the Simpsons either. But we talk about so many the fun, the camaraderie that we have as a group here, and it's something. With Tiger Vision, we've been doing that for 8 years now. Ken, I know I've been involved, and it just gets better and better. The technology behind the system, guys like Seth Hoopengardner on the camera, Jordan Varnador, Chad Burton. Pioneers back there doing all the work for us guys that sit in the lazy chairs and talk.
Steve Personnel for getting everybody fed.
Yeah, Steve Personnel fed us today. Also takes care of many things, a big support. He's helped us out in concessions at the field at Palmetto High School. Very active in getting this set up for us here at Heritage, the old Stony Brook. And we thank you, Steve, for all things he has done for us over the years, and a big sponsor of ours has been Little Caesar, Steve's group, and just it's been great to work with him over many years.
And this has been a fantastic facility. You mentioned that earlier, but I have to reiterate that Kara O'Neill, the manager here, has been bent over backwards to accommodate us and help us out with our golf tournament. Fundraising for all of our fans out there. Get ready for the emails that are going to be coming. But it's a challenging time for the boosters and for the supporters at Palmetto from a fundraising standpoint. All of our plans were put on hold due to the COVID outbreak, and we're going to be counting on our supporters more than ever this year, because it's a tough year. But they've been great, and this is a facility I hope we get to come back to in the future.
Oh, yeah. No, be sure to support, Palmetto Boosters out there. Be sure to support our boosters, all of you out there with your prospective high schools. Support those high schools. There's booster clubs out there. We've had some representation here today. Please remember to support your schools. It's been a very difficult, very challenging year, as Bill mentioned here. And I think we're going to wrap this up. Guys, team, thank you for everything that you do, and let's wrap this up and let's get prepared for Venice.
So tell me, what was actually the name of the award? It was you were the #1 stream in the streaming awards. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Hello, my name is Timothy Wadley. I'm Special Teams Coordinator at Venice High School. First off, I want to thank Tiger Vision for putting this event on. We're super excited to get football on the Suncoast exposure. We have great football here, great program, so the more we can get this out into the media, into the fans, the better it is for football in our area. I'm really excited to be here. Obviously, Coach Peacock and Coach Shannon, they had another engagement today, so they couldn't be here. So I have the opportunity to come speak about our program. Looking back at last year, obviously we were 8-5. We won our 4th consecutive regional championship. Lost in the 4th round, the state semifinals to St. Thomas Aquinas again. It was an up and down year looking back at last year. However, the one thing we were very proud of was how our kids responded towards the end of the season. We didn't play as good football as we probably thought we were going to and as we wanted to, but how they came back and how they responded and all the effort and hard work they put into finishing out the year the way they did is actually really catapulting us into this season. Looking into this season, we're super excited as a program. We feel like we're in a really good shape. Obviously, with everything that's going on in our world right now, a lot's up in the air. We haven't had a chance to see our kids really for almost 3 months, but our kids took it upon themselves to work extremely hard. It was really exciting seeing them come back, and you're looking at these kids, and all of a sudden they look like young men, putting on weight, taking care of their grades, taking care of their body, taking care of everything. So it's been really refreshing being back around them. You probably can ask any football coach here. They're just being around your kids and being around your coaches. It's almost like a sense of normal. Looking at summer workouts right now, we're going into our 7th week of summer workouts. We're finally going to be back allowed into the weight room on Monday with our kids. Obviously, we're going to be wearing masks. Our kids are going to be wearing masks. We're going to follow all CDC guidelines and all our COVID protocol. But we're really just excited to kind of get back in there with them and keep developing them. And the fact that we have another month to do that before the season can officially start, we're looking forward to it. This year, offensively, we feel extremely excited about our offense. We feel we have 4 exceptional receivers. Obviously, we know Weston Wolf's coming back. He's committed to excuse me. He's committed to play college football next year. So we're super excited to have him back. He's going to be a big part of our offense, a guy that's been around our program. And the big thing that he's going to do is he's going to be an exceptional leader for some of the young kids. We have 2 junior receivers coming back this year, Miles Weston and Jay Sean Platt. Both kids are exceptional with the ball. They have exceptional ball skills. They can go up and get it. They run great routes, and they're very, very explosive. And then we have a kid he's going to be a sophomore, Keon Sears. He is, he's 5'5", maybe 5'6" if you ask him, but he's electric. He is a kid that when you get the ball in his hands, he's going to be able to make people miss in space, and he's going to be able to do some things for us in the passing game. Obviously, we're losing, a good tight end, but we feel really confident. We actually have a kid. His name's Jake Owens. He played baseball his whole life. And decided this year to come out for football. He's about 6'4", 240, and that's one of the big reasons we kind of want to make sure we play football this year is for a kid like Jake Owens. He's a kid that needs this exposure because unlike many other sports where you could play club basketball, you could play club volleyball, you could play travel baseball, there's really no club football. So that's why I think one of the big reasons we want to play football this year is for a kid like Jake Owens so he can get his talents out there so other colleges might be able to see him, might be able to get an opportunity to get a college scholarship. Looking at our backfield, right now we have 2 kids competing for the starting quarterback jobs. If you had to probably make a choice right now, probably Stephon Johnson is the guy we're going to go with if we had to play next week. Obviously, we moved him to quarterback last year towards the end of the season. A dynamic athlete. Everyone knows that Stephon Johnson can run the ball. Everyone knows that he has tremendous top-end speed and can make people miss in space. I forget, Dennis will probably know, but he, 300-something yards against Palm Beach in the second round of the playoffs. I can't tell you how many touchdowns he had. But what people are going to be extremely surprised about is his ability to throw the football. Having the opportunity to work, with Coach Riles, our quarterback coach, his footwork has gotten so much better, and he is going to be a threat throwing the ball to our good receiving core. Offensively, we're bringing back Ethan Mort. He just committed to Central Florida this past week. He's a big kid, big strong kid. He's obviously started for us last year. He's going to anchor down our offensive line, and then we're bringing back Michael Rainey as well at playing guard. He played guard for us last year. Right now, we have him slotted playing right tackle for us. And then the 3 interior positions, you know, we're going to have some competition. We're going to have some competition with some young offensive linemen, which we're excited about. We haven't had very much competition over the years in those positions. You know, usually you kind of know who your starters are going to be, but we're excited to put the pads on and see which one responds, or which kid responds and wants to take that job. Defensively this year, we are going to look a lot different than we did last year. Obviously, last year we were a little bit undersized, I would say, on the defensive line, and a little undersized throughout our back end as well, as far as our linebacker core. But, you know, obviously those kids play with great effort. You know, that's one thing people can always talk about with Venice football, is that our kids are always going to play with great effort. They're going to play with great pride for their school and their community. But this year, I think we're going to have a little bit more size. We have, obviously, Wes Piggins coming back. He was our strong end last year. He's coming back this year. And, man, he's going to be a load for people to block. Looking down the line, Bruce Bowens, who started at weak tackle for us last year, put him on about 40 pounds. He's looking great. And we have 2 really good-looking young defensive ends, sophomore Damon Wilson and junior Riley Cleary. And we are excited to kind of get them out there and get them on the field. So, you know, we kind of joke around, you know, Venice is going to look a little bit different coming off the bus this year than they did last year. And I don't know if it's going to help us win more games, but it's definitely going to help maybe build a little bit more confidence. On the back end, you know, we're returning to Savion Castaway at inside backer and Martin Ramos, 2 kids that started for us as sophomores last year. Both had a great offseason so far. Martin Ramos probably put on about 15, 20 pounds. And DeSavion Castaway, I don't know if you read one of his articles about him last year. He's probably one of the best athletes I've ever seen at Venice High School. He's a kid that can play football, basketball, baseball. You give him a tennis racket, he can play tennis, and we're fortunate enough to be able to have him at backer. And I think we're looking to moving him to outside backer, which is more like a strong safety position for us. So to kind of allow him to use his speed a little bit more in space. So we're looking forward to being able to use his athleticism a little bit more. Looking inside, Cade Rayer, he was an outside backer last year. We kind of moved him inside. Another tough kid. He is when you think of a true Mike inside backer, you know, Cade Rayer would probably be that pitcher. He's a kid that's going to be physical. He's a kid that's going to be tough. He's a kid that's going to stick his head in there, safely, of course. And he's gonna play, you know, play for his school and play for his team. And we're excited for him. Now our other outside backer position right now, Jake Schwartz, right now has the lead. He's going to be a senior. He played a little bit last year, played a lot of special teams, and we're looking forward to him to take a big leap going into his senior year to kind of take control of that role. On the back end, obviously, you know, we have Chuck Brantley coming back, one of the most electric corners in the area, if not the state. You know, what can't you say about Chuck? He's great with the ball. He's a great tackle. He's physical. He's athletic. He's going to return kicks for us again this year. He had 4 kickoff returns for touchdowns last year. And then on the other side, you know, we have Elliot Washington. A lot of people don't realize Elliot Washington was a true freshman last year, played a lot of snaps for us in some big games. And, you know, going into his sophomore season, I mean, the kid, I joke with him all the time. I said, man, you're about one more stake away from playing outside backer. He just looks the part, and he's becoming a tremendous leader for our program. At safety right now, you know, it's another position where we're in a battle. I mean, and we have 2 kids, you know, Jake Papanakis, okay, and Fleming, who are, you know, they're gonna have to compete with each other, and they're really good friends, but they're gonna have to compete and work hard and to try to get on the field. As far as special teams this year, you know, that's going to be up in the air. You know, we have 2 kickers right now, Luke Wheatley and Krill, who are going to compete for that job. Luke's a senior, and Krill's going to be a sophomore next year. And obviously, we're still trying to figure out our punting situation. But we feel like as far as the kicking game goes, we're going to have great coverage as far as going down the field. We got a lot of sophomores and juniors who are our backups at backer, who are just going to be able to play special teams for us and be able to get down the field with some tremendous speed and tremendous effort. So we're actually looking, we're excited about what we're going to do in the kicking game as well. As a special team coordinator, what is his duties? As a special teams coordinator, I think my duties is on a weekly basis is try to look for weaknesses and opponents' game plan, whether you're looking at their extra point field goal team and trying to find the weak link, whether it's trying to get a timing down on how long it takes from snap to punt, or where they're punting from, or where they like to punt to, anything that will give us an advantage as far as flipping the field from offense to defense or getting a big return. So I think the big thing is just paying attention to minute details and getting your kids motivated to want to play special teams. I think that's a difficult thing sometimes in high school, especially you have starters who are on the field a lot. Nowadays they kind of come off and they don't want to play special teams, and it surprises them a lot of times when they hear about college coaches and come back and how a lot of starters, even like receivers, will play gunner on punt. And it kind of surprised them. So we actually have a new motto this year in our locker room, and it says, if you're a college coach and you're coming to recruit a Venice high school kid and he's not playing special teams, you're recruiting the wrong kid. So we want to make sure that our kids know how important special teams are and how important it is to our program and the success of our program. So every day, we do punt every day. I'm sorry, the question was how much effort we put on special teams. We punt every day because, again, punt is a weapon. If you have a great punter, it's a weapon. It's going to flip the field position, and it's a unit that you use probably the most during the game. And then every day we incorporate another special team unit. So Monday might be punt and kickoff, Tuesday might be punt and kick return, Wednesday might be punt and extra point field goal. And again, we spend anywhere between 10 and 20 minutes during practice with those special teams. Now, our punters and kickers, they're going all practice long. They're working on their craft all practice long. But we try to emphasize special teams a lot because if we can pick up, a couple extra points here or there, or we can change the field position here or there, it's the difference between winning and losing a ball game. The expectations for special teams or for our program? Our expectations, Venice High School, have not changed. We're gonna, our goal every year is to compete for a state championship. Obviously, we want to be successful in that area. But first and foremost, our goal is to create great young men, and that expectation is not going to change. And I feel like, the current situation we're in this world gives high school coaches that opportunity to prove what they talk about. Because God forbid we don't have football this year, right? The expectations of me as a football coach aren't going to change. I still need to be able to change that kid's life, help develop that kid to become a better man, and help that kid get into college. So I don't think expectations are going to change with the current situation. Obviously, as far as a program, how we want to be successful in the field, we're looking to win that week's game and continue that momentum and give ourselves a chance to win a state championship this year. Well, that's a great question. Currently, if you go off our schedule, our current schedule with no changes, I feel like we have a tough schedule. I feel like we have a schedule not as tough as last year, obviously. We played 2 nationally ranked teams last year, but I think we have a schedule that's going to challenge our kids, but there's never going to be a time we go into a game when we think that we shouldn't win or we shouldn't be the favorite. So obviously we were supposed to start our kickoff classic versus Plant High School this year, who's always a great program. Then we had, I want to say Southeast. We picked up Southeast. That was a change this year. Obviously Riverview, we're looking forward to playing Riverview, again, another county school, a rivalry. We picked up American Heritage. They're supposed to be coming to us this year, and obviously if you're a football, a football nut like a lot of us are, American Heritage always produces great programs, great athletes. And then we got Cocoa coming over again, and we have Vero Beach coming over, who hasn't lost a regular season football game in I think for over 5 years now. So we feel like we have a challenging schedule. We feel like we have a schedule that's going to get us in position to be successful in the postseason, but we don't think it's a reach. Some of those games last year might have been a little bit of a reach. Obviously, we went into those games thinking we were going to win and trying to compete to win, but obviously you could just tell there was a difference on the field sometimes. So I don't think we have that this year, but we're gonna have a schedule to get us ready to play. Yeah, so absolutely. So the question was about us trying to be a national program. you know, in our mindset, we are a national program. You know, like obviously you're gonna ask yourself, you know, where's your program? I like to think if I wore a Venice High School football shirt in Texas, they would know who Venice High School football is. You know, they might not, but that's the mindset we have to have. Now, as far as playing like teams like IMG and St. Francis, you know, listen, right now in the state of Florida, there's no private public school difference. You know, you're gonna have to play everyone, and obviously for us right now, we have to go down and play one of the best private schools in the country every year in the state semifinals. And you know what? We're not going to use that as an excuse onto why we only have one state championship in the last 4 years, or why, you know, it's not fair that, you know what, that's the hand we're dealt with. And as football coaches, that's what we teach our kids all the time, that you're dealt a hand and you have to play that hand to the best of your ability. So yeah, we put teams on the schedule like IMG and St. Francis because one, we want to beat them and we want to be on that national level, but two, we also want to get ourselves ready to step on the field in November and December and say, hey, you know what, you're stepping on this field, you're not playing anyone that you ain't seen before. Absolutely. So the question was about our district schedule. You know, first and foremost, you know, we talked about our goals is, you know, win a state championship, but, you know, winning a district championship is you know, Coach Wheatley, he's a volleyball coach, man. He told me when I was a young coach, he said, anytime you win a championship, you should celebrate it. You should be happy because winning championships aren't easy. So, and that's the case in our district this year. You know, obviously we have a Sarasota program that's turning the corner. Manatee High School, who was our district champion last year, and Lakewood Ranch, who I think, you know, with their new coach, they're going to see a lot of success going forward. So it starts with winning district games. We know that if we win our district, we don't have to worry about the point system. We don't have to worry about our RPI. We don't have to worry about anything like that because we could take care of our own business and we can take care of our own destiny by winning our district games and putting ourselves in a good position where we can be home this year. You know, not winning that district championship last year, it was tough. It was tough on our kids. It was tough on our program. Mentally, you know, I can't tell you how many miles we traveled last year, Dennis, but we traveled a lot. We went down south. You know, we crossed Alligator Alley over there twice. You know, we went down to Lehigh, and then so it was a lot of travel, and you don't realize how much that travel impacts your kids, you know, physically throughout the playoffs, but also impacts your program financially. I mean, playing away, you're talking about buses, you're talking about meals for kids, extra meals for kids, extra snacks for kids, so, you know, there's a lot of pressure to win football games and to win the district championship because it gives you an opportunity to play home in front of your crowds. It gives you an opportunity to wake up your bed at night, go to school, and have a normal routine. So I think winning a district championship is, you know, is huge. It's huge. Sir. Absolutely. So, you know, the talk is maybe we have to. The question was about traveling and the limit of traveling because of what's going on in our society today, and maybe playing a couple of teams more than once if we have to play within our county, within the you know, the tri-county area. You know, I like to think that, and again, I wasn't born and raised in Venice. I moved there 13 years ago as a young teacher and coach, but I would like to think that our kids have the mindset now that anytime they have an opportunity to put on a green helmet and put on the Venice jersey, whether they're playing a team 5 times in a row, they're going to be excited to do it. So, you know, if we get to play Riverview High School twice this year, great. It's an opportunity to play football. You know, we have to pick up Northport on our schedule, great. It's an opportunity for us to play football. So I don't think anyone's going to be upset with how the schedule turns out as long as we have an opportunity to play football. You know, with everything going on in this world, I think having that opportunity and giving those kids that chance to strap it up and represent their school, represent their community, represent their families with their name on their back, I don't think it's going to matter who they play, to be honest with you. Apologize. Absolutely. So the question was, how are we going to replace a Malachi Wyman? You know, the truth is you can't. Malachi Wyman is a once, in my opinion, once in a generation type athlete, as far as basketball and football. So to sit here and say, how are we going to replace those numbers? It's going to be difficult, but at the same time, people asked us that question when Javon Hiley graduated. They said, how are you going to replace Javon Hiley? He just had the greatest high school football season for receiver in the state of Florida, right? And guess what happened? A young sophomore, Weston Wolf, walked in and had 69 catches, and in the playoff game versus St. Thomas Aquinas, I think he had 11 catches for 130 yards. You know what? The answer is kids are going to have to step up. Kids are going to have to step up, and they're going to have to take that responsibility to say, you know what, it's my opportunity to play. I'm going to grasp this opportunity. And you know what? It might make our offense more deadly, where, you have a Weston Wolf on the outside, and then you have a Jay Sean Platt inside, and you have a Miles Weston on the inside, and then you have a good tight end. You know what? I think our offense is going to be scarier this year than it was last year, to be honest with you, in my opinion. And I'm a defensive coach, so that's saying a lot for me because I don't give our offense too much credit. So. Oh, you're sorry. To answer your question, to Weston's committed to Maryland. I apologize. Maryland, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the question was, how do we develop, young special team players? I think it's finding kids who are passionate about that, and finding that passion to be a kicker and to be a long snapper. We've actually been extremely lucky the last 5 years. We've had, great long snappers. Our last 2 long snappers are both playing Division I college football right now at the Ohio University, and one was played at Virginia last year. Now he's transferring to Virginia Tech. So I think the key is finding kids who are passionate about wanting to play football, finding the right fit for them, and developing that. So a lot of times our kickers also, they go to a lot of camps, they go to a lot of specialist coaches, and I think they just like any other developing any other football player. It's critiquing them, it is changing them, and then a lot of time in the kicking game is mental. We joke a lot. We have an old coach, Coach McManus, and he's always there with a stopwatch when we do punt or extra point field goal, and he's timing it. And if we're not getting that kickoff under 2 seconds, we have an issue. And he's a guy that's coached a lot of college football, so we joke around that if you can kick and punt at a Venice High School football practice, you can kick and punt anywhere, because we put a lot of pressure on our kids as far as during practice and the special team games. It even gets to the point where Coach Burner will walk around with a water bottle and be a dry day, and we're about to snap on extra point field goal, and he'll squirt the ball down with the water and say, okay, it just rained, snap it. So we try to put our kids in as many difficult situations as possible, so they always feel comfortable being uncomfortable. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And around 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 and around. And around and around and around.
All right, how you guys doing? My name is Joshua Smithers. I'm the head football coach at Riverview High School. Last year we had another successful season. Started off the season a little bit slow with a 1-point loss to Naples. We were able to rebound the next week against Braden River, and then ran into a buzzsaw with a loaded Palmetto team And then in week 4, we had our first district game. We were able to go get that win, so that put us 1-0 in the district. And then was able to go down to Venice and beat a good Venice team at home, which doesn't happen all the time. It put us in the lead for to win the county championship. And then we went on a little bit of a run and won the rest of our district games. Ended up undefeated in the district, won our 4th district title in a row, which gave us another playoff opportunity and a home game in the first round. And then we finished with our crosstown rival, Sarasota. And, you know, it was kind of exciting, the Sarasota game, because they were starting to turn that program around, and, you know, they brought a great crowd, and it kind of reminded me of the old days back in the 80s and 90s when Sarasota and Riverview play, and you'd pack the place. And it was a good competitive game until late in the 4th quarter. We were able to pull away a little bit. Had a little fun, threw a touchdown pass to our left tackle. You know, allowed our guys to have a little fun there. And then had probably one of the best defensive performances I've seen in high school football, week 1 against Lake Nona. We had 3 interceptions in the first half for touchdowns, and we had a running clock in the first quarter. We literally went in after the game and watched the second half of the Palmetto game that week on Tiger Vision, and you know, then came back week 2 against a really tough Steinberger team, which I knew was going to be a problem for us. We had played them 3 years ago at our place and beat them by like 60. And I remember talking to their coach, and he was telling me how they're not very good, but they're real young. And when they got off the bus, they looked real good. They were big and athletic, but they were all like freshmen and sophomores. So I knew that when we got them in the playoffs this year, you know, they would remember the lopsided score, and I knew they were going to be really good because they had 3 years of varsity experience already. And, you know, ran into probably one of the longest games that we were ever a part of. I don't think we got out till almost 11 o'clock or a little after 11, and just lost a tough one. We had opportunities and didn't capitalize, and, you know, a very well coached, good Steinbrenner team eliminated us. We thought we'd get a little bit further, but we were able to kind of take that loss and kind of rally around it going into our off season. And so we kind of rebounded after, you know, we went home for the break and got the guys gathered up and had a lot of really good conversations with our next group of seniors, and decided that we're going to use that as motivation, all right, and instead of feeling bad about it. And we kind of got on the same page as the coaching staff. And then we took a hit losing our offensive coordinator to Carter Mooney High School, Jared Clark. Had an opportunity to go to Carter Mooney. I know he spoke earlier, but, you know, that's his alma mater. And Jared and I have been coaching together for 15, maybe 16 of the 20 years I've been together. Jared and I have coached together, and we got a great relationship. We're on the same page, and he did a great job as an offensive coordinator for us. So I thought I was going to kind of double up my my workload. I thought I was going to have to call plays and you know, run a program. And through some coaches, I was able to be introduced to Todd Haley, who I'm sure everyone knows who he is. But he's had a lot of success in the NFL calling offenses, and he was recently unemployed, so he wasn't doing anything. And I was able to talk to him and get him, you know, a part of our program and make him the offensive coordinator. So again, that now kind of injected a little excitement into our program again, and our kids were excited. He's done a good job building relationships with, you know, our skill guys. Then obviously, as we were going, you know, the pandemic hit, and everything went virtual from there. You know, not having a spring, you know, with a new offensive coordinator and not really able to do any 7-on-7s this summer, you know, it's a little concerning, but, you know, everyone's in the same boat. So we're kind of all on the same playing field here. And we're just excited to, you know, try to get back and hopefully get this season started and make another playoff run. This summer we've got the best numbers we've had in the program that I can remember. We've got 168 kids in our program. We've got 58 freshmen. So our numbers are good. We have a lot of guys returning. We have a lot of our defense back. We have 8 starters back on defense with a lot of playoff experience. We've got 7 starters back on offense. Most of our skill guys are back. We are having to replace Sean White at quarterback. Will Evans will take over for him. He's a great leader. He's a great athlete. He's been our backup the last 2 years, so he's not new to our program, and he's not new to playing the position. He just hasn't taken a lot of reps as a starter. And then we lost a 1,300-yard rusher in Trayvon Hall, who we got to replace. Probably the biggest need or the biggest concern, there's two areas, in my opinion. We're going to be young on the offensive line. We've got guys that can kind of step in. Michael Hayes will take over at running back for Trey, but we're going to be young on the offensive line. We've got some good size young kids. You know, I'm glad the season got pushed back to at least the 24th, because now that gives us about 6 weeks. We're just okay to get back into phase 2 on Monday, so we'll be able to get back in the weight room. Those young offensive linemen, they need to get in the weight room. So that'll give us about 6 weeks to do that. And then we got to replace probably one of the best kickers we had at Riverview in a long time, in Dorian Hall. So we've got 2 guys that can do that and that do a good job. So coming back, it's exciting. The coaching staff has stayed intact. I was able to fill out our JV staff completely. We were a little short-handed last year. We got our freshman staff back for the 2nd year in a row. So I feel really good about our program right now. It's very exciting. This offseason, I'm sure most everybody who follows Riverview football knows that we just got a turf field put in. You know, that brings some more excitement. If anyone, old school guys who have played in the Ramble before, you know that if the sprinklers go on or if it drizzles the night before, you're going to be slipping and sliding on Friday night. So it was a much needed improvement to our stadium. So right now there's a lot of really good feelings at Riverview. Everyone's excited, a lot of energy. I feel really good about our coaching staff, the players we have coming back, and you know, we're just looking forward to the opportunity to get back and play some football here soon. So. Well, we've got a lot of coaches. I've got 9 coaches on the varsity. I've got 8 coaches on the JV and 7 coaches on our freshman staff. You know, and they do a great job of, you know, kind of taking ownership over their group of kids. Marvin Harris is our freshman coach, and Bernard Ziegler is our JV coach. Both those guys are Ram legends, and they've been around Riverview a long time. They understand the expectations of Riverview football, and they do a great job leading those programs. You know, and so, you know, the coaches do a great job of assuming responsibilities over their, you know, over their position groups. And, you know, without a great staff, it's really hard to manage 160 plus kids. So I'm very lucky to be able to develop the staff that we've developed. And, you know, that's a testament to our administration allowing me to do the, you know, hires that I needed to do, and our athletic director. And, you know, right now we feel like we're in a just really good spot at Riverview. Well, the one thing he keeps reassuring me of is that when he was with Kansas City, they led the NFL in rushing. You know, we had a good conversation. He understands that I'm in favor of running the football, but I have turned it over to him. We have changed up some of our terminology and things of that nature, so he feels comfortable. You know, when things are getting hot and heavy, he's going to go back to what he knows, and he needs to be able to call those things. Our kids are actually really excited to learn something new, and I'll be honest with you, you know, I was working with him getting things put up on Huddle and all that kind of stuff, and our kids, like as we started to get out and start to throw here recently in the summer, I'm sitting here looking at a cheat sheet, you know, and most of our main guys, they know all the plays, they know exactly the route, you know, they know everything they're supposed to do. So they've really been excited about it. They've taken ownership over it, and you know, you're going to see probably a more balanced, you know, offense. And we've got really good weapons at receiver. I mean, you bring back Duke Timmons, who's a 2-year starter. He's going to his junior year. Probably the most electric player we have, Amari Hayes. You know, in the slot, we're going to move Puda to running back, but he can go out and you know, play the wide receiver position. Also, we have Mike Ferraccio, you know, who's been fortunate enough to receive a lot of offers this offseason at tight end. So we have some really, really good weapons. We got a couple kids who have transferred in that are going to allow us to do some things with different formations, and so we're, you know, he's got to have a nice group of kids to work with. He's you know, he doesn't remember 5 years ago when we didn't, you know, we were winning 3 games. You know, he's coming into a pretty good situation. So, but I have turned it over to him. We've worked hand in hand together, and you know, he's assured me that we're going to be running the football. But you'll see a more balanced, and I think our guys are ready. We're juniors and seniors at our skill spot. They're ready to go and make plays, and you know, ready to handle that stuff. So. But, you know, like I said, the offensive guys are chomping at the bit to get out there and kind of get started. We've been doing stuff on air. We've been doing stuff, you know, through Huddle and on Zoom and all that kind of stuff. But it's just not the same of getting out there and competing. So, until that happens, we'll see. But right now, it's exciting. Yeah, I know for a fact 3 of the teams in our district were in the playoffs last year, but I think it was 4 of our district teams all made the playoffs, which tells you, we've got good competition in our district. It's a little disappointing because we're the only 8A school in the area, so we don't have a district opponent that is a local game. We had Manatee a couple years ago, but they moved down. There was rumor that Venice might have moved up 2 years ago, or I guess whenever they redid it, and that didn't happen. And it'd be great to be in personally, I think it'd be great to be in a district with Manatee, Sarasota, Lakewood Ranch, Venice, something like that. But we have to travel. But it's a competitive district. With everything that's going on with pushing the season back, it might all that travel might work out in our favor. We might end up playing all local teams, which from a travel and a fan perspective and just for the excitement of the game, I probably would prefer that. I think it depends. I think the team that loses the first one, it's a lot harder for the winning team, I guess, to do it twice. Yes, I think they're definitely, that's the hard part when you play a team, then you got to play them again in the playoffs. Because they're the ones that get to make the adjustments. They know kind of, the mistakes they made, and now, you're kind of guessing, what are they going to line up this way now? Are they going to change to this coverage? Are they, what are they going to do? And you're just kind of guessing. So I do think that it is a challenge in the second game if you're the winner. But I wouldn't mind if we had to do, a home and an away with area teams and play a couple area teams twice. I think that'd be great. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, high schools are, and I think it's unfortunate in a way, but high schools are becoming more like colleges now. Like, you got to have good social media, you got to have good facilities, you got to wear Nike or Under Armour or whatever it is, and you got to do all those things to really stay competitive. And that's just the way it is in this world. So, we renovated our weight room a couple of years ago, and it's beautiful now. And really the football field itself was probably the last part of the school that really needed to be done. Our basketball gym has been redone now, and it's just, I think there's something for like all the guys who have played on it in the past. They probably, love that, the old Rams. But, we're in a day and age now where I think that does, having a turf field. But then also, we'll be able to practice on it and do that, and another team comes in, they haven't played on it or practiced on it. You hope that gives you a little bit of an advantage also. Just get used to the tracking and footing. But they did a great job on the field. I know people think that it gets real hot, but they use this organic fill. It's like top of the line, where they guarantee it won't get within 5 degrees hotter than the actual grass. So, they went all out on this field. They had to raise it like 3 feet in order to get proper drainage and everything, which isn't surprising to people who have been there in the 80s and 90s. And yeah, or like that. Yeah, when you got to throw like a pitcher throwing off a mound down. I had one of the coaches tell me that in the playoffs. They're like, it was hard throwing because you're sailing it. You can throw it to the sideline. You're throwing it over people's heads. Well, yeah, all the way, yeah, from that time. So, but yeah, so it's got a nice, it's a nice playing surface now. And the good thing is a couple years ago we lost probably a $20,000 or $30,000 gate when we were supposed to play Venice at home, and it was unplayable. And the next day, I think Booker and Sarasota were playing home games on that Saturday, and our field was still, you couldn't play it. And so there was something that had to be done, and the county did a great job with it. And we were the first group to get the field, and it was much needed, especially just for, like I said, not losing games. So we're really excited about it. Besides, it looks great, and like you said, I think young kids and fans, and there's just something for them to get excited about. I think so. I've never been a real big fan of, like, you let the grass grow out because it slows people down. Because if you're slow on long grass, you're going to be slower also. I know that some people try to flood a field sometimes. One of our coaches snuck. When I was at Carter Mooney, we snuck the sprinkler system on before we played Pahokee, and that was not an advantage at all. We lost 44-0. I think it's all, I think the advantage we have is that we get to practice on it and be on it a lot more than teams that maybe don't play on it at all, the whole year. I don't think we played on turf field at all that I can remember in the 5 years I've been at Riverview. So, so I think that part of it is an advantage for us. But when it gets down to the playing surface, I mean, everyone's wearing the same cleats, everyone's on the same surface. I think it's all relative. All right, thank you.
Stream in the streaming awards, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Coming down the home stretch here, we got the Riverview Rams here. Some very popular players here, guys we are readily recognizable here. Big number on my left is number 87, Michael Ferraccio. And why did I mess that up? I've said his name forever. He's a big tight end. And number 12 is Will Evans, quarterback. And then over here, number 6 is, I remember him, Sincere Littles. He's a defensive tackle, wears that number 6. And at the defensive tackles, like we've seen around this community, big plays come in small numbers. So Sincere's a very good football player. We're going to open it up for some questions for the guys here. Ken, why don't you open it up?
Okay. For the offensive guys here, Will and Michael, y'all are a bit at a handicap whenever, right now it looks like August 24th. You're way behind the curve as far as repetition, especially as an incoming starting quarterback. You have a learning curve in front of you. Defense is generally always ahead. What have y'all been doing since the COVID has hit us here to kind of get ready? Share with what you've been doing.
Well, we've been trying to get out and throw on air as much as we can. Obviously, we don't have many opportunities, but every once in a while, we all have to get out there and try and learn the plays, try and go through some routes that we're going through. And with our new offensive coordinator, Todd Haley, I've been working with him a lot, trying to get the reads down on different coverages, and just trying to get the plays down, get the plays firm and fat.
Okay, before Michael takes it, who is your offensive coordinator again?
Todd Haley.
Okay,
yeah.
I've heard that name somewhere before.
He was a former NFL head coach.
And an offensive coordinator.
Yes, sir.
So how is that, as a brand new quarterback, working through the system, you timed that just right to work with a special guy like that?
I got very, very fortunate and very lucky to be able to work with him. And actually over some of the quarantine, I was able to get on Zoom calls with even Kurt Warner, the NFL Hall of Fame quarterback. And he's been able to work with me a little bit and go through some coverages and go through our plays a little bit. I've been very, very fortunate for that.
Yes. Okay, Michael, what have you been doing over the COVID to get ready?
Basically, like Will was saying, we've been throwing on air a bunch. With the new offensive coordinator, we have Todd Haley, so we got a new playbook to learn. Been studying those a lot. And mainly just trying to stay in the weight room and stay big. Like, I know we all had to quarantine for a while, but so we had to revert to body weight workouts, but getting back in the weight room is definitely a must.
All right, Sincere. What is your favorite? Now, where are you playing? You play on the defensive line? Are you playing some DN, D tackle? You playing some nose guard? Where do you?
So this year, I'm gonna play a mix of really everything except the shade technique. So last year I played strictly like the shade and the 3.
Yeah.
But this year I'm gonna be playing the edge, the 3, both sides basically. So I'll be everywhere on the D line this year.
Yeah, I remember last year in the game that we carried, you made a lot of plays all over the place, and you're running sideline to side and sideline. Probably your strength would probably be speed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Speed, quickness, agility, and play you with low lever low man wins kind of guy. And
Yes, sir.
I noticed you getting underneath some of those big offensive tackles and guards, and they were having some problems with you. So what's your favorite? Let's say now you do come in from the end sometime, or would that be on a stunt?
So on stunts, it's really just a mix. Like I'll twist with the end, or I'll twist with the 3 technique if I'm playing the end. But last year it was mainly I would be at the 3, and then I would switch and go out to the edge, and then get to that quarterback. We did that a lot Venice game, so we should be doing that a lot this year as well.
Yeah,
especially with the D-line we have this year.
Yeah, I think that you're perfectly situated for that. Start on the inside with the slower offensive tackles out there. You're going to be around that corner before they even really figure out what's going on the
Yes, sir.
stunt. So, did you have any relatives that played for the Rams?
No, I didn't have any relatives that played for the Rams, but a bunch of my family members and played in the league and stuff. So,
Yeah. No pressure.
yeah, it kind of runs just in the family, so it's like, but you love it.
Yeah, we enjoy following the program. You know, you guys always have a well-coached program. You guys are fortunate you're playing for a great system,
Yes, sir.
great coaches. I mean, the offensive coordinator probably could, get a little more experience, right?
Yeah,
A bit,
Yeah,
you know.
they might
I was
have
thinking
took
the
a
same.
step back on
just-
the hire.
Just coaching the Chiefs and running the offense for the Steelers.
Super
I think
Bowl.
from 2012
They won the Super
to
Bowl, I think,
17
didn't they?
or something.
Kurt Warner at the Cardinals and everything. Or they didn't win the Super Bowl that year, but they were doing pretty good that year. Got the Super Bowl.
So it's I guess he's okay.
I guess, yeah,
he's all right.
He'll be good for the area with the kids, and maybe he'll help get them in college.
yeah.
Maybe he knows somebody. I have a question for all of you guys.
Yes, sir.
Actually, two, but the first one will be we played Palmetto. We traveled down south to play all there, and luckily came out ahead. But I remember I was standing on the field, and Coach Marino from Palmetto said this will be the last time you see grass out on the field. So y'all have the artificial turf now. What are your thoughts about playing on the turf? And have you been out there to play on it, mess on it, run around with it?
I actually haven't had a chance to go out there yet, but they really just finished it. I'm pretty sure they just gave us permission to go on it now, to actually start running on it a little bit on Friday, and I'm really, really excited to start playing on that because last year actually, so I play lacrosse as well, and when we play lacrosse, at that point of the year, it gets really dirty. It's all dirt almost, and so I'll be scooping ground balls. Dirt comes all up in your face.
Oh yeah.
It's hard to plant and everything. So for me, I'm really, really excited to get on this new turf field.
Michael?
I feel like we were definitely due for a new field. Our field was super uneven. We had a lot of holes.
We noticed that.
It was awful. And
home field advantage.
Exactly. It would rain a lot, and our field did not drain well at all. So now our new field, they're moving it 3 feet higher. And we also had an asphalt track last year, and we're getting a new rubber track.
Great.
Should be awesome.
Yeah, I noticed, Michael, that because of the field condition, we go out and throw it around a little bit before we go up to the press box. Seemed like the grass was really high. That was probably because of the wetness of the field, no drainage. They kept the grass a little bit higher. But I remember watching Riverview games. Am I right on that, Ken? And you'd see the players on the field, and you couldn't see their shoe. Right? Yes. Maybe I'm dreaming that.
Sure.
I'm getting older now. So, yeah. So that's really cool, and that's probably going to be a fast track. Have you found that it's a fast track out there? I mean, when I say that, I'm not talking about the track. I'm talking about the surface.
Yes, sir. I'm super excited. It's going to be something to get used to for sure because I actually haven't played much football on turf field, so we're going to have to adjust. But it's going to be great for the long run. We had a game at Tallahassee Lincoln. One thing, make sure you get the elbows and the knees. They're going to light you up. Well, that's my estimate. I don't know the field itself, but, it's different. So you want to have that elbow tape and knee tape to protect you from having big strawberries.
Plenty of it. Sincere, what are your thoughts about playing on the new field?
So I really like it because last year, the beginning of the season, it was really rainy all the time, and you can't really run well on really tall grass, and it was really muddy. So whenever you would plant your feet in the ground or try to move, or a position like me when I'm trying to get the fastest first step, and that step always slips, so it's like can't really do what you want to do. So I really believe this field this year is going to help us with a lot of things, like kicking, like just a lot of things. So I think it's very good for us, and we definitely needed it. So yeah.
That's a very astute. Where it gets is the defensive lineman to get off, and then
it's right up his alley.
corners. It's actually as a receiver, you know where you're going. It's a little bit of an advantage, but it's a real hindrance to defensive linemen. I mean, you can't get off. Yeah. So, and we noticed the field last year, so that's going to be really a big improvement for you. And with the COVID, you know, we've been talking about all the negative stuff that is going on with COVID. We want to see you guys playing. I'm pretty one thing, if the schedules are pushed back, you remember the last couple years here, first 3 games we're playing in quagmires with lightning and all this stuff, where, you know, we're these field conditions been affecting the outcome of the game, right? Sometimes you got in there and there was a bad snap on a punt because it's so slick. You know, I don't want to jinx you there. But, you know, because of the conditions, and as we get later, if we start the schedule later, we're going to miss that. You know how that comes year after year.
Yes, sir.
So that'll actually be something. And my hope is that, and we haven't figured this all out, but my hope is that we're going to play all the games.
Yeah.
Pick up the schedule where we pick it up, and let's play the games. So, I mean, what? There's a question for as a player. All right, what would you rather do? Let's start with sincere. Would you rather, you know, have a shorter season, less film out there for everybody to see what you got, or would you rather, you know, a lot of people are talking about let's just play inter-county football and make something different, or would you rather just play out the string?
So especially because of the cancel of spring practice last year, I would think that we would have to take the precautions to be ready for the season, but I believe that all the games need to be played. And if that's being no, like, out-of-county games or, like, just in general, we need to play 10 games of playoffs, and just we need to, no matter what the stipulations are.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually agree with Sincere. I think that, like I just said, I'm my first year going to be starting as a quarterback. I really don't want to get my season cut short. I would much rather have a full season of 10 games plus being able to play in the playoffs and having that full chance to actually know what it's like to be out there and have a good season with my Ram brothers.
Yeah, I definitely understand where they're coming from. Like, safety is the first priority with this awful coronavirus pandemic. But I would agree with Will and Sincere on this, that definitely get all of our games in. Depending, I don't care when we play. Like, obviously I'd prefer sooner than later, but as long as we get in all our games, like, I'm not going to complain.
Okay. The other question I have for y'all, Sincere, you're probably the anchor of your defense as a defensive lineman coming back, being looked upon. The quarterback, obviously, is the leader of a team, and tight end, senior leadership. What are y'all doing as leaders on your team to motivate the underclassmen to get through all this and get ready for the season?
It's a good question.
So really, our defense has a lot of leaders, so I'm not just going to take this on me. So my whole D-line, dogs. That's my D-line. Like, we going to have a good D-line this year, all seniors. So I take the leadership through all of them. I tell them that we need to have our team right. We need to have everybody on the same page so they understand that. And so it's not just my job. It's really all of our jobs, because we want the same goal, it's like the same passion. So it's like, that's really how we want it.
Yeah, and when you're talking about defense, you're talking about dogs.
Yeah.
Back in our day, the great defensive lines, you hear a little atomic dog and George Clinton, remember that?
Oh, yeah.
A little
absolutely.
Parliament lick.
Yes.
But turning it on to Will, you're as you progress, What? And I'm not going to get it. Well, I'll say, what do you like to throw the long ball, or would you rather, dink and dunk and be the thinking man's quarterback?
I would say I would like to be the smart quarterback. I would like to complete more passes. Every once in a while, I'm definitely going to take the deep ball. You gotta take chances when at this position. But I definitely want to play more of the smart man's ball. I would want to get completions, get yards. For sure.
Finishing up on leadership, what are y'all doing on the offensive side to motivate the underclassmen or somebody that needs to step up while dealing with this COVID?
One thing that we really try and do is just keep intensity during our workouts. So we break off into groups and we try and make sure there's no leaners, there's no people bending over because they're tired. We got to be mentally tough. The biggest thing is just really keep the intensity up, keep the hardworking people, keep them going and everything. And also one thing I've been doing lately is helping the freshmen coming up, the freshmen coming up and staying after practice a little bit, helping the quarterbacks out, knowing the plays because this is all new to them. It's one of the things I try and help them read defenses, and that's one of the things I like a lot.
Sounds like a coach one day here.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, all the guys here, this group, as we've seen a couple times today, we could grab take a break. Give them the Suncoast Media Day shirts, and they could run this show.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
and
we'll get fired
and do a better job. Well, gentlemen, I think we're going to wrap it up. But I want to say thank you. You guys are in a great program. I followed the team for years. You got some super coaches, and y'all are super players, and you are doing just a awesome job of representing Riverview and the community, and it's great to see that y'all are doing that. So thank you for coming with us, and we're probably about to wrap things up here. Ken and I are going to have to make that drive back past Groover's Market there in Palmetto, and
definitely got to go
back to Palmetto here pretty soon. But from here, I thank you for attending. Thank you for being here so late in the afternoon, guys. Get back home, stay safe, and God bless.
Yeah, you too. Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you for having us.
The following advertisement is intended for Matt Jacoby only. They're free! Sunglasses! I'm giving you shades. They're free. It's free sunglasses for you, Matt. These are free sunglasses. You gotta come get them, but they're free. 2 lenses, no delivery. Come on over and get your free sunglasses. You left them here. I'm not wearing these around all day. They're for your face. Matt, come get your dang glasses. They're free sunglasses. Matt, the glasses are free. They're free sunglasses.